Well, I don't know why that was happening. There. Hey there. That was uncomfortable, wasn't it? Um, how's everybody doing tonight? I'm Charlotte and I'm the Gulf Coast Granny. And tonight I want to talk about gardening. I want to talk about my fall garden. Recently, my hey there, magnificent Germany with Darian. How are you doing tonight? Um, Recently, I had some problems with my garden beds, and the termites ate them up. And so they are not in good shape at all. I have not destroyed most of them, I've only replaced one of them. And so I did not do a spring garden this year. I just grew some tomatoes in one of the healthier looking beds because I used raised beds for my garden. And the dirt is staying in place even through the thunderstorms and all the weather that we have in the summertime here. Hey Terry. So what I decided to do is go ahead and start a fall garden, and this is the time of year I need to start thinking about that. And so I wanted to know from all of you nice folks, what should I grow? I got two things I want to grow. I want to grow mustard greens and I want to grow green onions. And I want to grow carrots. I really want to grow those. And I could grow a whole 8 by 3 foot bed full, no, 10 by 3 foot bed full of carrots. The thing is, they're so hard to get started here because I can't keep them moist. Now, one time I did have some luck with carrots by putting the seeds in and then watering it down real good, throwing some boards over, taking them off about 7 to 10 days later, and I had little sprouts. Now, they were little white sprouts because they didn't get any sun. But as soon as I took the boards off and let them get the sun, they greened up and they grew fine. So I was thinking about doing that too. You've been at a barbecue competition since 8 in the morning. My God, you've got to be exhausted. I can't even imagine that. So who won? Did you win, Terry? I'm going to clean off my... That's not a lot better. Terry, is my picture fuzzy to you? So anyhow, so let's pretend that I decide to go ahead and grow some carrots this winter. And green onions will grow all year round here. If I plant them now, they'll grow till summertime next year. So I'm not too worried about that. Is it fuzzy to you? Okay. I don't know why it would be doing that. That's crazy. Let's see. If it ain't one thing, it's another, right? Camera. So what's going on here? I have no clue why it would. This has got to be a StreamYard problem because this has never happened to me before with it being fuzzy. Let me back out and come back in. Give me 1 minute, guys. There, that's better, isn't it? Terry, is that a more clear picture for you? So anyhow, let's talk about the garden. I can grow onions all year round until next summer if I planted them tomorrow. I can grow mustard greens until it gets warm here, and that's usually May. Thank you. Thanks, Terry. I appreciate your help. And then I can grow the carrots. They don't do super great down here where I live in the south. I'm in zone 9. It gets really hot, and sometimes even our winters are a little too warm for carrots. But I'm going to try it anyway. I have tried to grow beets for probably the last 10 years, and I can get the prettiest beet greens in the world, but I cannot get them to bulb up for me. I can grow radishes. I can grow onions. I can grow garlic, but I can't grow a beet to save my life. So if anybody has any tips on how to get these beets to bulb up for me, I would love that. I would because I love beets. I could eat them every day, just about. Excuse me. So those are the 4 things I really want to grow. So who's got some ideas? Because I do not want to grow anything big like broccoli or cabbage or cauliflower, because to be quite honest with you, it's more trouble than it's worth, and it takes up too much space in my garden. And honestly, I can get it cheaper at the grocery store, for as much as I eat that kind of stuff. Oh, you love beets too? I do. I love them. And I don't care for radishes. Poppy, my husband, loves radishes. So I might grow a few of those for him. It's too late for pumpkins, to be honest. I mean, we don't have our first frost date until about December, the first week of December. Let's put it that way. The last week of November, if there's a fluke, I mean, some crazy weather pattern comes in, but that does not happen often at all. So I've got usually till about mid-November to grow pumpkins. But honestly, if I grow pumpkins, here's what happens. I've got a garden area, and it's right in front of my back door out here, out the kitchen. You go that way, and you go right out the back door. So that's where it is. If I grow pumpkins, they travel all over the yard, and then Poppy and my son can't mow the yard because they're afraid they're going to run over pumpkin vines. So those are kind of out for me, unless I decided to grow them on a trellis, but then they get too heavy, and it seems like too much work for me, truly. I guess I could put in another round of tomatoes, though. I could do that. And I've got more seeds than I can count. I probably have too many. I do want to put some zinnias and some sunflowers out, because I love having a garden full of fall flowers. I love that. And our zinnias and sunflowers will bloom until the first frost. We did 3 racks of ribs and a pork loin and potatoes, and didn't get a single call. Oh my goodness, that's terrible, Terry. I'm so sorry. It sure sounds good, though. I'm really hungry this evening. Hey, Sweet Thumb, how are you doing this evening? It's good to see you again. You were in the chat last night, weren't you? Over at fiddlesticks. Was it Mona's chat or was it Carol's chat? It sounds like it, Terry, because goodness knows you've got too much experience in this barbecue stuff not to even get a single call. I'm sorry. I'm super thirsty. I'm hungry. Let me tell you what happened. So I took a nap earlier this evening, and my husband tasked my son with making dinner. Well, what do you think a 17 or 16-year-old boy is going to make for dinner? Pizza. I don't like pizza. Didn't want pizza. Once in a great while, I'll eat some pizza. Get a little craving for it, but it's not a staple in my diet, right? So he makes the pizza, and I come out here thinking I'm going to eat something for dinner because Poppy's cooked. He did not. So forgive me for not looking at y'all all the time, because I'm crocheting right now. So I'm going to get that done a little. Yeah, I thought it was. Indeed. Yeah. And Diva. So anyhow, I come out here. There's nothing to eat. My son made the sauce for the pizza so spicy that I don't know how they ate it, to be honest with you. So I chose not to eat anything. I didn't even make a sandwich, and now I'm kind of glued to my computer. So I guess I'll eat when I'm finished. Hey, Alex, how are you doing this evening? Wow, I didn't expect so many folks to pop in. I mean, there's 5 of us in here, and I'm a little later than I normally am. Um, and my daughter's in her bedroom singing so loud that I can hear her all the way here in this kitchen. I know y'all can't hear, but you know what? It's a lot. It's not as loud as it was 30 minutes ago. She was in the shower and she had um, her cell phone blaring, and she was singing at the top of her lungs. And I think that's cute when she's in there singing it because she sings really good. And she don't think she does, but she does. Hey, Grumpus, how are you doing? I sent you a link if you want to come up. It's in your Instagram. Anyhow, so that's what's been going on at this house tonight. We've been having a lot cooler temperatures lately, and that's kind of what got me thinking about my fall garden. Is the Wesley's in here? Who else is named Wesley? Oh, hey, honey. Hey, honey. Hey, honey, why don't you come in here and make me a sandwich? I didn't even see your comment, honey. If you would come in here and make me a sandwich, I'll love you forever. Or you could defrost that ribeye that's in the freezer. It was 101 today, but it's been cooler because it's been raining. If it hadn't been raining, it would be even hotter, dear, and you know that. Lord, it's a sad state of affairs when the Gulf Coast granny thinks 101 degrees is cooler than normal. And actually, we've been having cooler evenings. It's been in the high 70s, low 80s. I know I already promised you 50. I didn't talk about that. Easy on the mayo. Grumpus wants a sandwich too. I'd love to have some of that pastrami with some roast beef on it too. And a little bit of lettuce and a light mayo. And maybe, we don't have no tater chips. Oh, well. Y'all, this is crazy. Me and Poppy first got married, he made me promise him 40 years. Well, shoot, I was 35 years old when we got married. I didn't know if I was going to have 40 years left in me. So I said, all right, fine, I'll promise you 40 years, right? Well, a few years later, we had our daughter, and she was in the ICU for tiny babies. Do y'all hear my dog? She does this every single time I start a live stream. Every single time. So anyhow, she was in the NICU, and she every time you go in the NICU, they make you wash your hands, which makes sense. I mean, you don't want to spread germs around to those little sick babies. So I took all my rings off, washed my hands, and forgot to put them back on. Well, when I went back to find my rings, because it dawned on me, oh my gosh, they're over there on the sink. They were gone, y'all. My rings were gone. My wedding ring, a little mother's ring that my daughters had got me for Mother's Day. And I think there was one other one. But anyhow, gone. Never to be seen or heard from again. So I think Violet, my daughter, was about maybe a year to 18 months old. And he bought me another one and made me promise him 10 more years. So now we've been married. How many years we've been married, Wesley? 20 some. Is it 23 or 22? Anyhow, it's up there. And I'm 23. He hollered from the bedroom, 23. So anyhow, it's been 23, 33, 43. So I only owe him 27 more. After that, I don't know what to do. Just die. Told the wife for sure 30 years. Only got 14 to go. You should make it, Grumpus. You should make it. That's funny. Ain't it crazy what you do when you're young and in love and don't know how to count? You don't realize how long 40 years is. I mean, at that point, I hadn't even been out of high school for 40 years. Hey, Wesley, since you're on my live stream listening, would you please go turn on the air conditioner? Because I think your daughter turned it off to take a shower and didn't turn it back on. And then since you're out of the bed, you can come here in the kitchen and make me a sandwich. Love is blind, but it makes you stupid too. It sure does. I'm not sure if it was love or delirium. I never will forget when he asked me to marry him. I said, Are you real? Are you for real? What is wrong with you? Because I mean, I had 5 kids. Okay. There are consequences to non-action. Isn't that right, y'all? It does make you stupid. I tell you. My daughter just got back from a vacation. She took herself her first adult vacation and went to Pensacola Beach and spent the week there and had a wonderful time and brought back all kinds of snacks. Oh shoot, I was going to show y'all that. Maybe I'll do it a little bit later. I drug a week. Wait a minute, I can't see that very well. I drug a out of the herd. I don't know what that means, Grumpus. Oh, a week 1. Okay. You drug a week 1 out of the herd. That's kind of what Poppy did too. Hey, honey, he's standing in front of me. Why don't you go in there and grab me that stuff that Violet. I would like some chloroform delivered ASAP for this dog. Let the dog out, dear, please. Oh, is that some of it? Okay, so she brought us back some blueberry and blackcurrant preserves. And oh my gosh, I'm so excited about this one, y'all. She went to the World Market, just so you know. So if you have one of those close to you, this is where you can get this stuff. Please take the dog out because she's really being loud and annoying. Okay. Yeah, she takes after me. Look, y'all, it's lemon curd. I have never had any of this, but I've heard that it's wonderful. I don't even know what to do with it. And I know that a lot of people can it and they make it themselves and then, still, I guess, preserve it. And I've always wanted to try some, and I'm so happy that I got some of this. I don't know if it would taste like the kind that you would make yourself, but we're going to find out one of these days soon once I figure out what to do with it. And she got these things because apparently these are Irish-inspired doodads. And she did bring us, what is this? This is maple syrup from Canada. Apparently it's the real stuff. Hi, Timo, how are you? Thanks for stopping by. And get this. Patrick would have a come undone if he saw that jar of Marmite in my house. He'd tell me, throw that out and get you some Vegemite. And then she also got us, a lot of this was the Irish-inspired stuff. Well, my family history is very Greek. And so she brought me back this green olive spread. Ooh, honey, put that on my sandwich. I bet that'll be good. What do y'all think? She also brought this truffle and basil pesto. Oh, I'm turning it the wrong way there. And this is what I'm really excited about. This is some extra virgin olive oil with garlic in the bottom of it. But I just love this little garlic container. It's got a spout. Can you see it? See, it's got a spout on it. And a cork, and I just love this. I can't wait to keep just filling it up and filling it up and filling it up. Darian said, Gulf Coast Granny, I have to run, but I'm glad that I caught you live. Thank you so much for coming and hanging out with us for a little bit, Darian. I appreciate it. And it's good to see you again. I know you've been in here once before at least. So a California rice farmer. Who's a California? Are you a California rice farmer, Timo? Hey, Tom, how are you doing? It's good to see you. I saw your video about the meat that you got at that great price, and I was really happy for you. And you did a lot of stuff with that. How you said that was like 20 something, 22. I know the poundage was in the 20s. Y'all, if y'all haven't seen Tom's video, Tom Garvey, the keto cook, I think it was posted sometime like at the beginning of the week. And he butchered this chuck roll that he got and turned it into steaks, turned it into everything you can think of. And did a great job. So, and I appreciated that, Tom, because, you know, Poppy and I are thinking about buying something similar to that from Sam's Club and butchering our own as well, you know, cutting it into whatever pieces. 26 pounds. Okay. I knew it was in the 20s. 360 acres this year. Run out of water later. Oh, I see. 360 acres. That's a dream for me. Of course, I wouldn't plant nothing on it except a little bitty garden. I would just have it and put my house right in the middle of it so I wouldn't have to be bothered with folks. You know, like neighbors. I don't like neighbors. But anyhow. And she also brought these shortbread cookies for Poppy. And I've already eaten my cookies. But she knows I love ginger snaps. So she brought me the thinnest, crispiest, most delicious ginger snaps I've eaten in a very, very long time. Oh dear, here we go. I got to back up a little bit. Tom, if you want, I will send you a link and you can come hang out. Oh, thank you, honey. Look, I got a sandwich. Can you cut it in half? I had to say it. Just give me a butter knife. It's a big headache. I bet it is. I bet it is. You know, just my little garden. And I've got, how many beds do I have out there? 4. I've got 4 3 by 10 foot raised beds. And then I've got two 2 by 8 foot beds that have a trellis behind them so I can grow whatever, pole beans and things like that. And a couple of years ago, I grew some birdhouse gourds just because I wanted them. I mean, you can't eat them, but I thought they were pretty and I wanted the decoration of them hanging in my garden, right? And that worked really well on that trellis. But anyhow, I'm sorry, I got off track. I got off my subject. Cut my sandwich. Puppy, them years will pass quickly. Grandpa said, don't worry, Poppy. The rest of the 50 will go real fast. And then you can do whatever you want to do.
Buy a Corvette.
Buy a Corvette. You don't want a Corvette. What are you talking about?
Like 53.
Oh. That's the cat wet.
Fell on the toilet?
What?
Oh, no.
Ew, gross. But the prices of rice is cheap. Yeah, that's true. I usually pay about $2 for a 2 or 3 pound bag. I guess to plant it, it would be super cheap, wouldn't it? Well, I tell you what, I'm grateful that you grow it because I like rice a whole lot. If you don't stop making that noise, I'm going to banish you to the bedroom, Poppy.
I was going to give you a cookie.
Thanks. Look, I got a cookie. I'm sorry, Tom. I'm working on it. Give me 1 second, dear. There we go. Copy. I'm just going to put it down here in the chat, okay? There. Tom Grumpus, if y'all want to come up, there's my link. You're cheating and using the backhoe to dig your garden. I don't think that's cheating. Not with all that acreage you've got. That's not cheating at all. Oh, you mean just for your personal garden?
My master cheat boy said if you ain't cheating, you ain't trying.
Well, there's that. Well, if I had a backhoe, I would dig up my entire backyard. Hey, we got company, y'all. Hey, Grumpus on fire.
Hey, everybody.
How you doing?
I'm all right. How do I sound tonight?
You sound actually really nice.
All right. Think you're too loud?
No, I don't
Okay.
think so. Am I too loud?
Nope, no, you're perfect.
Because I'm trying to back away from, because I know I can be loud.
Mm-hmm.
I've been playing with this box again today, so
Yeah.
I hope I got it somewhat reasonable.
Yeah, I think so. I like your scenery. Looks wonderful.
Thank you very much. Did
You're
that myself.
welcome.
I was busy today.
Same old here. We are growing up for free right now. Well, shoot, take advantage of that all you can. Heck yeah. Wish I could grow up for free. Grow my food for free. Shoot, yeah.
I don't want to grow up, and I want to be free.
Don't say that out loud.
Oh, was that out loud?
No, I can think I still haven't grown up.
Well, can we get a full review on that sandwich?
Oh, it's delicious. He makes a great sandwich. It's is it just roast beef?
Yep.
I thought so. It's roast beef with provolone cheese, some little bit of lettuce, light mayo, and honey wheat bread.
Sounds good.
It is good.
You got a smoked cheese stick in
Oh, excuse me. It's smoked provolone.
Ah, fancy.
Pep
Have to,
told me I
have to
need
tip
to
a finger up while you eat that.
Okay, I will. Will you put this back for me, please? No, I thought that was just precious that Violet stopped at that market and brought me and her daddy back some souvenirs from her vacation.
That's pretty cool.
It was thoughtful, even though these have nothing to do with Pensacola. But she was she apparently had a wonderful time. And
So she went with a whole nother group?
3 girlfriends that she grew up with since she was 5 years old. They all went to the same school together, and so all of us mamas would meet in the road at the intersection when we'd walk our kids to school and then walk the rest of the way together, you know.
Uh-huh.
And these 2 girls are 2 grades ahead of her. They were when they were in school. But now that, well, let me go back a little bit. once the big girls got to middle school, they kind of forgot about Violet because, you know, she was the baby.
Yeah.
And then all through high school, they would communicate every now and then, but not really hang out because they had different friend groups and stuff. But now that they are adults, they've kind of come back around, and now they're all three besties again. And I just think it's so nice.
Well, that age difference kind of dissolves as we get older.
Exactly. I mean, look at Poppy. He's 7 years younger than me and looks at least 20 years older.
Well, the abuse out there. It looks to me like that.
Well, I mean, I'm 4 years older than Vicky, and nobody even thinks about it.
Yeah.
You know, when I was 18 and she was 14, people talked.
That would have been a thing. That would have been a real thing, wouldn't it? Okay, we still have last year's crop to sell. And people are starving. Oh, yeah. 10 cents on a dollar. Oh, my God.
Yeah, it's 13. It's 20.
Yeah. When I was 20, Poppy would have been 13.
Poppy would have been a hero at 13.
I know, right? In fact, that's when I had my first daughter, so they're only 13 years apart. Speaking of first daughter, apparently she jumped out of the back of her truck today to go catch. There was a tire in the back of her truck, and she was trying to roll it out of the back of the truck. Where her husband was, I have no idea. It starts rolling across the street, the tire. So she jumps out back the truck to go chase the tire and learned that she is no longer 25.
That's a sad reality when it hits you the first time.
It was a statement that hit her.
She landed on her knee.
Oh, no.
She's got a hole that big across the top of her knee. I mean, this doctor wanted to put stitches in it, and she told him no. And I'm sorry?
Why not?
I don't know, because it was
Didn't want a scar?
a hole. It wasn't like there was things they could pull together, and
Oh, okay.
you know, it's a hole like this.
All right.
And she must have landed on a rock or something. But they took x-rays, but I don't know what the results are yet. But yeah, she learned that she's now an old lady and shouldn't be jumping out the back of trucks. And, you know, she'll be 39 in January. But that's about when it starts, isn't it?
Yeah.
Right
You
on
know,
schedule.
Vicky got her cast off Monday.
Oh, good for her.
She was all excited, and they put her in a brace for 6 more weeks.
So sorry, Mrs. Grumpus. I'm so sorry. If you see this video, he's laughing, but I'm not. My heart goes out
She
to you.
was so looking forward to it. I mean, I got the bad end of the stick. I'm still having to do
You're
all
still
the
having to do
dishes and
everything?
clean all the house. I can't wait for that brace to come off.
Hey, Doc.
She may leave that on forever.
That's funny. You know, that happened to me when I was 16 and broke my leg. Now, my leg was mangled. It was broken in 4 places, and I had the bionic man from my knee down. I had all kinds of hardware and stuff. But it took a year for it to heal. However, that is the one bone in your body, that big bone that goes from your knee to your ankle, tibia, is the bone that takes the longest to heal, except for your femur. Those are the 2 bones. Well, they're the biggest, you know. And thank you, Timo. You enjoy yourself too, my dear. But anyhow, I would go to the doctor thinking I was going to get my cast off, and it was 6 more weeks. Nope. They'd x-ray it, come in and talk to us and say, no, you need 6 more weeks. I bet they did that for 6 months. And then they finally put me in a brace. I had to wear the brace for about 6 months. And I remember telling the doctor that I needed to get that brace off before I graduated high school because I was going to wear my high heels to graduate. I was not going to wear another tennis shoe another day in my life. I think I might have, since I was 16, 17, put tennis shoes on my feet 10 times at the most. I don't do tennis shoes. But anyhow, I did. I got the cast off about 2 weeks before my graduation. And I went and bought myself a little kitten heel.
Oh, what?
They call them kitten heels. They're short and they're kind of pointy at the back. You know, that's what they call it.
Okay.
But I bought those and taught myself to walk in those because I hadn't walked in heels in probably a year. So I used my dad's pool table and I'd hold on to that and walk around and around that pool table till I could walk like I normally did, like I wanted to. And sure enough, got to wear my high heels at the graduation. Now, they weren't super high heels, but they were pretty shoes. And I was so proud. So what you been up to this week, Rumpus?
Not a whole lot. It's been pretty rainy.
Here, too.
In fact, we had so much rain Thursday night that we couldn't even work Friday. I had about 4 inches of water inside my shop.
Oh, no.
So I had to send everybody home. It finally drained out enough they could work today.
Mm-hmm.
But, you know, it's been a rough July as far as moisture. I mean, we've missed
y'all got
several
storm.
days. Storms. We've had power problems.
Mm-hmm. Those poor guys, they're probably not getting near the hours they're used to getting.
Oh, no, they're not. That's why I let them work today. I called them this afternoon and said anybody that wants to work tomorrow can, if they want to.
Oh, good. Mm-hmm.
So, you know, try to keep my help around, try to make sure everybody gets their hours in. It's the end of the month. I've got a couple of jobs I'm behind on because of the other stuff. So, you know, it's one of them things where the business is slow, but we're so busy we're falling behind.
Right.
But
And only because of misfortune,
yeah,
you know?
I mean, yeah, no fault of their own or anybody really. I mean, I've still got standing water in my backyard, and I hardly ever have water standing back here. Even the mess from the hurricane, I haven't been able to get back here and clean it up yet because it just, you know, when it finally stops raining, it's so muddy. And, you know, I'm not going to go out there in all that slippery, wet mess.
Right. No, you don't need to be doing that. You'll end up
put a
with
hole in your head and break a hip.
It's the last thing you need. I think we've had rain every single afternoon for at least 5 days, maybe 6.
Same here.
And I like it.
Well, there's been a couple days this
Because
week
when
I didn't even feed the fish because it's just raining so hard I didn't walk out there to feed them.
Wow. How many fish do you have?
They'll make it all right on there. I mean, nobody feeding the fish in the woods.
Yeah.
So they'll be all right for a few days. But in all
They'll
reality,
eat whatever
we feed
lands
them.
on the top. And
We feed them too much. I mean, I finally broke down and bought some ugly little koi here a few weeks back. So I've got well, I bought 5. I wanted 3. And I bought 5, you know, 1 to die, 1 to fly, and then I have 3 left over, and none of them died.
Gotcha. Yeah.
So I tossed them out there. I've still got, you know, a little goldfish about the size of a tennis ball. And the turtle's just rocking and rolling. He's probably a good 10, 11 inches across the top, and he doesn't bother the fish at all.
That's good.
You know, everything I read said don't mix fish and turtles.
Right.
And
yeah, but Grumpus, they live together in the pond.
All them animals
Mm.
get lazy out there. They'd rather wait for the food to fall out of the sky than chase anything. So as long as I don't make,
Well, you've got
if I
some
let the
great-
turtle go 3 or 4 days, now he may he may clip a fin or two.
No kidding. So how old do you think the koi that you bought are?
Oh, they were about. I've had them maybe a month now, and they were probably in the 3 to 4 inch range.
Oh, okay.
And I put them
And
all
where are they
in.
now?
I put them all in the what I call the upper pond, and it's smaller. And a couple of them, of course, made it over the waterfall. Ended up down the lower end. A lot more water down there. So I've got one
Yeah.
that is probably a good 9 to 10 inches now. Now the
my
original ones in the
Lord.
upper pond are probably maybe 5 inches now. So
I know
put
they
on
grow
maybe,
really
maybe
fast.
an inch. But the one that
Yeah.
escaped and got down into the bigger pond area,
He's
it's a
big
good
boy.
8-9 inches now.
That is amazing.
And if I put them all down there, they'd probably all be 11-12 inches by fall.
Hmm. But you don't want them down there?
Well, I need something up on the upper pond that can outrun any predators.
Mm. Mhm.
So, I had the little fantails, the little short-bodied, slow-moving fantails up there. I kept them separate. But, I had an issue here a while back. I think I told you with the raccoons.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And they didn't stand a chance with the raccoons.
Right,
Now,
right.
now the
They're-
koi, they'll jump out of the water to get away from them.
No kidding.
So, in fact, if I get new koi, sometimes I'll net the pond for a couple of days to keep the jumpers contained.
Yeah, yeah.
So, I wouldn't mind having them down low where they can get some size on them.
Right.
But I need to put something up on top. And, other than going with common goldfish or something like that, I don't want to do that. So,
Mine
who
is-
knows? My mood may change tomorrow, and I'll put them all down low.
Mine is called, the one that survived is still out there. He's huge. He's bigger than my hand. He's
Yeah,
he's a great looking fish.
it's amazing how big and how colorful, deep the
Mhm.
colors you get when you put them outside like that.
That's right.
That sun really
Um,
helps them out.
He is, but he's all by himself. And I want to get some more, but I have not found one yet. Just looking online and stuff, I haven't found
Yeah.
one that really tricks my trigger. And we don't have any fish stores here that would have a pile of goldfish for me to choose from.
Do you have any water garden outlets in your
Well-
area, or maybe some nicer nurseries that cater a little bit to the water gardener? 'Cause
I have not found one yet. I'm not going to say there aren't any, but I haven't found one.
a lot of times you can find some domestic koi or the small goldfish. I mean, I bought these goldfish. I think I gave, I don't know, $35 for 3 of them.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they weren't expensive. I mean, they're not nothing fancy or
Mm-hmm.
anything to brag about other than putting them out there and watch how big they get.
The one that I have is called a telescope eye butterfly tail goldfish.
And it survived. I'm surprised.
Mm-hmm. It did. And the other two, they got killed when the pump quit because it pumped all my water overboard.
Yeah.
But he was the lone survivor. And it broke my heart that them other two died because they were a lot prettier than he was.
Yep, I lost one. Well, the one that I have now, there was 2 of them. They were buddies, but I lost one a couple of weeks ago.
Mm.
I don't know what happened to it. I just found it belly up.
Oh, well, it might have just been time.
Well,
You never know.
that's why I told the wife. I said, they catch parasites and they catch, they have air bladder issues.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
This one here had a tendency when it ate, it sucked in a lot of air when it ate. You could tell by the way it was feeding.
Mm-hmm.
And then it ended up having air bladder issues. So it's having a hard time staying upright.
That's one of the
It's kinda
reasons I buy food that sinks.
It's kind of like a horse. If they lay down too, or a cow, if they
Yeah.
lay down too long, their guts shift.
Right.
It's the same thing in the fish. If they stay over stay upside down or over too long, it's a hard time for their whole innards to shift back where they belong.
Right. Right. Oh, look, my demon eye's getting better.
Hey, that is better. What has that been? What, 2 weeks now? Or
Just
a
one.
week? Just a
Just
week.
one. Mm-hmm. I knew it would, but my daughter has insisted that I go see an eye doctor. So I'm gonna make her happy. You know, I can't blame her for being worried. I would be worried too if it was one of my parents. So
How come you buckle for her but not for me?
because she cries and you don't.
Well, aren't you? Didn't you say you're just a couple of hours from Florida?
Uh-huh.
I bet there's some water gardens over there.
It probably
some
is.
water nursery for caters to water gardeners.
You know what? I'll ask my son tomorrow. He's supposed to be calling me anyway. And he lives in Pensacola. And I'll ask him to check around and see what they've got over there because I would love to get some more goldfish.
Yeah.
I don't know if I should probably get some that are at least 4 or 5 inches long though. Just so they won't get beat up by the big one. If I had to guess, I would say he's 6 or 7 inches. But he's one of those.
I don't
He's
think
one of
you'd
those
bother
big
him.
bellied kind.
Yeah, with a short, stubby fantail.
Uh-huh. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't think you'd bother them.
Okay.
In fact, there's a few places online, if you've looked online because you're interested in the goldfish, right? The fantails and fancy stuff.
Yeah.
There's some places online. I could send you some links if you want them later.
That'd be great.
You can buy groups. I mean, you can buy like so much for a dozen or so much, and they're
Okay.
small. And
Well, I've only got now 110 gallons.
well, you could buy a half dozen, just random. Just let them pick them and send them to you, and watch them grow
I would
up.
do that. I'd be willing to do that.
A lot of times you can get some pretty good deals like that.
Okay.
You need to get algae.
He thinks I need an algae eater. I have algae eaters. That goldfish eats the algae.
Oh, no.
They'll pick at it, yeah. Well, the
Mhm.
algae. I mean, the algae eaters. They won't eat everything.
No, they won't. And they get too big, in my opinion.
And there's some. They're Plecostomus.
Yeah.
And they're a tropical. So when it gets cold, that water gets cold. They're not going to make it.
Nope.
So unless you
won't.
got an aquarium to bring them inside and winter them over, they're not.
Well, I do, but I wouldn't.
Yeah.
I don't want to indoor fish anymore. Well,
I'm with you on that.
I don't have room for indoor fish anymore. Now, I could stick them back here like they used to be, but I use this so much, this buffet here. I've
Yeah.
got my air purifier on it. I keep my yarn on it when I'm working on projects. And it just, I like it back there.
Well, if you've got a filter pulling the algae and your water's clear, that other algae, you want to keep that.
Yeah, it's fine. I'm not
helps.
worried about the algae.
It gives the fish something to nibble on. It helps filter the water
Right.
with clarity. So
Yeah.
if
And it's clear as it can be. You can see all the way to the bottom of that pond.
it ain't broke, I wouldn't fix it.
I've got some plants in the bog filter,
Yeah.
and one of my favorite is that corkscrew hair. It's a corkscrew shape, and it's just a real skinny grass
Yeah, I
that
know what
grows.
you're talking
I
about.
love that stuff. That's my favorite one. I probably need to buy a better pump so that it is more efficient and doesn't get clogged as much, because it gets clogged a lot.
On the filter or the pump?
The pump. No, the filter's fine. The
Okay.
filter works great.
It sounds like everything's working.
It is. It's just we don't like that the filter gets clogged. I mean, the pump gets clogged.
How often are you having to fix that?
Yeah, about 2 times a week.
Okay. Is it just the
But I mean,
screen, just the screen itself, or is it sucking stuff into
mhm.
the pump?
No, it's just the screen, and we just brush it off and stick it back down there, and it does its job.
Well, I had
And
an
it's
issue
been
like
running out there. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I had an issue like that years and years ago, and I ended up getting a piece of hardware cloth, the real small, what, eighth of an inch I think it is,
Mhm.
and I put
Mhm.
a clay flower pot into the pond and put my pump inside the flower pot, and then put that hardware cloth over the top of the pot.
Oh, and
That
around the
way,
holes.
oh, it was just a clay pot, and I put the pump in it, and then the cloth over the top, and kind of folded it over the edge so
Okay.
it wouldn't stab the fish. But what it
And
does,
that way you can
it'll
just wipe
collect the
off the top.
leaves. You're cutting the turbulence down going into the pump. It's not
Right.
sucking so hard. It's a gentle pull
Right.
through that. You've just increased the amount of screen in front of the pump, so it doesn't stop up so quick. And it'll catch the big leaves and all that kind of stuff. And it was
Mm-hmm.
pretty much free because I had the pot.
Oh yeah, I think I've got a pot out there too.
But anything
Huh.
anything that will slow the turbulence down, like when you empty your sink, it
Mhm.
draws the hardest right at the drain.
Yes.
So
Yes.
if you could spread that draw out to where your debris isn't getting drawn straight into the pump,
Right.
it'd
Right.
be easier. I mean, you could probably reach down there with your hand and pull some stuff off of it without having to pull that pump
Mm-hmm.
up
We
every
do
time.
that. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
But
It's
that's
just
a
the
quick,
pump.
easy, cheap fix.
We're gonna have to do that because I think that's a great idea. I
Or even a
caught
milk
my
crate.
lilies blooming the other day.
Oh, did it? I've only had one
Yeah,
bloom so far.
I got two blooms, not at the same time,
Yeah.
but and so I'm looking forward to another one. You've got to catch it at the right time of day, or you'll miss it.
Oh, that bloom don't last long.
No, it don't. It
But
does
I'll tell
not.
you
But they
what, I
are
am
so beautiful.
I am so impressed that that plant made it through the winter.
Yeah.
Because the
Yeah.
first year I pulled them all up. I pulled them
It,
up, put them inside the greenhouse. I kind of tucked them down in the filter so they'd stay wet,
mm-hmm.
and then
Mm-hmm.
replanted them, the next spring. Last year I didn't do anything. I just let them go. And
Yeah, that's what I did.
they froze and got all ooey gooey and messed up. And I
Mm-hmm.
thought, okay, I told Vicky, I said, well, I'm going to have to find some more of that. Maybe Charlotte would give me a start.
Yeah.
But they all came back. Every
I'm
one of them.
actually considering digging up the ones I have now because I've got two pots of them
Uh-huh.
and seeing if I can break them up and make more.
Oh, yeah, you can. That's what I did when I sent you some.
Right, but I don't know how long it takes. I don't know if 1 year is enough for it to have, enough root to do that.
I'd get one of them sharp serrated knives and cut
Mm-hmm.
that thing into 4 pieces, just straight down the leaves, straight through the roots
Yeah,
and everything. And I'd split it up into 4 and run with it.
you just chop, 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 chop.
I get ruthless with that, with my Ginsu.
Ruthless with the Ginzu. You ought to have a T-shirt made out of that. Oh my goodness! You know what? I sent Marcel a link, but I haven't seen her tonight. Her and her family must be hanging out and doing stuff. I've been crocheting my full head off this week, but I'm making myself something for once. I don't usually do that, but this
Well, it
time
might be your turn.
it might be. Usually, I give away almost everything I ever made. Almost.
Except to me.
Except, of course, to Poppy, and he's real bitter about it.
Yeah.
Um,
I'm gonna use your money to buy me something.
apparently, he's going to use my money to buy himself something.
Does he really need a knitted skull cap in August?
That's what I'm wondering. No, what he wants is, what do you want? A blue blanket with a big N in the middle of it for Navy. I'm not making that.
Or a cable.
Oh, and he wants a cable sweater. Well, I'm not making that either. I'm not going to make something that stinking ugly. Now, cable sweaters are pretty. I do admit that. But I don't have, look, I've been crocheting for 50 years, but I don't feel confident enough in my skills to be able to make a sweater.
What do you think?
Be quiet. Let me finish the thought. Cables take a long time to make. So you're sitting there doing this much of your project and it'll take you a week, right? Because it's
I don't
just
know what
so,
it is.
well, it's raised. You've seen a cable knit, like a fisherman's sweater with the braids and stuff in them.
No,
It looks like braided yarn. It goes back and forth like this.
If I saw it, I probably didn't know what I was looking at.
Probably. If you just Google fisherman's sweater, it'll show you. So
Okay.
anyhow, it's very intricate and it's a lot of work and it takes a lot of time. Well, I'm an instant gratification kind of girl.
Yeah, but he might need that sweater for the boat launch.
For the Be quiet, don't make me laugh, Grumpus. That's hilarious. I will buy you a fisherman's sweater so you have it for the boat launch. What do you think of that? He gave me a funny look. I have to order it specifically from Ireland, apparently.
Oh,
So, hey, I was just talking about you, Marcel. I just mentioned you, didn't I, Grumpus?
you sure did.
How are you doing, my dear? So anyhow, if Poppy will let me finish my thought, it is this. I would get bored because it was taking so long for me to complete that project and I would never finish it. Because I would move on to something else and never go back. And I know me, and that's the way I do things. And it would never get finished. I won't start it. Now this is a sweater. Well, let me get the other hand. This is a sweater, believe it or not. And what you do is you just fold it like this. Sew that seam right there. And, oops, hang on, let me see.
Oh, you make an arm out of it.
Yeah, it makes an arm, and then the other part makes the rest down here.
Oh,
So all you have to do is sew that. You sew this is half of it. I'm making the other half over there. And when it's done, I will sew the back this way, up and down. And then I'll sew the arms together. And then I'll have an opening. And I'll put a collar on it. And it'll be a sweater.
who'd have thunk that?
And it's fast. I did that in one day, that one half. I'm doing this other in a day. Yeah. And I finished my daughter's little bathing suit cover up, and it looks amazing on her. That's one of the things I'm very, very proud of, that I made that and she can wear it and it fits and it looks great. And she's happy with it. So that made me super, super happy. I haven't made any more baby blankets since the red one that I despise. I hate that. It feels like plastic, and I'm not giving that to my grandbaby. But it's done. And I have decided to make some blankets for a place called Camp Boggy Creek. They're doing a blanket drive. And what they do is they are a camp in Florida for handicapped children or children with severe illnesses. And they have doctors on staff there, nurses on staff. They can be taken care of medically throughout this entire camp. And what they do is they collect all these blankets from people who donate them, and each child gets to go home with a blanket and a teddy
Pretty
bear.
cool.
But I don't make teddy bears. I'm just going to make some blankets. And there's, oh, thank you, Marcel. Thank you. It's, I am on a roll and I enjoy it. And I don't know why I really quit crocheting for a few years. And I just sat and stared at all my yarn thinking, boy, how lucky am I that I've got all this yarn. For what? Use it, you dingaling, right? So I started using it, and then I started buying more. So we're in trouble now. But but anyhow, this camp, I'm going to try to make as many as I can between now and I believe it's Halloweenish time frame is when they want to fill up this big truck full of blankets and take it down there. And another YouTuber is organizing. Well, there's about 4 YouTubers that are organizing this thing, and it's their 3rd annual collection drive. And so I'm going to donate to it this time.
That'd be pretty cool.
I think so. And I'm trying to make really colorful, pretty things because, they're kids. They don't want stuff to match the home decor. They want cool stuff. So a homemade blanket will be a one. Yeah, I think so too. I think it would be a great souvenir for those kids to take home with them. That's what Marcel said. It's a great little souvenir so they can remember it,
Charlotte, do you have any kind of a tag with your name on it that you can sew into this stuff?
No, I buy little generic ones and I put my name in it. Just write it in there.
Years and years ago, my first wife, she sewed. I could probably call her a seamstress.
Okay,
she sewed a lot.
Yeah.
And don't ask me; it's been too many years. But she ordered some tags, some little embroidery tags that she put in all of her stuff, and she got so many compliments off them tags.
Is that right?
And she would make things and give them away and stuff, but people always complimented her, for having a tag in there.
Yeah.
And it wasn't nothing fancy, but it was something.
Yeah, something so they know where it came from.
Yeah.
I know I can order some customized tags on Etsy. I just haven't ever done it. Because most of the people I give the stuff to knows where, they know.
Yeah, Marcel's got some leads on one probably.
Yeah, probably. Good
She's
night.
Been looking at them. But yeah, in fact, I've got a guitar case that she made me like a slip cover for the guitar.
Oh wow!
With her tag in it. That I still have. It's pretty. People see that and they say, "Oh, you had that custom made?" I said, "Yeah, some woman made that for me." Because I had a guitar that was a little bit loose in the case.
Right.
So this was like faux mink.
Oh, and she put that over the guitar.
And she made it to fit the guitar, and it's got a nice soft liner inside of it, so it slips over the guitar, and then the whole thing goes in the case.
And that way it doesn't
nice and snug. It doesn't beat around when you carry it.
That was a really thoughtful thing for her to do.
It was pretty
Very
cool.
thoughtful.
I still get compliments on that.
I bet. Do you play the guitar often?
I haven't gotten them things out of the closet in so many years. I used to play all the time before I moved to Texas. And
really?
I got older and life got busier, and I just have them.
Right. When I was a little girl, my grandmother had a guitar in her closet. Well, me and my brother decided we were going to pull it out and play with it. And she got on to us because apparently that was her husband's guitar, and he was a lefty. So it was all strung left-handed. And my granny, who was, she could play guitar, she could play a fiddle, she could play anything. And she ended up restringing that entire guitar and taught me and my brother how to play.
Yeah.
And I always remember that I can't play today to save my life.
I've forgotten more than I'll ever be able to remember.
Exactly.
But I've got 5 guitars. I've got a banjo.
Wow.
I've got one of them old bluegrass mandolins called a potato bug. The round one looks like a gourd.
Yeah.
I've got all this stuff in the closet stuffed around. Probably I'll do something with
I
them.
like to listen to a mandolin. I like those. I like banjos too.
It was
Of course,
one of
it
them
makes me.
things, wheeling and dealing when I was younger.
Yeah, banjos make me think of Deliverance.
Yep.
So I can't. And I still can't watch that entire movie. As old as I
really?
am, no, I can't. When they get to that part, I can't watch it. I just can't. I have to leave the room to go outside, whatever it is, because I just can't. I can't stomach that. She looked at those personal tags for her pillowcases. That's right.
Yeah.
She does those custom pillowcases.
Yeah, I forgot Marcel sewed. I remember
Yeah.
her talking about that one day.
Marcel, if you're still here, I hope you are. I'm thinking about buying me a sewing machine. I bought one from Amazon and it sucked. It was broken when it got here, and Poppy sent it back. I got the refund, and now I want to buy a small portable sewing machine that is simple, because really all I'm going to be doing with it is making straight stitches. I'm not going to be doing, well, I might do it. I'm not going to be doing buttonholes. I'm not going to be doing anything crazy with it. Just straight stitches. It's to line purses with. That's what I'm making. And I found a Singer. It's called Singer Simple. And then there's a Brother that's all in the $150 range. And I'm not sure which one to buy, because I have heard from so many people that Singer is not what it used to be and to stay away from it. But my instinct tells me to buy a Singer, because that's what I had growing up. It was a great machine. And it has to be a drop-in bobbin. It cannot be one of those front loaders. I do not like front-loaded bobbins at all. I want simple, easy, and not frustrating in the least. Because if something gets too frustrating, I quit. I don't have time for that nonsense. I don't have time to be frustrated. But look, remember I told you, Grumpus, that I was going to create another channel for my crocheting?
Yeah, you've been
And
toying
you've
with it.
advised me against it, but I think I'm going to do it again. I think I got the password for the account that I needed, and I did that this week. But I told Poppy, I said, I cannot manage 2 YouTube channels on one computer, because I have to switch back and forth.
I'm not
And I don't
following
want to
you
do
on
that. I just want to be able to click the button at the top and go to switch account. So I told Poppy, I said, what I'll do is I'll get another Chromebook, and I'll use one computer for one channel and one for the other channel. And that way I can have them both going at the same time.
So what do you use? Chrome as your
Yeah.
browser?
Yeah.
Well, you could make if you got your channel going to your main page, and save that as a bookmark, and then did the same thing with the other channel, then all you'd have to do is click your bookmark at the top of your browser, and it automatically take you to the right place.
Even if each channel has separate email addresses that are connected. Because see, I
Yeah,
started Gulf
because
Coast
that's what
Granny
you'd be launching.
with. I'm so confused. Because Wesley's his email is basically the owner of this channel,
Okay.
and he's an admin for this channel. But Gulf Coast Granny has its own email address.
Okay.
So on my Google account, Gulf Coast Granny has an account, and so does Wesley.
Okay.
So in order to I could create the channel under Wesley's account. I don't know if I can create it under Gulf Coast Granny and him still be owner of both accounts. That makes sense.
No.
Because I mean, I can go up here right now, and I can click create new channel, right?
Right.
Under Gulf Coast Granny, and I can name it whatever I want to, et cetera, et cetera.
Okay.
And maybe I know how to do this.
Do you have to go through his account?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. I just set it up that way, so yeah.
Yeah, you should. I mean, you should be able to create a second channel, and it just depends on which
On Gulf
account
Coast.
you set up.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I mean, you could set up your Chrome browser for Gulf Coast Granny. You know, every time you fire up that browser, just like you do now, it's all geared around Gulf Coast Granny, correct?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well, you could set up a second account on Chromebook on
Chrome.
Chrome, where it was all the other thing.
That's what I want to do.
And then when you run Chrome, it will ask you which account you want to log into.
Right.
Because I have
Right.
that now set up on mine. Because I've got
Okay.
a couple other accounts. So it asked me,
Right.
how do I want to log into Chrome? And it'll be Grumpus on Fire when I'm going on live with you tonight. But
Okay.
if I'm doing something else, I've got another account set up
A
that
personal-
I use mainly for personal calendar, you know, that kind of stuff. And I'll log in on that one when I'm not doing anything on YouTube. So you could set it up where you wouldn't have to have multiple hardware unless you just wanted one.
Maybe.
But,
Rudy.
but you could do what you're wanting to do if you wanted to go down that route.
Yeah. Yeah. I just thought it would be easier that way, and I wouldn't get as frustrated having to switch between accounts. You know what I mean?
could.
I just thought it would be easier to have one designated for this and one designated for the other.
Yeah. Well, that's the simplest way to do it. Yeah.
Yeah,
Hello,
that's
Rudy.
yeah. And I don't have to get a real expensive Chromebook because honestly, I've got webcams, I've got a cell phone. If I ever decided to go live on the other channel, I have the means to do that. I have the
Yeah.
capability of doing that
Yeah.
without using a Chromebook camera, you know.
I got you.
So, in fact, I got up on a panel with Carol last night, Southern Sunshine,
I saw you.
whatever. Yeah, it was her birthday.
I was lurking.
And were you?
Yeah.
And I used my Chromebook camera, and when I got up there, I'm looking at myself. I'm like, oh my God, this camera's terrible. I should have used my phone. Why didn't I use my phone? And then I thought, well, at least nobody can see the demon eye this way. This is what my daughter calls it. Look, after I got on live last week and showed y'all my eye, she was so mad at me. She wanted to choke me to death.
Why?
I'm serious. She called me up the next morning and said, you need to go to the emergency room. I said, no, I don't. No, I don't. Leave me alone. The 7th. Hey, Steve, how are you? I haven't seen you in a couple weeks. Of course, I haven't been on here in a couple weeks. So, there you have it. But yeah, I was real reluctant to go up there last night. But then when people started dropping off, I said, well, it's all right.
Well, I was doing other things, but I had it on just kind of listening. You know, I can listen to that and focus on other things that I needed to get done in here.
I do that all day. When I'm
sometimes I
cleaning my
can't.
house,
Sometimes I just can't look away, and I before I know it, I've dropped what I was wanting to
you're
do.
right in there. Yeah, I get it. That's what I do. I watch crochet channels. I watch financial channels. I watch all kinds of stuff when I'm cleaning my house. And I put my headset on, and so if the dishwater's running, it doesn't bother my hear. You know,
Yeah.
because sometimes you can't hear the computer over the dishwater running.
Yeah,
And
I've got a couple of
I have
podcasts.
great fun.
A couple of podcasts
Sorry.
that I'll listen to at work while I'm doing other
Mhm,
stuff because I can, I don't have to actually watch it.
Yeah,
So I
yeah.
can still be productive and
listen.
get things done.
Right, right. I had my son clean up my garden a little bit today.
Yeah.
Pull some weeds out and that kind of stuff. Tell you what, nothing beats having a 15-year-old kid in your house,
It's starting to become handy, isn't it?
especially a boy. Especially a boy. I might quit gardening once he grows up and leaves home.
You make sure he has them beds in good shape before he moves out.
You're darn right. You're darn right. He's been helping me quite a lot, and so I got him cleaned up, and I'm going to do a fall garden. I'm just kind of mulling over in my head what I want to do, as far as what to plant and all that stuff. Look. Hang on just a minute here. Hey,
Oh my
what
goodness!
are you doing up
Look
this
here.
way?
Just get in bed.
I can barely hear you,
I
sweetheart.
can't hear him.
Just get in bed.
Oh, I see. Did you get your chair fixed?
Yes. Yep.
Oh, good. I'm so glad. I'm
Yeah.
really happy that you got that.
Yeah, got it fixed. And on the 5th, I believe, we should be beginning the process of getting a new one.
Oh, wow. Good.
Yeah. So
You'll be running up and down the streets with that thing. You'll be going to the bar, picking up chicks and getting in bar fights. You watch.
So just out of curiosity, how long does a chair like that last? What's the expected life?
Between 5 and 10 years.
Okay.
But I'm always rough on my chair, so it's 5 years for me.
Okay.
So, yeah.
So does the batteries last that long, or you have to replace those more often?
It's recommended you replace the batteries like every 2 to 3 years.
Okay.
I mean, they run on, like, they're 2 car batteries, so,
They
Okay.
use lead acid batteries.
It's probably the
What happened?
spill-proof ones.
yeah, most likely. I mean, all I know is that I have 2 batteries in my chair, and these batteries haven't been changed since the chair was built. So,
Now, that's pretty good.
yeah.
Hey, as a
Yeah.
as a
I'm
suggestion,
surprised.
when you get your new one, maybe you can send that old one over to Wesley. He'll put a motorcycle motor on it.
My husband is Tim the Tool Man.
He might make
Yeah.
it float.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, and I mean, we tend to keep the old ones just in case we need them.
Oh yeah.
Backups. Yeah, makes
Yeah.
sense.
So,
So do the
Well-
2 batteries last you all day, or do you have to charge up in between?
I mean, well, let me say this. If they're brand new, they will last a good 2-3 weeks.
Oh
Oh,
wow,
wow. No kidding.
that's better than a
Yeah.
Tesla.
Yeah,
Yeah, it is.
basically. Yeah,
You
yeah,
get more mileage out of it.
yeah.
Oh, wow. I'm surprised at that.
I am
I
too.
would
I
think
thought he was going
maybe
to say maybe every day and a half, 2 days.
4 or 5 hours,
Yeah.
you know?
Yeah.
And they're lead
Well-
acid batteries, right?
I'm not 100%
They're not
sure.
lithium?
I don't know, so
Don't know. Okay, okay.
yeah. All I know is the size of them. I mean, if I could sell her, I would. I mean,
Well, yeah, of course.
but those 2 brothers are basically right under my seat, so
Okay,
yeah.
okay.
Well, that's good to know, Steve.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, but
Hopefully one day I won't never need one, but I do.
yeah, but see, here's the thing though.
Yeah.
Medicare for me only pays like 15% of the jail cost.
Well, that's hardly
Oh.
anything.
That's why so I believe you and I talked about this once before, but that's why I have a backup that will do 80% of the cost.
Right, right, right.
So, yeah, I mean, I have Medicare that helps, but you know, I have another form of insurance that will
Right.
help out with that as well. So, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'm glad you got it fixed. I'm glad you're going to get a new one
Well,
because
well, not technically, but I'm getting 2 new ones.
well, you're
He's
just
buying a
balling, aren't
fleet.
you?
Well,
I know, right?
Okay,
One for the bar, one for the breaking and entering.
but
One of them's a getaway chair.
That's right.
I'm getting 1 electric, 1 manual because
Mm-hmm.
I mean, sorry about it, but when this chair was down for the past, 2, 3 weeks.
But it's been about a month, hasn't it?
Well, it got fixed like a week and a half ago now.
Oh,
So,
okay. Okay. Seems like it's been a long time.
yeah, but now, like, before, like, it was the Tuesday before last. that it got fixed.
Mm-hmm.
So, and we had to pay our pocket for a rental show. So,
Out of pocket.
yeah.
That should not be even allowed.
Well, I mean, to be fair, like, we will go with a different whatever. I got so, but
Oh no.
what?
Are you all right?
Yeah, just had something in my throat.
Yeah.
Yes, basically out pocket for a rental manual wheelchair, and you step for the 2.5 weeks we needed it for.
Right, right.
That actually gave me a good experience because it reinforced for me that I need a bigger seat for myself.
Oh, well,
Because
you getting that middle-aged spread already?
not yet, but
You're awfully young to be getting middle-aged spread.
not yet, but but I mean, let's face the fact.
Well, you've had that chair for how long? About 5 years?
Yeah, and
So
let's also
you were just a baby 5 years ago, you know?
Well,
I mean, yeah. You did you finished all your growing up. Now you're just,
yeah,
takes boys longer to do all that than it does girls. So it's not uncommon. I know when I met Wesley, he was 27 and weighed 135 pounds, sopping wet. Within 5 years of me marrying him and us just, he grew up physically and ended up, close to 200 pounds and full beard, the whole 9 yards. I mean, I watched it happen. He was just a late bloomer.
Yeah, but let me just tell her the reason I need it's a deeper sheet because the one I'm used to right now, I mean, if you best way to put it is think about the seats you had in like high school where you're just sitting smack dab in the center of the chair and you don't have any room to adjust.
Right.
So
I get it.
Yeah.
You need spread out room.
Yeah.
That makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. I mean, because if you have to be in it all the time, you need to be able to switch your weight, move your booty, just get yourself comfortable, that kind of stuff. And with something too narrow, you're not going to be able to do that.
Yeah, exactly. So
Hmm.
that's what will
I'll see all my gray hairs.
yeah. That's what will go for this time.
Are you getting
Uh,
sick?
No, believe it or not, my dad trimmed me up today,
Yeah.
and
You got hairs in your throat?
yeah, yeah,
Ugh. Ugh.
yeah.
What do you do?
So,
Just stuff it down your mouth?
uh, uh, uh,
Oh, that's terrible. Tell him to bring
yeah,
you some water. You need water.
uh, but no, but I will tell you this, fella,
Uh-huh.
when he was trimming me up,
Yeah.
I was in the shower and I clogged up the drain.
Oh my God. You clogged the drain?
Yeah,
All that.
yeah.
You have a
And
thick beard. Was he trimming your beard or your hairs? Or all of it?
I mean, both. Like,
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah. I bet he was aggravated because he had to do that and then unclog the drain.
I mean, it was his idea to,
It was his idea.
yeah. Like,
Nope. He won't do that trick again, will he?
uh, only, only if he has to. I
Right.
mean,
Right. What are you
not
doing over there,
that
Grumpus?
I'm just monkeying around.
Oh, okay.
I was just checking my
What?
buddy here.
I
Not
see.
that, not that you can see it, but I have a full head of hair.
Yes, you do. You certainly do.
So yeah, but
You got a head of hair that most women would kill for.
yeah, but I mean, even like, and this is the funny part, like, hey, myself,
Well,
Hey
he
guys.
was,
Hey,
what are you
Marcel.
doing tonight?
Oh, I didn't have sound for a second. I was like, oh God, what did I do? It's been so long. What am I
Rookie.
doing tonight?
Tonight.
Yeah, we're just hanging out. I'm just
Yeah,
hanging out. You're
that's a
probably
nice
going to hear
color
Amber.
on
She's
you. I like
probably
your
playing
top.
it. Oh, thank you.
You're
I'm in
very
my
welcome.
PJs. Just
So are you
disclosure.
back home or are you at your mom's?
I'm back home. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that looks
Yeah,
like
but
your
we're
house.
leaving again. Yeah, we're leaving back tomorrow. We're leaving again tomorrow, but we're going to Oklahoma. So
What are you going there
we're
for?
going to go for 3 days. We are going to go to Turner Falls. Have you heard of it? It's a park, like a state park in Oklahoma that actually has waterfalls. Like there's a small mountain range and there's a big natural swimming hole that actually has like waterfalls. And
Oh, wow.
anyway, it's only about 2 hours from Fort Worth.
Hmm.
And so we're going to go check it out.
That sounds
Little
like a
3 days.
nice little vacation. Yeah.
We rented a cabin, which may or may not be awesome. We'll see.
yeah,
Yeah, that happens
Um,
sometimes, doesn't it?
Yeah, we have high hopes all the time.
Sure. Well, it
No
sounds like
Wi-Fi.
fun. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Oh, no Wi-Fi.
Uh-oh.
Oh,
How you going to make it?
I'm saying Yeah, it's gonna be boots on the ground family time, y'all. So
Who's going to handle that the worst, you or the kids?
oh, we're gonna love it. Yeah, no, they'll be
See, I
fine.
would
They're
love
actually
that.
they do. Yeah.
Yeah.
Let me put this. I don't see what's going on over here in the chat. So you might hear Emery back there. She's playing a video game and she's being really animated right now. And it sounds like somebody's dying in the back of my house because she's screaming and being all crazy. So everybody's fine. Just FYI.
No children harmed in the making of this
Yeah.
video.
Yeah, blink twice if you're okay.
No. Yeah, exactly.
We need a code word, safe word.
Yeah. So everybody for her, be quiet. That's a good one. Pipe down back there. Yeah, and Jared's in there texting with his girlfriend as usual. Something. He's become a lot
Ooh.
quieter. They just stare at each other on the phone all the time.
Well,
Yeah.
yeah.
Mm.
Violet went with her boyfriend off for a whole week. And just got back yesterday.
Is she home now?
Yeah, they just got back yesterday. They had a great time.
Did they have
But she's been moping around the house since yesterday. I really miss my boyfriend. And finally tonight, I almost said, then move the heck in with him.
Oh no.
Please.
Well, is he not local?
Oh, yeah, he lives like 30 minutes away. But yeah, he's local-ish.
Oh, okay.
They go to the same college, but they just went on that vacation together and with some other friends of theirs, and yeah. And now, but that's the first time she'd ever gone on an overnight, and now she's lonely in her bed all by herself. Darn it. Wait till she's my age. She'll be saying, can I have my own bed?
Yeah.
Can I please have my own bed?
Yeah. I understand.
I wish Poppy would let me have my own room. He won't, though.
Yeah, I get it.
He said when one of the kids moved out. Yeah. I can have an office one day, but I can't have my own room, my own bedroom. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put a day bed in the office and call it the guest room.
Yeah.
There you go.
Of course.
Maybe fall asleep in there sometimes and get peaceful sleep. I think that would be amazing if I could, maybe the insomnia would go away if I wasn't constantly woke up by arms going across my face and snoring. And
I've been sleeping in the recliner here for a few weeks. She's hit me in the face with that cast more than once.
Oh my gosh! How is she healing? I forgot about her injury.
I was telling,
how's she doing?
I was telling Charlotte she was all excited. She was going to get her cast off Monday, which last Monday, which she did, but then they put her in a brace for 6 more weeks.
That must have been a bad break.
Yeah, she busted up pretty good. She fell backwards and tried to catch herself.
Well, at least
everything was all twisted in the wrong direction when she hit.
God, that sounds so painful.
And she's old too.
Well, at least she was able to just wear a cast and she didn't have to have surgery to have it reset or something.
Well, that's true. That's true. It could have been worse.
That would have made it worse.
Yeah, that would have made it agonizing.
It would have made it expensive.
Yes, it would have.
Yeah.
Expensive-er.
Yeah, broke bones aren't cheap, are they?
No. For something you already own, man, that cost me plenty.
Ain't that the truth? I've got a knot in my yarn.
Uh-oh.
Good night, darling. Love you. What time is it? Oh, look at you. I'm very proud of you. Go on to bed. That's not the direction of your bedroom. He said it's the direction of my cat. He has to get his cat before he can go to
I
bed.
thought you were talking to me. I thought you were
Oh, no,
telling
I'm
me
sorry.
you were proud of me because I
Thought
took
you
a sip
talk-
of coffee. I'm just
I
like,
thought you talking to
yeah, it's like-
Wesley.
it's brilliant. It's no problem.
That was my son. He came out in the kitchen and he put something in the sink and he went to walk out and told me he said, "Good night, Mom." I said, "Oh my gosh." Because, he starts school on Monday.
Oh,
And
okay.
Wow.
I've been trying to get him to bed earlier and earlier this week because he'll be miserable if he wakes up after being awake till 3 a.m. on Monday. So we've been trying to push it back because this boy can stay up till 4 a.m. just like I can playing video games.
Yeah.
And he will if he's allowed to. So I've been trying to really stop it at midnight. And tonight, that's why I looked at the clock and I said, "Oh my gosh, I'm proud of you," because it's a quarter till midnight here. So,
Yep.
and he did it all on his own without having to be told.
I
and
thought my
reminded.
kids go back to school. That's awesome.
I'm so glad.
I thought my kids went back early, and they go back in about 2.5 weeks. You're done already.
Yeah.
I'm done.
Ours
Yeah.
started this new schedule last year. And honestly, I don't care when they go to school, as long as they go to school, But there's a lot of parents complaining that, it's harder for them because of daycare situations and stuff like that. And I understand that. There's a lot of single moms out there can't take 2 weeks off and get a break. They got to find daycare, So, anyhow, it's a thing, and they're experimenting with it here where I live. And I think they've decided to continue with it.
That sure
So-
shortens the summer up for them, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. And they're going to make it shorter in the long run. It's all going to be like breaks in between quarters when they get finished adjusting
Man, I
everything.
would hate that.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
So-
that,
No, I haven't been on StreamYard in such a long time, and they've done a lot of new things in here. And so it used to be when I would pop on here and I'm looking at y'all on the StreamYard interface here, I would click on comments and I could just see the chat right away. But now it's prompting me here. It says join the
to
chat.
connect.
Like push the
Yeah.
button. Should I just push the button?
Yeah.
yeah.
And then it'll tell you to
That's
connect.
weird. How do you do that?
Yeah.
Oh.
It will let you.
And what's it say now?
Well, I guess I thought I was all connected. I don't know what happened. That's the first time I've ever seen it do that.
That's
but
a new thing.
I'm signed
Yeah.
in to my,
Yeah.
but it's okay. I'll just click it off.
Good choice of which account to connect with or something.
Yeah, I think they were trying to set it up
yeah.
so you could stream
Alright,
to multiple.
Right.
Well,
That's about the
Oh, did
same
you
time
click
that
on
popped
that,
up.
Rumpus, if we could
Oh, I got you.
co-stream
Like
without
if you
paying for an
wanted to-
account?
You know, Charlotte, we talked about that, and I forgot about it. And
It's
never did
okay.
look
Don't worry
into
about
it.
it. Don't worry about it.
you-
I'll
We
be
need
right
to
back.
ask.
Ryan.
We need to
I need to
ask
run.
the people you were with last night how they do it.
Oh, yeah. I'll be right back. I'm going to go run to the ladies' room.
All right, enjoy.
Thank you.
So yeah, Marcel, you've been a
Thanks for
little
the
little
heads up.
scarce this
All
summer.
right, so I'm just waiting. I don't know what.
You're waiting.
We've just been. I don't know. It's been like. Yeah, I'm waiting for it to. Okay, I'm connected now to the chat. Well, I'm going to say hi.
Cool.
Hello. I don't know. That was very weird.
Well, I
So
think
let's
I
see
think
if
they
it helps if there-
implemented
my
that.
Connection
So
seems to be going really slow, but my kids are all plugged in.
that's what it is. But
Yeah.
I think they implemented that so if you're streaming to Facebook and YouTube at the same time, you've got it doesn't quite allow you to mix the chats, I don't think. I think you have to pick one. I think.
Oh, yeah. Well,
I'm
you know,
not a
I've seen
StreamYard
it
expert.
like when Tom and all those guys go live. Like I either have to be in one chat or another.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
on one channel or another. But then they're all live. I can pick and choose.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, I don't know. This summer's just been weird. Like we're here, but we've just felt busy. But
Yeah.
it doesn't really feel like we're doing much. But we're just busy. You know.
Mhm.
Yep. It's been a weird summer.
Oh, watch out.
I almost
Been a
killed
very
myself
weird
in the
summer.
bathroom.
I'm so glad you did not.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
was walking. Thank you. I am too.
We'd have been
I was
waiting a long
walking in
time.
there really, because I'm always going fast. Everywhere I walk fast. And my
Mhm.
prop, apparently the transition strip between the hallway and the bathroom is loose. And I caught it and tripped and almost knocked over the entire shelf in the bathroom.
Oh my
I'm
gosh.
surprised I didn't holler.
Yeah.
I'm just a ding-a-ling. But, when I was younger, I was never very klutzy. But now that I'm old, good God, it's ridiculous.
Yeah.
The older I get, the klutzier I get.
Yeah.
But it is what it is.
I'll be right back. Two of my cats are trying to kill each other. I'll be right back. I'm gonna go break up a fight.
Okay. I'm gonna click off.
Are you heading out, DJ?
Yeah.
All right, dear. Thanks for coming up. I'll take care of. Okay.
Good talking to you, DJ.
Take care, DJ.
I'm glad you
Wow,
got
that's a
here.
big cat.
All right, bye, guys.
This Francis.
Bye, honey.
He's
It's a
crazy.
damn mountain lion.
It is.
He's
Look at him.
got like three. Well, he's got like three personalities.
Yeah.
Oh,
Sweet
wow.
Francis, chilling Francis, and murderous Francis.
Murderous Rampage Francis.
I'm putting to bed. We got the Jack the Ripper Francis.
I'm so surprised. My little baby cat, Ivy, the gray one.
Yeah.
I love her so much, but she hates my guts. And it's such a shock to me because, Julesy was great too. And
Uh-huh.
he was my soulmate and he loved me. And every time I pick this little one up, she looks at me like she's going to kill me and she's taken my soul.
Well, she just doesn't like to be manhandled or
She
what?
does not. She does not want to be picked up. She does. Now she'll come to you when she wants attention,
Yeah.
but she don't like to be touched.
Well, this one here won't leave my side.
Well, that's the way Birdie is, the little calico.
Yeah.
Yeah, she loves me to pick her up, and she likes all the cuddles and everything. But this little Ivy, she does not tolerate no nonsense at all.
Well, I think this one here
I had a
realized it
cat
hit
like
the
that
lottery
once.
and she's grateful.
Yeah, she probably is. What'd you say, Marcel?
And so I had a cat like that once. Her name was Marie.
Marie.
And when I was first starting school, I had no pets. And then my sister adopted this adorable, I've got the crazy hair going right now, this adorable white kitten. And found out her soon-to-be husband was like deathly allergic to cats and he could not tolerate this cat. And so she literally called me and says, "You don't have any pets. You have to take this cat." I was like, "Excuse me, I'm sorry. I don't think so." So anyway, I came home and I ended up taking the cat. It's a little white cat, very adorable, meanest cat ever. Like so pretty to look at. She was gorgeous. She was solid white, medium hair, had these light like spring green eyes. She was so pretty, but she was crazy. Like she would be fine. She'd come sit in your lap. She would love on you. And then she would like claws out, like attack you. I was like, "You are so mean."
Yeah.
And I had that cat for 15 damn years. And anyway, we had a love-hate relationship. And she finally got real sick. And she was going to, go on her own. She had to be put down, at the end. She wasn't going to last much longer.
Right.
But I have her. She's in the closet still. Marie is still with me. And I named her Marie because she reminded me of the kitten from the Aristocats.
Oh yeah.
She was just, but she was so mean. That's what everybody said. That cat's crazy. I said, I know. I got the saddle with her. But
well, Birdie is just the opposite of her baby sister because she's a love muffin, but Ivy is nuts. But now I will say this: when I'm sleeping at night, Ivy will crawl up to the top of my pillow and sleep right here at my head.
No.
And she will go in Murphy's room, and he's got a half loft bed. Basically, we got the bed, and then we put the dresser underneath it so he could save space in his bedroom. And that cat will climb up onto his bed and sleep on his bed too. But she won't have nothing to do with nobody else. And she don't want to be petted. She don't want to be picked up. Nothing. And that's weird for me. But she's so, when she's laying around the house or, relaxing, whatever they do, she looks so regal. She back so straight and her head's up and she's like, yeah, I'm it. and I tell her all the time, you are too pretty to have such a bad attitude.
Yeah. I just remember people coming over to my apartment and they'd see Marie. Oh my God, that cat's gorgeous. And they'd be like, oh, no, you don't want it. No. And then they're already walking over there to like pet her. And she's like, like ready to attack. I was like, I told you she's mean. Just look at her. Don't touch her.
She's for display only.
For real. I'll never forget
Smokey will lay on my chest all night long.
Wow.
Like I said, I've been sleeping in the recliner.
Yeah.
And I give her a little snack before we go to bed, and then she'll hop up on my chest and lay there. She'll be there the next morning.
Wow. See, I need a kitty cat like that. Of course,
if I was to lean back in my chair for any length of time at all tonight, she'd be up.
She'd crawl up there.
Yeah.
See, all the kitty cats we have now. We have Gypsy, who's been with us. I just showed you. He likes to scrap a little bit, with the other boys. They try to wrestle, and then sometimes they get a little too mean and they hurt each other. That's what was happening. But he comes up to us and he stands up on his hind legs and he wants. I have pictures. I'll post them on Facebook of everybody carries him around like a baby. Like he likes to be carried like an infant.
Oh,
it's like his thing. Evan loves Francis. He just loves him because Francis does that thing where he stands up on his hind legs and he lets Evan pick him up. And so the minute Evan gets home, Francis is waiting for him. Evan will drop his lunch bag. He'll drop everything and be like, all right, come on. And Francis goes and jumps in his arms. It just makes his day. He fusses about all the other cats, but not Francis. So what's been going on, Grumpus?
Well, it's like I told Charlotte earlier, just been busy at work. We've had so much rain. Well, you've probably gotten the rain too. We've had so much rain this month that we've missed. I think we've missed probably a good 6-7 days at work, just due to flood, to water inside the shop and things like that. In fact, we didn't work Friday because I had about 3-4 inches of water in the shop. So I let them work today because the water finally receded where they could work. But business has been slow, but we have just been assholes and elbows trying to keep up because we're just missing too many days.
Well,
and we'll do all this stuff and get caught up, and then we won't have any orders.
I had a Facebook memory pop up of Emery and I, we were recording some hummingbirds out by our feeder, and it was amazing. The same time last year, like you could see the property in the distance, brown, dead, crispy, like it
Yeah.
was just so dead, like it totally. And right now, like it's already Evan mowed all of it a week and a half ago, and it's all
Yeah.
completely overgrown again. But
Oh,
it's
my.
so nice. Like everything's lush and green, just like springtime. It's quite the difference.
Yeah. Now you mentioned hummingbirds. Now you go down to Rockport, don't you? Isn't there Hummingbird
Yeah, we
Festival
love
coming up?
Rockport. That I'm not sure about. Most likely, I don't know.
I can't remember. Is it
I'll have to look.
Is it August or September?
I've never made that one. We used to go to their shrimp fest
Yeah.
or oyster fest. We used to do that one. I know that. I think that one is in. That's in the spring. I think.
It's September 19th
September 19th this
Mhm.
year.
through the
Hummingbird?
22nd.
See
hmm
the wife and I went down there to the Hummingbird Festival before COVID hit. So we've only gone once.
Yeah.
But they have
What sort of activities do they do?
well, they've got kind of an expo type thing. We we went to some building, a group of buildings, and they had people speaking and things for sale, and that type of a deal. And then they also had, you could buy a ticket and tour people's yards and watch the hummingbirds. I mean, some of them would have
wow.
just thousands of hummingbirds. This one lady, she had over 100 feeders out.
Oh, my.
Wow.
And we hit a few of those. We were kind of short on time. We hit a couple of those.
Mhm.
So if we go back down again, I'll probably just do the tour.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, they give you a map. You get in your car and you just drive around, and the people just open their yards, for the day.
That's
Right.
cool.
And it's a lot. It's very interesting to see. I mean, we see one or two hummingbirds here at the house. We go nuts because we got to see them.
hmm
And
Yeah.
you go down there, and they're like swarms of mosquitoes everywhere.
Oh, wow.
See, we
And,
haven't. My feeder fell down at some point, and it's metal and glass, and the top of it got bent, so I could
Yeah.
no longer screw one top of it on. I've got some serious crazy hair going on here, but I bought another one just last week, and then I went to go hang it up, and then for some reason Evan took the hook down where it was. No clue. No, I don't know why. And so I still have it inside, but it's in the refrigerator now, because so we'll have to figure that out.
Yeah, we usually have 2 or 3 of them hung around the backyard.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I only have one,
We,
and I would like to get more. I just haven't made it a priority.
Well, they get so territorial.
Yeah.
But if you've got 2 or 3 up, like around the corners of the greenhouse, I got one on the arbor
hmm
and another one on the end of the greenhouse eave.
hmm
But you can't see each feeder from there. They're not in a line of sight of each other.
I see.
And that way, if they do chase one of them off, it'll go to a different feeder. So we can keep them in the yard longer and watch them a little bit that way.
Right.
But they're a lot of
Right.
fun to
I'll be-
watch. I mean, it's kind of a pain in the ass changing the feeders all the time.
Yeah.
They kind of go sour about every 3-4 days.
That's right. Yeah.
But I enjoy watching them.
I do too.
I
got a
don't.
picture.
It doesn't take that long to rinse that stuff out and
No.
refill it.
I've got a picture of my brother he's doing this, and there's a little hummingbird on his finger.
Yeah.
And I'm like, what are you, the bird whisperer?
Well, they-
It's a nice picture though. I kept it for years because I liked it.
I'll be right back. Oh, gosh.
Woo!
Let's see if I can remember how to. Okay.
So happy
Stop
that I
here.
can light at the end of the tunnel, Grumpus.
On your crocheting?
No, on raising these kids.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I mean, for years, people thought I hated kids, and I said, no, I love everybody else's.
Right.
I love
And I
being
love
an
my
uncle.
own.
I love being an uncle,
Right.
but, I don't feel like I missed a thing. I think I made the right choice.
The more kids, toys you get.
Well, that's it. I said for years, if I ever got to the point where I was ready to share my toys, then I guess I'd be ready for kids.
Mm-hmm.
But, I'd rather buy, webcams than school books and shoes.
Right. Right. In fact, we have to go tomorrow to get Murphy some new tennis shoes for school. And I'm dreading it because everybody else and their mother's going to be out there last minute shopping, just like me.
I make no apologies for being that selfish.
Well, I think
to me, it would have been selfish to have kids and not want them.
Well, and that's true too. Yeah. Yeah.
And I'm sure it'd been different if I'd had kids. I think I'd have been a good dad, but
sure,
I didn't want it.
Yeah. Well, and some people just don't.
There's 5 kids in my family. I mean, I know what goes on.
Right.
I know all the drama behind the scenes and all that kind of stuff, and that's
all drama. It is all drama.
I didn't feel like that's something I really could get behind on purpose.
Right. If I had waited to have children till I got out of my 20s, I probably would not have had any. But I was just so young and stupid in my 20s. I thought that's just what you were supposed to do.
Well, same way when I grew up. I mean, that's what you did. You got out of high school. You married your high school sweetheart. Had a mess of kids. Got a job and had a mess of kids. That's just that's what was expected.
But I told you about the divorce and the child support and the all of that stuff.
Well, I mean, people looked at me like there was something wrong with me for years, and I said, no, this is by choice.
Right.
Having a mess of kids don't make you a dad.
No, it doesn't.
And that's not a role I was looking forward to, because with 5 kids, we had everything we needed, far, far away from having everything we wanted.
Right.
And after I get out on my own, it's time for me to buy the toys I could never have.
Right.
Even and I got jobs and I worked hard so I could.
Right. Well, and I tell Wesley sometimes, did you ever think that maybe if we hadn't had these last 2 kids, where we now? What could we be doing? A lot. We could have been. There's so much, but I don't regret having them.
No. But they are expensive.
But they are expensive, and they are a ball and chain, so to speak.
And
it's nice.
I told Vicky here a while back. She said, "Well, don't you ever really, wonder what if?" And I said, "Nope." I said, "I found you, and you had adult children, and I went through all of it in accelerated pace. I got the disrespect, I got the dependency, I got the dependency, and all the bullshit that I thought I was going to avoid. I got all that in about a 10-year period." So I didn't miss anything after all.
No, you didn't, did you?
My sister, my oldest sister, is going through it a little bit with one of her girls. Her girls, my nieces are grown, and one has 3 girls. One niece has 3 girls, a girl and then a set of twins, identical twins. And then her other daughter has a little boy who's 5, a little girl who's 3, and then don't know why, but they decided to have a 3rd one. And it's my older niece, she is fairly independent. Like she doesn't really depend on my sister a lot. Like she doesn't call her and say, "Hey, I'm going to the grocery store. Can I drop the kids off for a little bit?" She doesn't tend to do that as much as the other one does. The one that's expecting now, she's really spoiled with my sister, and she will literally call her and drop the kids off every chance she gets. And my
Stop you
sister gets
triggering me.
overwhelmed. My sister still works full time.
Wow.
Yeah, and so it's just a lot. And I don't know. I don't want to assume anything. And I know my niece, I'm sure nobody's watching that knows me here, but it's hard. I watch my sister go through a lot. She loves her grandkids, but she gets overwhelmed, and she doesn't want to say anything because she doesn't want to upset my niece, who has a bad temper.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Y'all, I can't imagine if I had had daughters. I would have been horrible. I'm so possessive, and I would be so protective. I mean, they'd end up running away from home.
Yeah. Yeah.
I just,
yeah.
I don't think I could handle it. Well, I don't think I can handle it very well.
I don't know.
It's just
This last daughter of mine has been really, well, both of these two kids, the tail end of this bunch, have been the easiest children I've ever raised. Truly. They both, hey, Dwayne, how are you this evening? Thanks for coming in. They both have pretty good heads on their shoulders. But, I started talking to them when they were little, probably 10 years old, and telling them, look, there's going to be times when I tell you no. And that's me being a brick wall between you and ruining your life. And you're going to get mad at me. But my answer is not going to change because you're mad. So we had those conversations. And then when the no's started coming, they weren't surprised. And I would say to them, okay, what's my job? And they always say back to me, to keep me safe. And I'll tell them, I take that job serious, and that's what I'm doing right now.
Yep.
And it's been really easy. Neither one of them are very argumentative at all. They're not disrespectful. They're just really good kids, really. And I'm happy for that because I really thought one of them, when we decided to have this third family, I thought, oh God, one of them's going to end up putting me in my grave. I just know it, because there's no way I could get that lucky. And I did. And I'm really grateful for that. Truly. Now, of course, we're not finished. There's always that caveat.
Yeah.
We're not finished.
Still a work in progress.
Mm-hmm. But Violet in particular, she's been a really good kid. I mean, she's done a couple of stupid things. But other than that, she's got a pretty good head on her shoulders.
Yeah. Mine too. Mine have pretty good heads on their shoulders. There's been a few incidents with the older one, as he navigates young adulthood. But
Well, my unborn daughter should be eternally grateful.
Yes, she should. They do grow up fast, Dwayne. They grow up so fast. And
I still can't believe this next birthday that Jared will be 18.
Wow.
I can't believe.
And when is that?
February.
February.
Yeah, that's really hard to believe.
He'll be voting and everything, won't he?
He will. And then I was reading somewhere, I don't even remember where I saw it, that with all the nonsense going on in the world, that they were talking about, if we ended up getting ourselves into a conflict, which I hope does not happen because they're not technically our conflicts, but
right.
that they were going to reinstitute the draft. And I said, I will sell everything we have here and move to damn Canada.
You'll be both.
I'm not. Yeah.
And neither one of my kids, the government's not getting my kids. Period.
Yeah. I will be gone. And I told Evan that, even though he's military himself, he's on the tail end. Evan's got 2 more years and he's out.
Oh, good.
Yeah. Well,
That'll be
he's
the
get-
happiest day of your life, girl.
Well, he's gonna. We just need to occupy some of that time because
Right.
he will be in harm's way here.
Yeah.
He's going to go through one promotion. He's got one more promotion that he just found out they're going to give him. He's a master sergeant now, but they're going to promote him to senior master.
Oh, good.
And,
Nice.
I'm very proud of him. And but with that comes another, and what will be his final 2-year commitment.
Right. Right.
And
That's a
and I told him,
E9.
I said, I know. I believe so.
Yeah,
I'm
that's
not
great.
sure.
Woo, the retirement check's gonna look good, girl.
So he went
Yeah.
in. He went in when he was pretty young, didn't he?
He did. He went in. He was very young. When he retires, I want to say he will be. And I might be wrong. He maybe 24 years.
24 years in.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
I mean, he's got time to
And
come out
he-
and find something fun to do to make a living.
That's right.
I mean, he got time to
Oh,
have
well,
a whole
he-
nother
he's
career
right.
if he wanted to.
Well, he does this right now. He is in the guard. He's finishing up in the guard. He's not active duty anymore.
Oh, okay.
But his particular unit, for a while there, they were getting activated a lot, and so
So he'd go active on a temporary basis.
all these deployments that he's gone on since I've known y'all have been through the guard.
I see.
But lately, it's kind of slowed down. He works full time here at an Air Force base. He's in charge of. He's a supervisor over maintenance over some training jets.
Okay.
That he's very well acquainted with. He's worked on for many years, and
Mhm.
he's excited. He's about to change jobs, and he is going from working as a direct supervisor over some mechanics, and he's like, I forget it. He told me like the name of his exact position, but he's the supervisor, the big head honcho over a group of 3 or 4 supervisors that supervises mechanics. And so he oversees this particular thing. Anyway, he hates it. And he's done it for years because it's not the planes, but it's a lot of baby mama drama, people calling in sick, dealing with all that nonsense, arguments between employees. He's the one that takes the employees to the hospital if they get hurt. And it's just years of that has worn on him. And so anyway, long story short, he got hired in a different section, and now he's going to quality assurance with the same plane. And it might be Evan's dream job because
good.
it's him and the airplane and a checklist and telling people what they did wrong.
Right.
And then he just goes back to his office and types a report, and he doesn't have to deal with baby mama drama and all that stuff. And he's worried that he's going to be bored to tears because he's so overstimulated all the time. But I said, I think you'll be fine.
Well, maybe it'll teach him how to relax a little bit.
Yeah.
Oh, geez. Yeah, he's super high strung. He's a very high strung person.
Yeah. Wesley had a job like that when he was in the Navy, when they had him on limited duty. They put him in charge. They put him in charge of it was like a gee-dunk, like a convenience store inside the hangar, right?
Yeah.
And they just gave him that job to give him something to do while he was preparing for a hip replacement and the recovery. And he was also the treasurer of the squadron, or that particular hangar. So he had to organize the Christmas party, take care of all the monies that come in and out, and that kind of stuff, pay all the bills, that kind of stuff. So problem was he was in charge of about 12 females.
Oh my God.
Oh shoot! Oh my God!
Pregnant ones.
That just triggered me.
Oh my
Pregnant
goodness.
ones.
I would.
Because that's where they would send all the
Yeah.
pregnant females to that were on light duty because of their pregnancies.
Yeah.
I can't tell you how many times a female would call my house at 5:30 in the morning to ask me, did she have to go to work that day? Well, what happened? She was calling to ask Wesley, and they'd say, "Can I speak to Petty Officer?" So I'm like, he's in the shower. This is his wife. Can I tell him? Give him a message? Well, I just wanted to know if I had to go to work today. One morning, I said, "What the hell do you mean? Do you have to get? Did you have to go to work yesterday? Did you have to go to work last week? You probably have to go to work today." Apparently,
Jeez.
I made her cry, and he got in trouble from one of
Oh,
his
my-
superiors because his wife made this little girl cry
Oh,
for
damn.
answering her question.
Can you imagine the mood swings?
Oh my God! Oh my God! We went from a floor job to a desk job. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm having a hard time seeing. And all of a sudden, there was no fires to put out every 5 minutes. Yeah, what do you do with yourself? Yeah. Isn't that
I'm
interesting?
telling you that. Well, when Evan takes this new job, right now he carries 2 cell phones. He carries around his personal cell phone and then the work cell phone. He also
Right.
has a little, what we call his teeny tiny little command center. He's set up in our 4th bedroom here. It's just a little pop-up table and his laptop and 2 screens from work. And when he starts this new position, the other cell phone and this little command center all goes back. And I said, "So what are you going to do with yourself?"
Right?
You're not, but it will be good. He's so overwhelmed all the time. And he comes home from work, eats dinner, and goes right back in there and does more work.
Oh, wow.
So do you think having that much property would give him enough stuff to do when he gets out to keep him from getting bored? Is he looking forward to that, or?
Oh, I think he will. Once he kind of unravels a little bit and settles into it, I think
Yeah.
he will. Right now, I mean, we're very happy with what we have. Like, we feel super blessed to have what we have. Even though we did all this so recently, at this point in the current state of things, what we have right now, it would be completely, property value wise, it would be completely, totally out of our reach financially
Yeah.
to try to do this now, even just 5 years later.
Yeah.
Right.
And, but I think I think he'll love it. I think he'll have, time to get out there. He can actually enjoy it and not have it as something else to deal with on his plate.
Yeah. Well, it sounds like he's a smart guy. He set himself up pretty good financially to
Yeah.
be able to get out and have an income. And if he wanted to do something different, he's got time to pick and choose.
Yeah.
Or he could just stay home.
He's done very well. He keeps saying he wants to retire at 55, and I said, "You're not allowed to retire at 55."
You can retire at 65 like
Yeah.
everybody else does.
Yeah, he is just too high wired. He needs to do something.
He's one of them guys
Besides
has to have a purpose.
Mhm.
He is a and I've said it again, and I authentically mean it. He is a genuine textbook case workaholic. And he's a very type A personality. He has to, you're right. That's exactly, he has to have a purpose. He has to have something to do. There's no way. He and I work from home, with the blog and the YouTube channel and managing the kids and managing the house. And he will be all up in my business. Hey, you missed a spot, all this stuff, all this. And no, oh no. Mm-mm. So what's on your schedule today? I don't know, but you go worry about your schedule.
Oh, yeah.
Whatever I want to be on my schedule is on my schedule.
We would come home and say, "Oh, you missed a spot."
Yeah,
Good
he'll
Lord.
do that. Evan is definitely, he doesn't mean to be that way, but he is that way. And like the other day before, he's in Fort Worth now. But like he was getting ready to leave on Friday. and everybody just waking up. He took the day off on Friday, and he's in the morning, and the toaster was like over here. Everybody had a cup of coffee, and we were walking around, and he's like this, that, the other, totally different conversation. He stopped everything he was doing, and he goes, "Do you see that?" And I said, "See what?" And he was like, "That spot on the wall." And I said, "Where?" And he was like, "Right there." He's like, "Did something splash?" And I said, "I don't know." God,
Well, but that's his job is to find the smallest details.
Right.
And it's hard
Yeah,
to
it's
turn
gonna
that
get-
off. I know sometimes I'll come
He's
home
gonna get home.
and I'll be maybe in a mood or something like that, and my wife will remind me, say, I'm not your employee. You're not at work right now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
And I
want
said, okay, well, I didn't realize I was
uh,
doing that, but I guess you're right.
Yeah. I want to answer Dwayne's question real quick. He said, "I thought I heard that conscription stopped in the U.S. at one point. I'm not sure when. Will a new administration reinstate it?" And
No, the
what I
current-
wanted to
the
say is the draft, I don't know when the draft was. It hasn't stopped. You still have to, as a male over the age of 18, you still have to register.
Right.
But there is no actual draft anymore.
I
You
don't think there's
get,
been any drafts since Vietnam.
yeah, I think around Vietnam.
Yeah.
But if the new administration won't reinstate that unless we get in a situation where I'm talking a WW2 situation, like we need everybody kind of thing.
Right.
Because our military is streamlined and what do you call it? When there's enough people, what do you call that?
Saturated.
Saturated enough that we can take care of business without pulling in the general public, if that makes sense. What do y'all think?
Yeah.
Y'all agree?
I don't think
watching-
they'd reinstate the draft unless we were at war.
Exactly. Well, even during the Desert Storm and the
Yeah, that's true. They
Iraq,
had
they
enough.
didn't. Now they would pull people from other services to do out of
France.
out of the normal jobs. Like my son-in-law went to Afghanistan in the Navy, but they made him a security force in Afghanistan, and he traipsed around with the Marines, busting in doors and
Yeah.
doing that. And that wasn't anything related to the job that he did in the Navy.
Yeah.
But they called it individual augmentation. And when your number came up, you would have to go and serve a certain amount of time over in Afghanistan or what was the other one? Iraq? Iraq. Gosh, has it been that long? I've forgotten.
It's been a long time.
It has. And
I'll be back.
but now
somebody let Francis out of prison.
Poppy got signed up for that. His number got called, and he went down there to the physical with his medical record that was this thick, two binders this thick. And he laid it down in front of the lady, and she looked at him and she goes, "What are you doing here?" He said, "Well, my supervisor told me I had to be here, so I came." She said, "Get out of here. You're not going to Iraq or Afghanistan." Well, then after he had his hip replacement and he found out that he was going to be retired early, he begged them to go to Afghanistan, begged, and they would not take him because he was recovering from having a hip replacement.
Yeah.
Plus, he was what they designated as non-deployable. And that's why they eventually retired him out, not just because of the hip replacement. That was the final straw. But because he took those kind of medications that I can't think tonight. They stop your immune system from attacking itself
Okay.
by like Humira, that kind of stuff. He took that. And on aircraft carriers and submarines, there's not enough space to be able to bring along that kind of specific medication. They got Tylenol, they've got Motrin. I'm sure they got some IVs, in case somebody needs it.
Right.
But they don't
Right.
have a huge medical facility and pharmacy on these vessels. So he couldn't go because, number one, he couldn't go to Afghanistan. It's 1,000 degrees there. And that medication has to be refrigerated. Well, you can't refrigerate something if you're in a foxhole in the middle of the desert.
Right.
You know, so there were other reasons, but those were the main two reasons that he was retired early. And he still hates it. He would go back tomorrow if they let him. Really, he loved his job, and he's very, very proud that he was able to do it. I kind of feel bad for him sometimes because he kind of pines for it a little bit, you know.
Yeah.
Don't get him in a room with a bunch of ex-military.
I was watching Candace Owens, and
Yeah.
she had said something about that. This was a while back, that they had talked about if war happened or if they were going to, you know, get so involved in all the world conflicts that they were sending people, that they had talked about the possibility of that.
Really?
Yeah. And I just have to say, when my heart just sank, I was like,
It's a scary thing
Yeah.
because I'm not sending mine.
Yeah. It's not my son's thing. Like Evans, that's his thing. It was his thing. It was his choice. My son, it's not his. It's not his thing.
I think that Murphy would go in the military if they'll have him. He loves airplanes. He knows everything about every bomber, every fighter jet, what kind of engines are on them, you name it. He knows that stuff.
Didn't you say he wanted to be a pilot?
He wanted to be. He's not going to be.
Oh.
But yeah, he did. He wanted to. But his vision's not good enough to be a pilot. And also, he has migraine headaches. So unless and until they can control that, he probably will not be in the military. You know, one of the things on, I'm sorry, I'm walking around making some tea. So if I'm making y'all dizzy, I apologize. One of the things that Wesley is, you know, when you get out of the military, you go to the VA and they rate your disabilities. Well, the condition that he has that caused his joint problems is rated at 20%. That's it. It's a crippling arthritis. It's rated at 20%. The hip replacement, because he lost a joint while in the service and it was service aggravated injury or condition, it's rated at 30%. His migraines are rated at 10%. So it's one of the things that the VA will treat because it was a, quote, service aggravated condition. I'm not sure if that's true or not, but that's what they called it. So I'm not unhappy with that. And then he has some other conditions and they will rate everything. Like if you have some hearing loss, they'll rate that. If you have, he broke both of his or both of his wrists on his first submarine, and they rated that. They rated it 0%. But here's the thing: if they acknowledge that it happened while you were in the military and give it a 0%, if for any reason it ever acts up and needs attention, the VA will cover that expense for that injury. So
Evans got hearing loss from he was over in the Middle
East.
My
son-in-law even gets a little tiny retirement or VA benefit because he just has PTSD from being shot at and blown up and all that. He never got blown up, but you know, the whole shell shock thing. He does not go to movie theaters. He does not go to fireworks. He does not like being in public with a huge crowd.
I can't do huge crowds much either.
I don't like them myself, but his reason's a lot different than mine. So, you know. and he's a police officer. Can you believe that?
Wow.
Federal police officer. So he's a cop on the base over here where we live. A real cop, not a real cop.
That's awesome.
He used to be a cop
you
at
never
the VA hospital, and he hated it over there. So as soon as there was a position over here at this base down the street from us, he applied for it and got it. So he was real
that's
happy.
awesome.
Well, and they're about to promote him to captain. So he's real excited about that.
That's super cool. Yeah.
I think at that point he might be making as much as my daughter. I doubt it, but he might.
How's Violet doing? What's Violet majoring in?
Conservation.
What's it?
She's majoring in biology with a concentration in conservation. Say that.
I like it. Cool.
45 times. Because that way, when she graduates, she wants to get her master's degree in environmental something. And this biology degree will be the fastest track for her to do that.
Awesome.
So,
will that make her hireable when she gets out?
Yes.
Is that something people are looking for?
Yes, a lot. Rachel, my daughter, the social worker, one of her friends from high school lives down here. And all she does is go out and take soil samples every now and then. She has this same degree that Violet's after.
Okay.
And the same kind of job. She goes out and gets soil samples from different places and gets paid about $110,000 a year doing it.
Okay.
Wow.
So, and of course she does some testing on stuff and that kind of thing too. But
yeah.
But in fact, my brother's wife, their oldest daughter, has this same kind of job up in Maryland. And that lady makes bank. Now, she's been doing it a lot longer.
Yeah.
And she actually, believe this or not, she was in charge. Do you remember the bridge that collapsed up there recently?
In Baltimore? Yeah. One in Baltimore, yeah.
She was in charge of the employees that were doing some of the work on that barge on the road work. Okay. She was in charge of that. It's she was on the environmental side where she was supposed to be managing the work that they did so that it didn't damage the environment.
Okay.
That was her job, to make sure the environment didn't get littered or damaged by the construction workers. And some of those construction workers were her workers on that collapse. And I found that absolutely fascinating because she's a pretty girl too. God, she's a beautiful girl. She's young. She's probably, I had to guess, she's pushing 40. But she is a beautiful, beautiful woman. She's got 3 little girls, and they all look just like her, blonde, tall, and blue-eyed. You know. But, yeah, there seems to be a demand for that type of degree and employment.
That's good. I mean, so many of these kids are going in and coming out with degrees that are worthless.
I know. And that was one of the concerns I had about Violet getting a biology degree. I said, look, you can't just get a degree in biology without going and getting a master's degree afterwards. I said, so if you get a biology degree, it needs to be one that you can take to a job and say, hey, I can do this job.
Yeah.
It can't just be. And I talked to her about going in the medical field, maybe histology in the lab, doing, things where she was taking samples and looking under microscopes and stuff like that. And she said, no, she wasn't interested.
Usually what biology is like
right. And she wasn't interested in dealing with no people. She wants to deal with either the environment or animals or plants. And I said, well, plants is out because they don't pay for nothing. I said, so there's people that pay for animals, so you need to go the animal route. You know, make sure that that spotted owl out in freaking Colorado doesn't have its habitat taken away. There's a lot of people that'll fund that. A lot of people that'll fund that mess.
Ah, geez.
Okay. Well, you know, while she was in high school, her dream job was to be a mycologist. You know what that is?
I have no idea.
It is a person who
Nope.
studies mushrooms, fungi. Let me tell you what, this little girl can tell you, she can look at any mushroom in the yard and tell you what kind it is, if you can eat it or not, what properties it has, she can tell you anything you want to know about it. It's pretty amazing, actually. She did all that during COVID too. When she was teaching herself
Wow.
Norwegian,
Yeah.
she was
yeah.
teaching herself mycology too. And she liked it because all the mushrooms were really pretty. But that's what she said. And she's actually been extremely interested in that ever since. And but I told her, I said, honey, there probably ain't but about 6 mycologists in the entire world, and they usually live up in Antarctica or down, you know, I mean, what,
They're all poor.
and they're probably
I don't
old.
know how many mushrooms grow in Antarctica.
Well, that's true too. But you know what I mean? They live in these remote places where, you know, in the Brazilian freaking rainforest. And I'm like, you can't do that job. I don't even know where you could get a job doing something like that. It's crazy.
Well, not legal.
What, right.
That's so funny.
But she her room is covered in pictures of mushrooms, all different shapes and sizes, and some of these mushrooms are absolutely beautiful. Just blue ones and green ones, and they're shiny. They're not crazy. But anyhow, and I never knew that until I was this old because of her, because she likes them. But anyhow, so
Wouldn't be
she
bad
also,
to have a good mushroom contact in the family.
that is true. That is true.
Yes.
I don't know any. I've never done any of that kind of foolishness,
I
but
haven't either, but
if I ever needed it, I know where to go.
if I knew somebody, it might have been different.
Right. Yes, Dwayne knew what it was. That's funny. But wait a minute. He said his grandfather was in World War I, and that was Europe. He had hearing. Oh, okay. I'm just catching up. Like an Allman Brothers Band logo. It's a mushroom. She also
one of the
liked.
coolest. Oh,
Go ahead.
oh no! I was just gonna say one of the coolest experiences I ever had
Mhm.
was a long time ago when I lived in Sweden with my first husband. His family, his sister had a cabin
Mhm.
out close to a lake, and you know they all lived in Stockholm. But then they
Right.
had their little. You know, one family member had a house by the beach, and another family member had this cabin. And we went out there, and it was probably only 1 or 2 times I went out there, but it was in the fall, and we were making dinner, and then we all went out walking, and they were foraging for mushrooms out in the forest.
Oh, wow.
And so they plucked the mushrooms. Yeah, they knew exactly what they were, and they were plucking the chanterelle mushrooms,
yeah.
and they were like all over. They knew, and then they brought them back and cleaned them up and cooked them with steak, for dinner. And we had wine. They were playing ABBA, and they loved their ABBA.
It's
over
on
there.
me.
And we were in a cabin by a lake in Sweden, and we had picked our own mushrooms for dinner. It was honestly one of the
Movie.
coolest
Had your
experiences.
bell bottoms on.
Yeah.
Right? And your tie-dye t-shirts and
Yeah, not exactly, but yeah, I still love ABBA.
that's pretty amazing though. Thing that she really likes to think about studying or being involved in is, you're not going to believe this, mollusks, like octopi.
Oh, I thought you meant like the haircut.
No, she's extremely interested in octopi and marine life, but only the mollusk type.
Okay.
And she's very specific, you think? So, but I told her, I said, look, I'm not paying for a mollusk degree. Because there ain't but about 6 of them, too. You know?
Jacques Cousteau don't have no openings.
Exactly. So I told her, I said, you're going to have to do something that when you get out of school, you can get a job and pay your bills. Period.
Yep.
I will not settle for anything less. So that's when she decided this conservation thing would be where the direction she goes with the degree. And because that way, because there's so many different avenues you can go in conservation.
Yeah.
And environmental science. And if she gets that master's degree in environmental, I forget the name of it exactly, but it has to do with the environment. And if she gets that degree, then she'll be able to go anywhere and do anything.
Well, that's good. That's good.
In that realm of science. So.
Well, Emery has developed a fascination with Japan.
Ooh.
And she's kind of always had a weird thing with Japan. Like even when she was a little girl, she talked about Japan. I don't know if we're getting like feedback from a past life or something. I don't know. But she's fascinated with Japan. And it was hysterical the other day. And she can't hear me. She just got the office door closed back there. She's on the game. But she came out the other day and she was literally talking to me. She was trying to speak in Japanese. And she was back there teaching herself Japanese. And she came out and she was like, Mom. I said, what? And she's like, blah, blah, blah. She like went off and said something and she was very proud of herself. And she said, do you know what I said? I said, no. And she was like, I said, I would like to go to Japan and see the cherry blossom trees. And I was like, it's going to be a while. But yeah.
Okay.
And, yeah.
I love that basically I'm trying to find the actual degree that she's after. There's a School of Biological, Environmental, and Earth Sciences. So, programs. Here we go.
Exactly, Dwayne. That girl's going to make me get on an airplane.
Hang on. Graduate.
Well, maybe she can bring me some nice koi back.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah.
All the good stuff's in Japan.
I've got a cousin that's living in Japan right now. Her husband is a lawyer, and he had the opportunity. They were living in Houston, and then he had this opportunity to take a contract job over there for a couple of years. And so they went and they moved their kids over there. Their kids are high school and middle school age, and they've been over there for about a year now. And they love it. Like they don't even want to come home. Like when his contract is over, he's already I think they're looking to stay. And she had a YouTube channel that she started, and then she just couldn't keep up with it. But the YouTube channel was Tiffany, the Tokyo Texan. And and she was talking about she made a few videos. I don't know if she still has it up, but she posted on Facebook maybe at the beginning of the year that she just was going to quit for a minute because she couldn't keep up with it. But she did post a few videos of their experience over there, their apartment, the trash, how they deal with trash over there. And she said that how they deal with trash over there makes her so embarrassed for how we deal with trash here in America, because they're so meticulous about how they deal with their trash and recycling, and they so serious. And over here, it's just, it's so different. But they love it. They love it over there.
Well, I'm reading here, and under the biological sciences, all of them, there's some graduate programs, and one of them is geology, one's geography, environmental sciences, biological sciences, which you don't need that, and medical laboratory science, which is which direction I think she should go. She's not interested. Then there's another one in conservation biology, and one in, get this, ecology, evolution, organismal biology. I think that sounds pretty fascinating.
What'd you call me?
Now that right? But there's a lot of stuff that she can do. And she said that she wants to get certified in GIS, Geographical Information System stuff. Basically, being able to read maps of geological maps and or maybe it has to do with GPS and GIS. What is GIS? Hang on. Let me, because I've forgotten. She explained all this to me, but I'm a ding-a-ling, so I don't retain information. GIS is a computer system that analyzes and displays geographically referenced. No, wait a minute. Okay, it captures, stores, analyzes, and displays data about locations on Earth. GIS can show different types of data, such as on a map, such as buildings, streets, vegetation, which helps people understand patterns and relationships in the environment and people and blah, blah, blah. Spatial data, attribute data, metadata, vector data, all this stuff. So she's real interested in that too. Those folks make a ton of money. But she's not really the analytical type. So I don't think that would interest her that much, really. She says she's going to get certified in it, so we'll see.
Wow. Well, my son does not want to go to college right now, and so he's going to get a Google certificate for computer. It's like what's it called? Oh gosh, like it's a computer engineering type thing, like an entry-level certificate.
Oh, cool.
And so he's going to go that route. It's going to cost a little money to do that, and we're going to see if we can segue any of Evan's GI Bill towards it.
Oh yeah.
But basically, if he goes through and gets this Google certificate for he wants to do UX design.
Okay.
It's basically where you learn to design websites for the user experience.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And so he's learning to code, learning to design websites with the user in mind. And anyway, like everybody's hiring for these positions, like, for the insurance companies, Chewy.com, Walmart.com, HEB, all the big companies, they're hiring for these positions all the time. And getting the certificate, it'd take him about a year to get it, and he would be eligible for an entry level position into any of those, into the realm of, yeah. And it costs, I believe it's going to cost like around $8,000 or $9,000. Well, that's cheaper than 4 years of college.
Sure. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And so I'm going to try it. He's certainly smart enough to do college if he wants to. But me being me and having gotten myself in so much debt and going through so many years of school for a career that I don't even do anymore.
Yeah.
I'm not going to make him go if he doesn't want to do it.
No, I wouldn't either.
College isn't for everyone.
My boy probably won't go to college, but I will insist that he goes at least to a trade school of some sort and learn a skill.
You've got to do something, exactly, something beyond.
I don't want him working in a restaurant,
There's about to be a serious shortage of plumbers, and the world's going to be a mess.
All of the skilled trades are hurting right now. Carpenters, plumbers, electricians, any skilled trades.
Yeah.
But you know what? Those guys make good money. Like, it's nothing to shake a stick at. They make good money. Yeah. I mean, good money.
We lost a building where I work. We had a metal building got destroyed, and it had power running to it.
Uh-huh.
So there was 3, they're good sized cables, but there was 3 wires running from my main cutoff in the main building back to that building. And all I wanted to do was disconnect so that when we were back there working, if the power came back on, they wouldn't be hot.
Right.
Electrician charged me $272 for 10 minutes worth of work.
Come out and shut off the cable.
Come out and disconnect 3 wires and put tape on the end of it. And if I had had the specialized tool to do it, I'd just done it myself, because
Sure.
we were without power at the shop at that time, so nothing was live.
Right.
I could have done it if I'd wanted to go spend $20 on a tool,
Yeah.
but they wanted to keep everything.
Legit.
Yeah, I guess. So,
License.
almost $300 for 10 minutes worth of work.
That's insane.
It was nuts. So electricians are making the big bucks. Plumbers are making big bucks.
I have a friend.
Framers have always been in demand in Houston.
Really?
Well, yeah, because the housing it slows down, but it never stopped.
That's true. That's true.
My younger brother used to work in insurance. He worked at USAA, and he was doing insurance adjusting. And he had all these certificates, and he went through all this training, and he was making really good money and all this stuff. But after I think 4 years doing that, he was practically a functioning alcoholic, and he was miserable. And and he couldn't handle it anymore. So he actually left, and he put himself through working little odd jobs here and there. He put himself through heating and air conditioning school.
Yeah.
And he loves what he does. He loves it. No day is ever the same.
Starts over again.
He's
That's what
using his
direction he would go.
Oh my gosh.
Those guys always be in
truly loves
demand.
it.
Mm-hmm. Especially in the South.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
he
And it ain't cheap
loves
for
what
them
he
to come out and visit your house.
Nope.
Ever. Ever.
Yeah, but it was life-changing mental health-wise for him,
Yeah, I bet.
But back in the day when I graduated in 71,
Right?
and I just went out right into the workforce.
Mhm.
I wasn't in a household we really pushed college.
Right.
It was skilled trades what was pushed in my house.
Right.
So I went right out in the workforce, and a lot of my school buddies, they all went to college, put their 4 years in, and a big part of them got back out. They had a hard time finding jobs.
Mhm.
In fact, I had a 4-year jump on them.
Yeah. Yeah, you had the experience and the
So and I always felt sorry for these poor daddies that dumped in tens of thousands of dollars to get their little girls educated for 4 years, and
yeah.
first thing you do is get out of college, marry a gas station attendant, and start having babies.
I would lose my
So,
ever-loving mind.
It's not just going because that's the thing to do. That doesn't make sense to me.
Yeah.
If there's an interest and a drive there for it, and a hunger for the education part of it, I think everybody should have an opportunity.
I do
But
too.
it's not for everybody.
No, it's not. I was not college material.
I
And
could
it's
not
not because
stand
I wasn't
school.
smart enough. It was because I didn't have the consistency and the drive to do it. I just never.
Charlotte, I was so stupid at the time. I turned down a scholarship
Yeah.
because I didn't want to go to school.
Yeah. Yeah.
And in hindsight, that's probably the single most stupid thing I've
That you've ever done.
But, it is what it is.
Yeah. Yeah. I just couldn't finish it. I could not finish it. I'd get bored. I'd get frustrated. I would, and all the years that I went to college off and on, I would take a couple classes a semester for 2 or 3 semesters, and then I'd quit.
Yeah.
And then I'd do it again. But I was having babies all in between that. Schedules would change. I couldn't get daycare. I couldn't,
I was told that I would have to learn a foreign language.
ugh.
And of all
Well,
the
there
other
are foreign
stuff,
languages.
that was the camel's. That's the straw that broke the camel's back. I was like, I ain't learning a foreign language. I live in America. My English has kept me in enough trouble all my life. I don't need another language. And I wanted to do illustrations and billboards and cereal boxes and stuff like that, and I was good at it. But
Right?
I don't need to learn a language to do that.
No.
So I told him, keep the scholarship, give it to somebody that wants it.
Yeah.
I think here they have to, depending on what, my daughter Rachel had to take 4 semesters of Spanish to graduate college. Actually 3, because she took 2 semesters in high school.
Yeah,
So
see, that's stupid to me.
yeah. But now we were looking at Violet's curriculum guide for this biology degree, and there's no foreign language involved at all. So, which
I mean,
wouldn't be a big deal for her.
if I was wanting to enter a field where I would go to Mexico or South America, you know, on a drilling platform or something like
Right,
that,
right.
then it made sense.
Well, and here's the thing, though, Grumpus.
But to sit at a desk and draw pictures.
They don't teach conversational Spanish in
No.
college. They teach grammar. They teach, memorization of the vocabulary, but they don't teach you how to put it all together. And they also teach literature. That was one of the things my daughter's like, why do I need Spanish lit?
I only have 2 employees that can speak English.
Really?
All the rest of them are El Salvador,
Uh-huh.
Ecuador, Mexico.
You do a fine job being their boss, don't you?
I get my point across without any problem.
Without a lick of Spanish.
And when they try to teach me Spanish, I let them know when I work in their country, I'll learn their language. Right now,
Yeah.
they're working in mine.
Just tell them, vamos. It means, let's go. Let's go.
And I think it just makes my boss shake in his boots when I say stuff like that. But what are they going to do? Get a lawyer?
Well, and not only that, Rumpus, but,
I
you're,
tell them
Yeah.
it's their job to understand me. It's not my job to understand them.
and that's true
If
too.
you can't follow it, if you can't understand enough to follow direction, then you're working in the wrong place.
Right. Well, and I'm sure the people that do speak English kind of translate for them, don't they?
Oh yeah. I usually have one with me every time I need to talk to somebody else.
Right, right. In Canada, it's French. That's the other language that is. Yeah, my daughter took French too. Violet took French in high school, but she despised it. And I don't know if it was because it was the language or the teacher. Because I know she did not care for her teacher at all.
Charlotte, it took me 9 semesters to get through the required 6 so I could graduate high school. And that was English.
Oh my God.
And it's not that I didn't know, it was just boring. I just
Well,
was a knuckle.
yeah.
I'm just a knucklehead.
Yeah, yeah. I know how to put a period at the end of a sentence
I gave up several summers
just to be able to graduate.
just to try to keep even.
Oh my gosh. My son doesn't do very well in English either, and that is the same thing. He's like, Mom, this stuff is so boring to me.
And I knew the stuff.
Yeah.
It's not that
he
I was
does too.
stupid.
Mhm.
I was just a bonehead folding my arms. I don't need this.
Right.
If I can't go in and ask for a job with the English I have, it
Then I'm just a moron. I need to stay at my
just
parents'
did
house.
not make sense.
And
back then, that's the way I looked at everything. How's this going to get me a job? It didn't
Yeah.
look like it was going to get me a job. It was worthless, time wasted.
yeah, I get that. My father, when him and my mother got married, I was born like 3 months later, and my dad went to work in a glass factory, Anchor and Hocking, and he worked there for about a year, and then he ended up. His brothers were all insulators for the union,
Okay.
and so he ended up being in the asbestos workers union, and he did that most of his life. He probably spent 30 years in the asbestos local in Jacksonville, Florida. And he got tired of working outside all the time. So he decided to run for business agent. So he was the business agent of the local for 8 years. And then he was president of the local for another 8 years. And he really enjoyed that a lot.
Okay.
And I know a lot of people are anti-union anymore, but I'm telling you what, he told me a long time ago, he said, if there weren't greedy people, there wouldn't have to be any unions.
Well, I agree with that. And I think there
And greedy people are never going away.
a union generally looks very good on paper,
Mm-hmm.
but it's only as strong as the local.
Right. That and that
you
is
get
true.
you get a bunch of selfish
That was me.
numbskulls in
Yahoos.
there.
Mhm.
They can ruin it for everybody.
Well, and that's what happened eventually. That local has since my dad left it, what do you call it? Liquidated.
Yes.
They don't exist anymore. And I think that's unfortunate because I know my dad really threw his whole heart and soul into that job.
Yeah.
And but you know, he was telling me the other day, we were talking about that, and he said most of the people that he dealt with on a daily basis, the construction workers, you know, the insulators, he said most of them didn't have the sense God gave a goose. He said, you know, they knew their job, but they weren't educated. They weren't super smart people, basically. He said half of them were, you know, potheads or alcoholics.
A
And
lot of them are just parasites on the system.
yeah, exactly. And I said, well, Dad, I'm surprised that you could deal with that because my dad don't tolerate no stupidity. He don't like that. He don't like, and he doesn't like people being intoxicated at work, you know, and the things that you're just
Right.
not supposed to do with your life.
Right.
And I don't know how he said, well, it was easy. I just came home and took it out on you and your brothers. Said, you know, kind of rings a bell.
I mean, growing up, I was a member of the Retail Clerks Union.
Mhm.
For a period of time. I was in the Steelworkers Union.
Mhm.
So I've been in some big unions.
I was in the Communication Workers of America Union.
But the group of guys I was with, I mean, all the union did was hold the good workers back.
Right.
Because you had a bunch of fat cats in there that didn't want to do crap.
Mm-hmm.
You know, they wrapped that American flag around them and wouldn't let nobody pass them up.
Right. Right.
And the people that could do good for the union and the company, both,
Mhm.
they never got a fair shot because you had too many old
Gold farts.
old mushrooms in the way.
Yeah. I get that. I'm sorry, Marcel. Are you stuck?
Is anybody else having all this buffering? Is it? Well,
No,
I can hear it coming
is
from your.
anybody else having all the buffering, or is it just me?
I think it's you.
It's you and the video games.
It might be. It's pulling a whole lot of juice to the video
Yeah,
game.
she's
Yeah,
having
I
to share the
They're
bandwidth,
sucking
Yeah.
down all the bandwidth.
sucking the life right out of Marcel.
I know. One time I get on a live stream.
Oh, it's okay. It's not bothering me none.
That's
Yeah.
not bothering me. I know
It's
what it
the
is.
truth, though. They're both on. They're both playing games.
Mm-hmm.
It hasn't been that bad.
I think Murphy might have woke up or never went to bed because
Yeah.
I hear him. I keep hearing something back there, and I don't know if it's him or the daughter. Well, you know, I'll tell you something. When she came home yesterday, chaos ensued.
Say what?
Chaos ensued
Oh,
from the minute she walked in the door, and it has been just constant noise and constant attention and constant just she's here, she's there, she's there. And I realized this afternoon, I was sitting here at my table trying to listen to a YouTube video, and she was over here, and then she was over here, and she's talking to her daddy, and she's trying to out-talk my computer. And I looked at her, I said, "Why are you so loud?" And she goes, "Because I'm trying to over-talk your computer." And I'm like, you know, that didn't happen all week last week. room and I
So
slept
quiet.
for a while. It was so quiet. And when she got here, it was like Hurricane Violet hit the house. I'm like, what is going on here? And I didn't realize it was that hectic around her little body
Well, you get used to
until
it.
she was gone for a week.
You get used to it.
Yeah, and well, I got used to the quiet too.
I'm in the flight path of Intercontinental Airport,
Mm,
and the planes are going overhead all the time.
hmm
And I'll wake up. I generally don't even notice them, but I'll wake up in the morning from the quiet. If it's a fog rolls in and there's no planes,
Yeah.
it'll wake me up.
What?
I've been in the backyard
Yeah.
before, sitting with other people, and they'd look up and say, "Did you see that plane?" I said, I didn't even notice it
Didn't even hear it.
because they're always there. But when
You're so used
when
to
it's
it.
gone, that's when I
That's
notice.
when you know. Well, we talked about that last week. Remember when we were discussing 9/11?
Yeah.
And I told you how eerie it was when they shut down all the flights. And I lived in Virginia at the time, Marcel, right near all of those bases up there. And there was nothing. You didn't hear any F-18s. You didn't hear any DC-10s or whatever, 737. You heard nothing. And that's the eeriest thing I've ever seen in my life. Truly.
Oh man. So I probably shouldn't even ask the question, but what'd you guys think about the Olympics opening ceremony?
I
You
didn't
know, I
watch
missed
it.
it, but I've heard enough.
What
Oh,
I
Lord.
missed?
Oh my word. I don't even know. No, I would just, I don't know. It was absolutely shocking. I think you have to look it up. I don't think I
Yeah.
could adequately explain it.
I'm not watching any of it.
Yeah, it's shocking. Like, yeah, you tell me, since you didn't see it, you tell me what you think an Olympic opening ceremony should look like.
Lighting the thing, lots of music of different national anthems, a lot of people standing around at attention in different groups around the thing. Maybe somebody speaking about how long the Olympics have been around and welcoming
lot of-
everybody.
A lot of respect and a lot
Yeah,
of
pomp and
high
circumstance.
energy, a lot of positivity, family
Mhm.
friendly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
now go check out what happened.
Yeah, my wife was
This is
telling me about it.
absolutely-
She'd saw it online. I said, I'm glad I missed it.
Well, it's absolutely shocking.
Well,
And you
give
can
me
be
a
supportive.
one-sentence synopsis.
Sickening.
Drag queens.
It's turned into a trans fest.
At the
Yeah.
Olympics.
Yes.
Yeah, that was their
Well,
big
even
event.
even
It
the
was-
lighting of the torch, that's always been athletes.
Practically, Dwayne.
And it wasn't athletes this year.
It was drag queens or
It was
They did not celebrate really obese athletes, not athletes, really obese drag queens, mocking of religion, mocking of Christianity, mocking of the Last Supper. A guy dressed up like a Smurf with his Johnson
Thing.
basically hanging out, and oh yeah, absolutely shocking.
oh
And
my
some odd
God,
little-
that is so sad.
Yeah, some man with a beard with a dress on, doing practically a striptease style dance down a runway. I mean, it was bizarre. And like, what? Like, what are we even watching? Like, nothing. It's embarrassing for Paris, France. Honestly, it's crazy. I never.
with
And have they responded at all?
My wife was saying that Snoop Dogg lit the big torch.
Snoop
Oh,
Dogg.
did he? I thought they were.
Now I didn't see it. Now this is what I've heard.
I had seen memes about. Now, I personally love Snoop Dogg. Okay,
But he
love
don't.
Snoop
He
Dogg.
ain't got nothing to do with the
But,
Olympics.
thing.
I thought their memes were. I thought they were memes making fun of something that I missed. I didn't know he actually did it. There was a lot to unpack. Okay, Lady
Yeah.
Gaga. They had a robot, like Marie Antoinette holding her head. Marie Antoinette was holding her head, and the head was singing. I mean, there's a lot to unpack. Okay, they had.
In
I
France.
mean, there was just. Oh, yeah.
In France.
Yeah, this is Paris.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, all week
Yeah.
I told Vicky, I said, don't forget Friday's opening ceremonies. I want to watch that. And darn if I didn't come home and forget all about it.
Well, aren't you glad you did now?
And I told her, I said, it's a good thing I didn't, because I may have broke the TV.
Oh my goodness. That is so disappointing, really, because
Well,
I
it's a shame.
remember when I was a kid, that was something we did. I mean, we would all eat dinner, sit down in front of the TV and watch the Olympics.
That was
as a
something to watch
family.
and be proud of.
Yeah, it was. And I'll never forget when the U.S. hockey team won back in the, 80,
I remember that game.
87, maybe 88. God, that was good.
Yeah.
Oh, it was 88. 88 Olympics. Yeah. Oh, that was great. God, that was great. And I love watching the gymnasts because they're just incredible, and the ice skating in the wintertime. Oh, I do. I remember the 76 ones. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So I loved watching gymnastics, loved watching the figure skating.
Mm-hmm.
We even watched swimming. We would even watch the
Oh,
swimming.
yeah, the swimming's fun too. And the
high dive.
thank you. And the luge.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, those are awesome.
I wonder, where's the Winter Olympics going to be held? Do we
I'm
know?
not sure.
Well, I don't want to even see it if they're doing
That'll
it.
be a cold day in hell.
Yeah, right? Right?
Yeah. But when you get the opportunity, I mean, if you care to do it, I mean, look it up. It's just so bizarre. Like, you won't
Well,
believe
I
it.
intend to look
You
it up.
won't believe it.
I intend to look it
Yeah.
up, but I am not going to support the sponsors
Well,
that
the
are sponsoring this shit on
mo-
TV. I'm not going to watch it.
the mockery, whatever,
It's lost what it's supposed to
But the
be.
mockery of the religion was completely unnecessary,
Right. Right.
and it should never. Whoever gave that the stamp of approval, it should lose their job.
I agree. But it won't happen. I think
What's
France is a lot more liberal than the U.S. has become.
Oh, I don't know. Who knows?
I wonder what France is saying
It's just
about all of it.
exhausting. All of it is so exhausting. Like, I don't.
It kind of is.
Yeah.
That's why I quit watching the news a long time ago.
Oh, yeah, me too, girl.
What do y'all think
can't
about
do it
old
anymore.
Kamala?
Do we want to go there?
Oh Lord.
This is your channel,
think
Charlotte.
Let me tell you something. And I'm just going to say this one thing.
I left my
If she
soapbox
don't
in the
get
hall.
off of my YouTube ads, I'm throwing my computer out the window. I am so sick of her saying, not next week, not tomorrow, not blah, 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 donate your $10. I'm like, no, I'm not. Now get off my
Yes.
computer,
Let's
Let's
unburden what will be.
And every time she says that the President Trump is a threat to our democracy, no, you are.
You know what? I never thought I'd say it in my whole life, but the choice has been made. There's no way. I don't know what's going on with Joe Biden. I feel bad for it, but there's some weird going on. I'm sorry. That last speech he gave,
Oh my
I
God.
don't even think that was him. I think it was some weird AI thing. His tie was blurry. It was bizarre.
It was bizarre. And I don't think it was him either.
his mouth didn't match his words when he was speaking. And yeah, I don't know. That's just some craziness going on.
Of course, now
my son.
I
Yeah,
know that
my
y'all
son
both
goes-
probably. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
my son, he goes, we were all kind of watching stuff, just here and there. And my son goes, so what happened to Biden? Did he like quit? I was like, don't know.
Looks that way.
He can't quit. But yeah, I don't think he had a choice.
Yeah. I'm not a fan of either candidate. I never cared for Trump. I never cared for any of this. And I think it is a sad commentary on the state of our society and our parties that those are the two best options we've got in this entire country. Those are the two options we have.
Well, it's because of all the politics and corruption and everything. That's why.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I
Well, it all boils down to, you got to respect the position. You can hate the
Oh, yeah.
person.
I agree.
But
I
you got to
agree.
respect the position, and I tell everybody, just forget who they are, forget their policies, forget their Democrat or do you have more money in your pocket now than you did 4 years ago?
Well, and that's a good point. And no, I do not. In fact, I'm spending about
Compare pumping gas today to pumping gas 4 years ago, buying groceries today, buying groceries 4 years ago. That's what you got to vote for. Forget the person, because you can hate the person.
yeah.
I mean, my only argument is one side is against policy and the other side is against one person.
Right.
So
Right.
that kind of says it all right there.
Yeah. Good night, sweetheart.
What's the big shift for me, beyond anything else, beyond what I feel like with the previous presidency, was nearly an attack on women's rights.
Yeah.
This administration, regardless of this, that, everything they've done, student loan forgiveness, blah, 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 there's an attack on parental rights.
Yeah.
And that's where I
That's
draw
right.
the line.
That's
Yeah.
right.
With all the supporting of all these alternative lifestyles and all that. And when they
Right.
when they start supporting the stripping away of parental rights, having complete control over decisions for your children,
Right.
and allowing anybody in a place of
Position of authority.
to make
Mhm.
support decisions on behalf of a child without informing me,
Yeah.
we're done. We're done
Boys
there.
and girls sports, come on.
Right. The reason girls sports was created
I
was
mean-
because girls couldn't play with the boys. And now they're letting the boys play with the girls.
Yeah.
Because I don't see
Well,
many trends.
they weren't ready to. Yeah, exactly. It's going to change, and there's definitely a lot of opportunistic people taking advantage of the loopholes.
Yes.
Okay,
Yes,
and so I
definitely.
do believe they will get that under control in favor of girls, because guess what? A lot of parents pay a lot of money to put their girls through these professional college
right.
age sports programs, and
That's right.
to be respected regardless of
Right.
anybody's personal politics.
Right.
And along with choice comes sacrifice. And if you want to live your truth and you want to, do this and that and the other, well, then you make sacrifices, and that's part of it. But
Dwayne said something here that was really goes back to what Grumpus said a few minutes ago, and I wanted to address it. Dwayne said inflation is getting rampant. Well, Dwayne lives in Canada.
Yes.
He's not a slave to our administration or our policies, and his inflation is bad. And I see people on YouTube on the budgeting channels that I watch that live in Europe and other countries, and they're saving their pennies and they're struggling too. So what I wanted to address is I don't think that the administration is the cause of the economic situation that we're in today. I don't think either administration is. I think it is a result of COVID and all the money printing. Like Dwayne said here, governments can't keep printing money. They started the inflation by printing all of the money. You can't flood the market with money and not expect prices to go up. It's
Yeah.
economics 101.
It's also
You know.
supply and demand.
Well, yeah.
Look at the demand that is infiltrating from the south. That
Yes,
is draining the supplies for all of us.
for all of us. But that's not just here. That was my point, is it's not just here.
Well,
It-
no, it bleeds. It bleeds all. It bleeds globally.
Mm-hmm,
Well, that's another reason I'm changing who I'm supporting, is because that whole fiasco with the border, I do not understand it. I've never understood it, and to me, it's terrifying.
It's future voters.
It's terrifying.
It's future voters being let in. That's what. I mean. All right, we talked about retirement a little bit ago. I mean,
Yeah.
I have paid into a system my whole working life.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't have a choice. That's just the way it was.
That's right.
Now, when they run out of money because they've given it to people they shouldn't have, where does that leave me?
Right.
That's already my money. They've decided they'll dole it out to me and hope I die before I get it all.
Mm-hmm.
But right now, I mean, we've got veterans living under bridges,
Right.
begging for a sandwich, and we've got others that can't speak our language being put up in hotels and
With
fed.
food stamps.
And it's just the whole world has gone nuts.
Yeah. It has gone nuts.
It's just absolutely nuts. And I think it was a lot of noise that people ignored until it finally got out of hand, and now people are getting sick of it. They're getting a belly full of it.
Right.
They've woke up the sleeping giant again.
Right.
Yeah. Well, I'm telling you.
That's what listened the other day.
But I should be able to buy groceries and not worrying about how much ammo I can buy every payday.
Mm-hmm. My friend in Mexico told me that's why inflation is bad, is because the governments keep printing money. And that is part of it.
That lowers the value,
It
of
is.
course.
Sure.
Yeah, it is. It's definitely happening here, like for sure.
Definitely.
Yeah. They're printing it and then sending it other places.
Yeah. Like cream.
Yeah.
Where a lot of it's going right now is cream. For what?
I don't know. It's just, I think it just, everybody's kind of, you can only keep up with what you can keep up with. But, I don't know. It just kind of feels like everybody's had their head in the sand for so long that this is just.
Well, everybody's lazy. They hoped it would go away on its own. They thought, here's another fad. Let it run its course, and it'll go away, and something else will pop up.
Right.
And people just stayed quiet, and they slowly let this cancer eat away at the country.
Yep.
And now they're waking up, and
it hadn't gone anywhere.
this thing is in motion. It's going to be hard to stop it.
Yeah. Right. In motion.
Mm-mm-mm.
God, I needed this tea.
Mm.
So anyway, I mean, I don't want to get on those soapboxes and all that
I get
stuff,
it.
but
I
I
know.
know. It's hard. I just had to bring up the thing because we were
Let-
talking about the Olympic show, because to me, I mean, you think after everything and how things are going and everything, like, nothing will shock me anymore.
Right.
This was
Until
shocking.
the Olympics came on. Imagine that.
Ta-da!
well, let me just say to Marcel, welcome aboard. We're glad to have you.
Yeah.
Well, and I think
You know,
most people are in. I think that most people in this country who are the silent majority are just regular folks like us who want things to be freaking normal with some common sense.
Right. Right.
Yeah, I want things to feel at least half-ass under control.
Exactly. And,
Feel
you
in
know,
control.
since when did the minority get to make the rules?
Since
That's-
when did their feelings get in the way of mine? You know, if they've got a right to participate in something, I've got a right not to participate
That's
in it.
right. That's right.
And
I agree with
nothing's
that.
requiring me to acknowledge their insanity.
Right. Or delusions or whatever.
So, you know, that's been my argument all along. I don't care what you do behind closed doors, as long as it doesn't affect me.
But don't encourage me to participate.
But when your bullshit is overriding my recognition of the
Mm-hmm.
ridiculousness of things.
Mm-hmm. And that just addresses one angle of it too, because there's
Well, I
so
mean,
many-
yeah, I mean, it's hard to take it all in.
It is. It is. Because, you know, I've always been extremely fiscally conservative, even whether it comes to my own house or the government's house. Take
Yeah.
care of our damn money, right? Make
Right.
sure the economy's good.
Yeah.
But socially, I'm on the other end of that spectrum. I don't care what people do. I don't
Yeah.
care what other folks do. I don't care if gay people get married. It don't affect me in any way, shape, or form. If they want to be married, let them. I don't care.
There
I
was
don't
nothing
care if
wrong with
women
it
have
being behind
abortion.
closed doors.
Abortions is something I would not do for myself. But if some other woman wants to do it, well,
None
Go
of my
ahead,
business.
let her.
I don't care.
I don't care. She's the one that's got to live with that, not me.
But if I can't watch the Olympics because of the nonsense, then
Being shoved down your
they've
throat.
stole that from me.
Yes, yes. And they have
Who
infringed
who
on
decided to take the damn rainbow? I want my rainbow back. I didn't get that memo.
you. Right?
Well, Riley, if you follow Riley Gaines on X, she said in
She's
response
excellent.
to all this, well, she said she talked about the show, and she was just like, you know, feeling bold enough to mock Jesus and do this stuff. She's like, don't come at me with how marginalized these people are anymore.
Right.
Right.
You know,
She said a mouthful,
feeling,
didn't she?
she's feeling like feeling bold enough to mock religion and Jesus at the Olympics. Don't tell me these people
A
were marginalized.
worldwide event.
Yeah.
It's like taking a
Yeah.
dump in church. You know what I mean? And how many people? How many people?
Well, they weren't all. And taking into consideration the Olympics, you know, you've got people from all sorts of religious backgrounds there
Right.
that were having to, you know, be present for that too. That would probably be way more than the average American at this point.
Let me tell you
You know?
what, they wouldn't have done that to the Muslim because they'd have been killed for it.
Yeah.
Well,
They
I
would
mean, it's
not have
got no
made fun
place.
of their Allah because somebody would have killed them for it.
It has no place in the Olympics, no matter what
No, it
religion it
doesn't.
is.
None of that does.
I mean, who decided that had to be included? The Olympics was supposed to be not about politics and things like that. It was to celebrate human achievement.
Human achievement. That's right.
And maybe they figure if a dude puts on a dress, that's an achievement for him. But I don't see no competitions.
Well, I could put on a suit too, but
Yeah.
would that
And
make
I think
any
they said that they
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
well they say you've heard about the president of France, right? That they
Apparently
say
not
that
enough.
the person he's married to, the person he refers to as his wife, is actually a man. he's a drug. I mean, a trans.
Wow, that's saying a mouthful, isn't it?
Well, I mean, it's like it's watch Candace Owens, man.
Oh, I do.
I do occasionally. I don't catch everything, but
Well, she's been hot on that
wish-
topic. She's trying to definitely trying to prove it. And so there's, it's from the top down over there.
I see.
Yeah.
Well, the Olympic Committee still allowed it to happen.
I agree.
And France
And they should
and the people of
So
France,
those
they
are the
use
heads that should roll.
Taxpayer dollars to the tune of like a couple of $1 billion to prepare for this event and to fund all this and everything. So
Well, and to me, I don't know. An insult to those people, to the
Yeah.
whole world, but the French people that paid for it.
If the sponsorship would poll their money,
Yep.
and the big fat cats that donate to this shit, if they would poll their money, because that's money talks. That's the only thing that's going to change it.
Right.
That's the
Yeah.
only thing that
It's
would change it if they lose their funding.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm just one guy in a planet, but I'm not gonna allow any acknowledgement to any of it come from this house.
Right.
I
Well,
don't know.
I think that it's unfortunate that was
Yeah,
allowed to happen.
it's a shame because a lot of people worked very hard to get there,
That's right. They did.
and
And they
I'm
put
not
their
going to
whole
be
life
sharing them on
into it.
because I'm not watching.
Well, I think it'll level out over time. It's just, I think I think it might have officially peaked. So,
I would hope so.
Well,
yeah.
maybe last night was the climax of the whole thing, and now it's going to go back.
I'm kind of thinking because it literally world stage.
Right.
I don't know. It's terrifying. This is just, who would have known?
Yeah.
I just remember watching some interview with Priscilla Presley, and I'll take it back to Elvis, my spiritual boyfriend.
Your spiritual husband.
Keep religion out of it.
Priscilla Presley said, it was some interview with her, and they were asking her, this is fairly recent, like within the last couple of years, and they were asking her, well, the current state of things, if Elvis were to come back, what would he say about current state of America and
Yeah.
all this stuff? And am I back?
There you are.
And we lost that. Try it
But she
again.
took a long, I was buffering here. I couldn't see anybody. Hi, Chihuahua. Let's see. No, but no, Priscilla Presley, they asked her, what would Elvis say if he could come back and see the current state of America? Everything going on, this, that, all this. And she took a long sigh and had her hands crossed on her knee, and she goes, he wouldn't believe it. He wouldn't believe it. He wouldn't believe it.
Well, I'm living
What
it.
a
and I don't
different
believe it.
America.
Right.
Yeah.
I'm living it too, and I'm like, what? What's going on?
Can't keep up.
It's a real shame because I'll tell you this, there's so much more we have to talk to our kids about today than what we had to learn. And somebody said last night on a live stream that humans are not supposed to have so much information available to them. It's unnatural for us to be bombarded with all the information that we get on a daily basis anymore. And I tend to agree with that. I can't wait until Wesley and I can retire in the woods somewhere and live our lives without all of the of the information
Yeah.
and and the being bombarded with all the stuff that we just don't have in our lives.
Yeah, I get to a point I can't take it anymore.
Hey, Carol.
I have to walk away from everything. Hey.
Hey,
Well,
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think
I have to-
I'm that far away from everybody else. I just
No, I don't
want
think
to
you
live
are
my
either.
life and be left the hell alone.
that's right. That's right. I think that's what we all want, Grumpus. I really do. I think that's what most of us,
and
silent majority, want. And I
none
don't
of
think
us are
all of
people
us
that
are
hate-
uber conservative or uber liberal.
I'm getting hammered with all
We're
this
not- we're
bullshit
not-
that I don't care to know about.
Yeah,
Right.
we're
Hey, Carol,
not haters. We don't hate people.
I put a link in the chat for you if you want to come up and hang out with us. I know you've probably had a long, busy night with your folks, but you're welcome if you want to come up and chat with us. But anyhow, go ahead. I'm sorry, guys. I apologize.
Oh,
Go ahead,
no,
Marcel.
it's okay. No,
Carry on,
we're,
Marcel.
we're not people that like hate people. We're not big old haters or anything like that. But we're just tired of. I'm tired of it just being in my face all the time. I mean, I'm so tired of it. Like
I am too.
it's
Yep.
worn it out. It's
Yeah. Yeah. And what happened to some things belong behind closed doors. Some things you don't talk about in public. Some things you don't, that's the way I grew up.
I had no problem with people being in the closet.
Hang on, I've still got an 11-year-old.
I don't mean it like that. All I mean
That's
is
what I mean it exactly
11-year-old
like that.
running loose in my house. I didn't realize it was this late.
what I do mean though is something, like when my son called me one time and was telling me about his nighttime escapades with his girlfriend. And I said, no. This is something you don't talk to your mother about.
Yeah.
I don't need to hear this. I don't want to hear this. You tell your buddies about this. This is not for me. So, boundaries. Basically, I think that's what it's about, is nobody has any boundaries anymore.
No, they don't.
And
it's a lack of respect.
Is that what it, yeah.
I want people to respect that I don't want to hear some of this stuff.
Well, there she is.
I don't need to know who you're mugging down on unless I ask for it.
Hi, Carol. It's good to
Carol.
see you. Thank you so much for coming and hanging out with us.
How you
My
doing, Carol?
pleasure. Good. How you doing?
Happy birthday, by the way.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank
How was
you.
your day?
It was restful after Friday
Oh,
night.
good.
So late.
Yeah. You were up late last night.
Yeah. And I just told Maureen, I'm like, I kind of got to figure out that timing because I have to. Like, I'm usually late to hers, and because of putting Malachi down and making sure he's down, and then if I want to hop in the shower to wake up because I'm just like dragging from mine the night before.
Yeah.
But it's hard. It's like hard to get the timing right.
Well, we're talking about common courtesy and common boundaries and what else?
They don't exist anymore. Like
and the Olympic spectacle.
Did you see they got their lights knocked out though?
Oh no, I
got
didn't.
what?
I didn't see the whole thing. I don't know.
Rumpus, look up Paris loses power or loses electricity.
Oh, really?
Yeah, thank God spoke pretty quick.
Didn't he?
Mhm.
Didn't he? He said, "Don't you mock me."
Right.
Yeah.
Passamaquoddy came in the other live and said it in the side chat. But that was Diva who said that last night about we weren't meant to take on this much information.
That's right. It
as
was
human
Diva, wasn't it?
beings. Mhm.
And I so agreed with that.
A lot of wisdom in that woman.
Yeah, I like her.
But yeah, I agree with her too.
And what a voice!
Oh,
jeez!
You should go see her intro that she put on tonight prior. Like
is it on your channel or hers?
On hers. It's on hers because she starts an hour before you. But I mean, well, we're gonna overlap somewhat. But she did her intro with I don't know if Grumpus has played with it, but Udio is this app that you can make songs on. You just give it suggestions and you get a couple free, and then of course you join. And that's how I got my song for my intro last night.
Oh, okay.
Hers is just along with her thing because it's her intro for like her channel too. Like she
Right.
makes it beautiful. Because Maureen used to be a like international jazz and blues singer before she became, diva in the dirt. She was a diva of the microphone.
Right.
And it's neat because it kind of shows that story. And then the music, though, the only thing is one of the guys was saying, like, but that's a male's voice. And she's like, yeah, because I didn't write it. Udio did. She's like, I just gave it some suggestions
Yeah.
and then extended it. Like,
Mm.
that's the only thing. It's like, I know AI is going bad places, but where it's at right now with doing those kind of fun things,
It's pretty amazing, isn't it?
yeah, I wish it could just stay in that little.
Yeah, there's some fun stuff to be had by it, but like everything else, it's going to get abused.
Well, people are going to use it for nefarious reasons, and that's just all there is to it.
Yeah.
Well, they already do.
And they do.
Look
yeah.
at how we mention stuff and then it's on our phones.
Oh, not only that, look at the dang AI version of our president the other day.
Oh,
you know?
I didn't see that. But yeah, they've definitely got something going on there. Well, they've got a couple of them. People pointed that out before, like the earlobe thing. Like, oh, which one spoke? The one with the attached earlobes or the one with
Right.
And then I forgot I watched something that it was all the way back when Bush, the father, was in office, and they were showing it, I think, on 60 Minutes, where the CIA had already developed masks that were lifelike.
Oh, yeah.
And it's like, okay, but that's what they were showing. So what did they actually have at that point? And now it's way more advanced. Yeah, it's way more advanced. So who knows what we are really, it's like watching anymore. Who knows?
Right. Well, it feels like you're in a matrix.
Yeah, totally. Did you find the article or anything about the?
I saw where I didn't read them, but I saw a bunch of articles.
They got some lights on.
Good.
Power outage, opening ceremony.
Yeah.
Outage reported as the Olympics underway.
Then they were having, of course, major protests and people like blocking like any kind of movement in the city for a lot of the people who were there for it. So yeah, they'll get theirs. I loved what they did, like the Parisians did when they said something about swimming in the waters there, and now they're saying the waters are just great, but the protest was everybody was pooping in the water because they were so mad with their Macron or whatever his name is. They're like, at the protest, yes. And then they even would tell people on this one website, if you poop at this certain place, it will eventually flow also out into the river or whatever. Oh yeah, that was their protest because Macron said he was going to go and swim it to prove that it was clean. With another leader over there, and so that's the protest that began. Like,
oh, that's funny.
You couldn't clean it up all these years, but you're going to clean it up for the Olympics. Okay.
For the Olympics, right. But
all right,
everybody's turned into 5-year-olds.
Yep. Yeah. But that was the best 5-year-old protest I'd ever heard of.
Isn't that true?
The leader. Oh my God.
Oh man.
That's as good as they just sent all the how do you word it? The people from the southern border who aren't necessarily getting here by having jobs here already to Kamala's lawn. Oh, I said her name. That might get you hit.
I said it earlier. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
They sent them all to her lawn, to her property. I don't know how they got on there because it's protected, but I guess one of her homes, here's all the.
Oh my goodness.
Dropped off a bunch of them right there.
That's
like,
funny.
See if she'll help you out. Go ahead. Because she can't, because for some reason, because she can't get down there.
Well, yeah, it's that's just justified if they want to cross her border.
Yeah.
Right.
I think they did that a while back too to Nancy. I think they did some kind of thing like
they did.
That.
And not only, I think I remember hearing, it's been a while ago, about them delivering a busload of people to the White House and
I
dropped them off.
Yep.
They had nowhere to go.
I don't think the buses have stopped. They just
like, I do feel for when you watch like I watch some of the shows that they're bringing in, drugs and everything like that, and then they find it. It's like all about basically customs at the borders and things like
Mhm.
that. I think,
Mhm.
and there was one, and they do this on purpose too, because to get the pity. But yes, Honduras is one of those countries that gang came out of that.
Yeah.
45 sent them all back or was
Mhm.
trying to get them out and not let them back in, and now they're trickling in.
Filtrating back in.
But you see this one family, and the man was like, well, I had a sandwich selling business, but they already had their own. So they told me I had to shut down my business. And I told them no. And then they came and they robbed our house, like wiped it out completely when we were at church. And I think the next thing is they're going to kill me and my family. And that's why we're here seeking to come to the United States.
Right.
Like, I can understand cases like that, but they're not all cases like that are coming in.
No.
And especially letting in the ones that are repeat criminals, and we're seeing
Right.
crime go up. Like that one girl, thank God they found her alive, that was kidnapped. The father at least saw what the girl went into, and it was like had the description of it for the police, and they found her in Missouri in the car alive.
Oh my God.
4 people that had just come over the border not too long prior
Well,
to it happening.
a few years ago, my daughter's best friend was down in this little small town called Pass Christian. They were having a Christmas celebration downtown.
Yeah.
And she was 14. She was with a group of friends, and she crossed the street, and a undocumented person hit her going about 45 miles an hour.
Oh my! I had no idea. Oh my
It
goodness.
threw her into the air.
Wait,
She
this
landed.
is your daughter or the
No,
friend?
my daughter's best friend.
Oh, okay. All right. Go ahead.
And she ended up, the whole situation was really crazy because my kids were going to a Boy Scout meeting for Christmas, and they had to go to Walmart to pick up cupcakes. So I was at the meeting waiting for them to get there.
Oh my God.
And my husband and my daughter had gone down to get the cupcakes, and I stayed with my son at the Boy Scout thing.
Yeah.
They came into the Boy Scouts and they said, something bad has happened to somebody really important, because we just followed an ambulance coming from the pass going about 70 miles an hour down Highway 90. And they're not usually allowed to do that. Ambulances have to go the speed limit too.
Yeah.
They just have the lights,
Right.
So, and I said, who do you think it was? He said, I don't know, but it had to be somebody important, because they don't break the law like that. They usually follow the rules.
Right.
My husband works on emergency vehicles, so he knows stuff like that. And
Except in Florida, they do whatever the hell they want to do.
right, exactly.
Florida.
They shoot first, ask questions later.
That's right. Go ahead. So anyway,
So anyhow, we found out the very next morning. I'm looking at Facebook, and I see a post from Julia's aunt, who's raising her, about her being in the hospital. I said, oh my God, that was her. Because anyhow, the whole thing, I thought that was very eerie.
Like, does she got all her limbs? Does she make it? Or?
Yeah, she made it.
Ugh.
She had to have a lot of reconstructive surgery on one of her legs.
Horrible.
She had a traumatic brain injury, and they had to take out part of her skull, and it stayed out for about a year, and then they put it back when her brain healed.
Wow.
She had to have months and months of physical therapy in a hospital, but she is now.
And no insurance on the.
He had no insurance. She had no recourse, and it was just insane. And that was my point. Getting to that story was there was no. But he did go to. They found him. He went to prison, and he's going to be there for a long time.
Good. Yeah, because it was almost manslaughter.
Yeah, it lacked
At
about.
least it would be attempted manslaughter, because that's ridiculous.
It was crazy. She was so close to dead. It was not even funny.
Oh my goodness. But yeah, we found that a lot with people who are uninsured down here that drive drunk, as you know.
We deal with a lot down here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You
I
do
mean,
that.
somebody hit my truck years back. No insurance.
Yeah.
Here in Mississippi, you don't even have to show your insurance card to get the registration for your car, the tag.
I was just going to say they have it long enough to show for registration, and then they ditch
And
it.
then they cancel it.
And Mississippi doesn't even. Oh, I'm
No, Mississippi doesn't require you to do that.
never.
And it blew my mind because I'm used to Florida. You
Yeah.
got to have that insurance card.
You
Oh, we
gotta-
got to have insurance here
But
and proof of inspection to get our
oh,
registration.
What
really?
state are you in, Grumpus? I forget.
Texas.
That's what I thought.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would
Yeah.
think it'd be stricter there. Those are where I watch those shows where they're coming in with drugs over the
Yeah,
border.
we have to have, in order to get my registration, I have to have a current vehicle inspection and proof of insurance.
Hmm.
I have to have both of those if I want my tags renewed.
So they're ditching their insurance after they
Did-
pass all those.
Grumpus, have you heard that they're ditching vehicle inspections here in September?
Oh, good.
Well, that's not all the way across Texas. There's some counties that you're still required to get emissions inspections,
Marcel, you're in Texas.
and I live in one of them.
Or did they just? Yes,
Okay.
yes, we're in Texas.
Hello,
Um,
hello, little socks.
She's
kitty
getting
and
ready to go to
pretty
bed.
girl.
I did not. I lost track of time,
I do that.
and
It's okay. It's all right.
don't have too.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't have too much longer. She was back there in video game land, but we're supposed to get up and go tomorrow. We have a road trip tomorrow, and I did not realize it was so late. But I can stay on for about 10 minutes while she goes and gets ready for the.
Yeah.
I had my special needs parents chat, but it's also I have ADHD myself, and there's something called time blindness, and I'm very familiar with losing track of time. So, girl, you're fine with me, at least in this little rectangle.
We lose track here all the time, Carol.
Oh, man, there's no clocks here.
No clocks. When one of us starts getting tired, it's like, all right, I'm out. Bye.
Yeah.
Well, Charlotte, last week
This is the first
it
time
was,
I've
it
been
was a
able
little
to
over
jump
3
on with you
hours. I
guys
said we
and
need to
meet.
wrap this
Yeah.
up,
Yeah.
and when we finally did, it was 6 hours.
6 hours. I know.
Who the hell
Oh,
has that
gosh.
much to talk about for 6 hours?
You know what? I think, Marcel,
Has-
your signal is just slightly delayed. That
It is.
so we're not. I'm. If I talk
Oh,
over you, I'm
it's-
sorry, or you
It's
feel talked over.
extremely delayed.
Okay.
Yeah, it's terribly delayed. In fact,
That's how
you
I
know what? Now that
Feel like that.
she's off the video game, I'm gonna go shut that computer down. So
There you go. Yeah. kick
That'll
it
probably help you on your
off.
end, yeah.
Yeah, that's what I've had to do with my daughter. Had all her stuff on our internet, and I was
Yeah.
like, "You're not using." And I just went in my phone, and I didn't know I had that power, and I was like, "Off."
Got drunk with the power.
Yep, got drunk with the power.
Oh my gosh.
Because we don't have the Xfinity here anymore. Our HOA bought a package deal to buy it down, and we got it's called Hotwire or something like that. But the app is like Arrow, and you just go on and there it is, and it's like, oh, that's what's on my internet right now. Okay, well you're not on that, and you're not on that.
Wow.
You're not using that. Yeah, it's fantastic. I love it. The only problem is she's a very smart girl, so she, names
Turns
them.
it back on.
Yeah, she could. She hasn't though. See, she's learning her lesson.
Right.
Just like right there. There's the ones that are off
Oh wow.
Okay.
right now. These
I
show
got you.
the other ones. Yeah, it's so
Okay.
cool. So cool.
Well, we have fiber here from AT&T.
Yeah, that's what this is. Fiber.
I have never had. I might have had one or two issues in the last 5 years, but
Hmm.
I love it. I
Yeah.
absolutely. My son is in there playing on his game. My daughter's in there on her computer and her Alexa and her She's
Yeah.
got every Wi-Fi thing in the world in her room,
Oh, yours
And,
is way better than ours.
right? And I stream and it's fine usually.
Yeah.
How many times do you think I've had a problem, Grumpus?
Not very often.
Twice.
Not with the internet.
Yeah.
So are you usually on Saturday nights at 11? And I've never realized that. I
Well-
don't know why.
We took a long break.
Okay.
And then about a month and a half or so ago, me and Grumpus decided we needed to
Have an
reactivate
outlet.
YouTube channels, right?
Yeah.
So we decided instead of one of us doing it all the time, because he's always on my channel when I go live,
Right.
we decided to break it up. So he goes live one weekend, I go live the next. And that way it
Okay.
takes some pressure off of,
That's yeah. Well, we do it actually just butt it up the nights, but we both go live on our channels every single week. But it's because we needed the hours.
Yeah,
Right.
I usually pull the trigger around 11.
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
Charlotte, you're usually around 10 o'clock,
10
aren't you?
o'clock usually.
Yeah.
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 I would do it earlier, but then I got to wait for him for another hour and a half. And I can't entertain people for an hour and a half by
Yeah.
myself. I just
Yeah.
can't.
So wait, didn't you come on though at 11 Eastern tonight? Because that's the way it showed in my YouTube. It
Oh,
showed
it only
Marie.
was
East-
11
Eastern,
Eastern at
yeah.
your house, but
Okay.
it's 10 at
you
my house.
10 your time. Okay, got
Yeah.
it. Got it. And
Yeah.
okay. Yeah,
Um,
sometimes you have to let me. I'm over here in EST, and I even forget to tell people like EST.
right. When I lived in Eastern time, I did too.
Yeah.
But now that I have come across the border, and for years I would forget
Mhm.
that I was an hour ahead of everybody, like my family members who live in Georgia and Florida. And I'd call them at like midnight and, hey, what's going on? And they're like, you do know I'm sleeping, right?
Yeah. Right.
But it's only 11 o'clock. The news just came on. No, it's midnight. Oh, sorry.
Yeah. And it's funny because it's like Marina's so far over that it's like she's, doing her thing and it's 10 o'clock my time, but it's like 6 or something for her.
What part of Canada? Isn't she in Canada?
She's Vancouver Island.
Vancouver.
Yeah,
Okay.
Vancouver
I
Island.
couldn't remember exactly where she
Yeah,
was at.
it's not the Vancouver on the Canada part. It's the little island. Like
Okay.
it's so confusing.
Is that the
Geography.
West Coast?
Yeah, full
Okay,
West,
okay.
fully over West Coast time.
Right.
So she's like early on in her day. I'm going into these really late nights to do the lives, and I starting
Right.
my health. Like I've got to like do something on the Friday time
Right.
slot. But also,
I know what I wanted to talk to Carol about.
What?
You and Maureen, you co-host, right?
we do, and we co-stream. That's what I was just going to ask you guys. I don't see the thing up there where
Is
you
that
guys can.
a paid version thing?
I have the $10 one.
There's a
Sure.
$10 one?
Yes, you quit your 25 and they go, do you want to remain with StreamYard? And they'll offer you the $10 one. It's also available during the holidays when they have their like holiday sale.
But do you have to have a paid version to co-host?
I don't, to have that thing up, you mean to open 2 rooms, Grumpus? You mean to
Yeah,
open 2
we're
sides
Go stream.
to
where Charlotte
co-stream?
can stream
Yeah,
and
you
I
do,
can
to
stream at the same
co-stream.
time.
Yeah, you have to, you both
Okay.
have that. Because unless you're going off
Both parties or just one?
just one. But the person who has that button for co-streaming, like that you go up and click, the one who has the paid version, they get all the hours. And then you get whatever comes into your side chat. Like they will get a cumulative hours. That's why we started doing it. And that's why like I have one, she has one.
So do you think it helps with
It
the
helps.
hours?
Oh, it helped us a lot with our hours. Yeah. Aren't you guys, you guys are monetized, aren't you?
Well, yeah.
I
but-
don't. To be honest with you, I don't care about the hours, but I wanted to.
And that's
I didn't
kind of
know
what I'm-
if I ran off my channel, and people tuned in on my channel, would Charlotte get the hours?
Yeah.
Yeah, Charlotte would get the hours if she either clicks on your button
From my
or,
followers.
or if
Oh,
yeah, she'll see them. What you do is they all come into the right here. Like
Okay.
we can see all of them in, our StreamYard side chat. What happens is say you're leading it, it's yours, Grumpus. What Charlotte will see is when they come into her side chat that she's open, she'll see a paperclip. Because you're the host, she'll see a paperclip next to the ones that are in her side chat. It looks like a paperclip.
Okay, so both channels combine the
Yes.
comments.
Yes. It
Okay.
well, you have to still click on them for your people because they can't see the other side chat. We only get to see all the side chats in StreamYard. StreamYard
Right.
combines them
Okay.
all.
Okay.
YouTube doesn't have that feature, unfortunately.
Yeah, I wasn't sure how all that worked.
Yeah, and even we made each other part of one another's team because now they have teams on StreamYard. So if, say, I have to go to the restroom, okay, like right now, Charlotte's going to the restroom. You could still click on all her on her comments for her because you're on her team,
Okay.
and vice versa. If she's on your team and you have to leave, she can still answer comments and click on it. And we did
All right,
that.
well, that's something we might need to look into then.
Yeah. It's pretty, I think it's actually where we did it was, let me see, where was it? Oh, well, you can figure it out. Look at you with the like great scenery behind you and everything. What are you running? Are you
I'm
running?
really on the beach.
Okay. Well, okay. It does look very real. Is it
Thank you. I worked
is it
real hard for
OBS?
that.
Is it OBS? Because there's no
I'm running
like,
through OBS.
there's no distortion. It's
I've
beautiful.
got,
Grumpus. It's beautiful. It looks like it is real.
In fact, I can show you.
Grumpus is in the Bahamas today.
I know. I was like, dang.
So I'm running. My background is running on this monitor,
Oh, okay.
full screen,
So fancy, man.
and then I just share the screen and put it behind my camera view,
Wow.
and that's how it shows up. So this monitor here is just really the that's another browser running. I mean, that's another
Yeah.
browser running a 4K demo.
You're doing like what Maureen will say, like wah wah wah, like the peanuts to me right
But
now.
it
Wah, wah.
well, I was trying to explain. Other people have commented. I've told them. I said it just takes
Charlotte's
a lot of
my
lighting.
baby.
Takes a
That's
lot of
my
lighting to
baby
get it
birdie.
crisp like that.
Yeah, it's very crisp. It looks very real.
And it's just
It
backwards.
does, doesn't it?
It's just
Mhm.
backwards of what your mind tells you it should be.
Mm.
You're telling the camera to eliminate the green, but
Oh.
unless you really light it up, the camera can't see the green to eliminate it.
Oh, okay.
So, but it does real good.
Yeah, you do real
I've
good,
had a lot of
Mr.
fun with it.
Technical person. I don't even.
Yeah,
Mr.
no, he's
Technology.
very, he is.
StreamYard is not my favorite program, and I don't know a whole lot about it.
Oh, okay. If it's made for those of us too who don't know a lot about technology.
Amen.
So we
Amen.
can run it. But you probably will be able to do, more things.
Yeah, I think I can figure it out. But
Yeah,
you
you
got to answer your question. I'm running OBS, and then OBS, I do all the fancy stuff through OBS, and then OBS I turn it into a virtual camera.
Wow.
So when I
okay,
log
that's
in-
like
when-
Snap
when I-
Camera that they used to have. I loved that thing.
When I log into StreamYard and once
Mhm.
it asks for my camera, I just tell it it's OBS virtual camera.
Oh, okay.
So that's why I can do this on my part,
hmm
but I can't do it overall on the whole thing because StreamYard won't let you do that.
Look at that. Even when you move your hand,
Just so
Yeah,
you
it's a-
know,
there's no distortion. I know mine's
this is
totally
OG.
this.
This is the real
Oh,
thing.
GS.
This is my freezer, and this is my crochet, and I painted that myself. And
It's OGS, old girl situation.
that's right.
That's what we got.
Right.
It's OGS.
Because if I turn it off, I mean that's what I got
Yeah.
right there.
I actually just Googled.
Oops.
Dang
Darn
it.
it. She just took stuff off of it too.
I know.
There, you're back.
You're back. Can you see us?
I know you were lost.
Can you hear us?
Can you hear us?
Yes,
Okay, good.
I can. This gets to be the problem when you live in the sticks.
Yeah.
But my connection's been really bad. We actually, yeah, it's been
Are you
really
on
bad.
wire?
Worse
Are
than
you on
normal
wire or direct?
lately.
Are you on satellite?
Well, we are now. We were on satellite, but about 3 months ago we paid to do the
Oh,
fiber.
Lord. That was me.
Okay.
You
Now,
paid.
see, I'm
Yeah,
still
so-
with Comcast.
Are you really? And you're
I've been with
running that? On
Comcast. I've been with Comcast for probably 30 some years.
We were too.
In fact, A&T 2 summers ago ran fiber right through my backyard.
Mhm.
And you just
But
See,
I've been
fiber
happy.
literally just like when we got it, it had just become available where I
Yeah.
am.
Right.
I've been happy as a
within-
plan with Comcast. So there's no reason to change it.
yeah, they're
Yeah.
still working out. I think the kinks in ours because they just ran it. They just ran it this year and just put it. You know,
I mean,
we
I
just
pay
got-
I pay for 20.
Yeah.
I pay for 1200 down is my speed.
Mm.
So I can run.
We could
like right now,
probably
just
up our
talk.
plan.
Just talking to you, I've got 1, 2, 3. I got 3 web browsers running, and one of them has 3 tabs open.
And they don't throttle you at all because the one in Florida, they do little sneaky, tricky stuff.
I use a VPN.
I say,
That's awesome. Throttle me if you can find me.
They can throttle me if they want, but I'll change cities if I have to.
we're doing great, Jake. How are you?
Yeah, right now I'm coming to you from Michigan.
Mhm.
Oh my gosh. Wow.
I need to learn how to operate VPNs.
Yeah. Well, I had one, I thought, and then it was like, we need the key. And I'm like, what the frick is
What
it?
is a key?
Well, I use private internet access. That's the one I use.
Oh, okay. Is it pretty? Well, see, but you need like a layperson's one for us. So we would have to tell us.
I got it because it's the cheapest.
I'm
Okay.
half tempted to pay for Grumpus's next vacation and put him in the hotel down the street so
Right?
he can come over here and teach
Set
me all
you
this
all
stuff.
up.
I could spend your money all day long, Charlotte.
I know you could. I know you could.
Like, did you ever do this as a living? Like, were you IT or this is just an
No, it's just a
interest?
hobby got out of hand.
Wow.
I've been building my own computers for 40 years.
Okay.
So
My dad
I
worked
have,
for
I have
IBM,
never
but,
bought a
like-
computer other than a laptop. Everything else I build myself.
Wow.
And it's just a hobby. I mean, I got into YouTube so I could learn how to do this kind of stuff.
Mm, mm.
Two.
Mm-mm.
Wow.
Keeps
I
me
wish I
from
had
going to
that.
seed.
I wish I had that. Man. Yeah.
You know, when I started this live stream tonight, I wanted to talk about my fall garden, Carol.
Oh, okay.
And I'm, you know, I don't know if you know this or not, but they do. Over the winter time, I realized that termites had eaten up about over half of my garden beds, my raised beds.
Oh no.
And
Yeah,
they're-
I'm not allowed to put in wood in our backyard because of that. My
Yeah.
husband, I just destroyed the elevated bed that I had.
Right. Well, I haven't
one.
taken it out yet.
Yeah.
And I only grew tomatoes in the sturdiest one this
Right.
spring for spring garden. Well, I've watched them survive all of the storms we've had and, you know, the weather and the heat and everything. And I thought, well, maybe they're good for one more season till I can get enough money to replace them with metal beds.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's what I'm going to do. I've decided to go ahead and do a fall garden. And I can't think of a stinking thing to plant. I want to plant onions.
That sounds like me. I just am the worst garden planner. That's why I do tropicals.
I
I'm
know.
terrible. I'm terrible at lining up the time and the right plants and what I really want to eat out of the garden. Like,
Right.
I know
That's
I
the
like
thing.
bananas, you know. I want those darn mangoes to grow.
Oh, yeah.
But yeah, when it comes to annuals, I don't like to baby a garden. I just
Right.
don't.
Right.
I don't.
Um,
Radishes I'm okay with because they're short term.
Well, and see, I don't even like them.
And yeah, then I don't end up liking my own radishes because they're way
Way too spicy.
so
Yeah.
hot. Yeah.
But I do like mustard green.
Yeah.
So I
Okay.
think I'm going to
That's
grow
good
some
one.
mustard greens and some spring onions because I can grow those here all year round.
Okay.
You know.
Have you done the walking onions yet? They're
No,
like-
not yet. My girlfriend sent me some, and I let them get too
Oh,
dry, and
Yeah, mine died.
they rotted. So I didn't plant any. But and really, to me, there's just I don't care what kind of onion it is, as long as I can eat it.
Right. Do you
You
have,
know.
bacon, do you have bacon seeds
I wish
to go with those mustard greens?
I need some bacon seeds, and I need some prime rib seeds.
Right.
There you go.
If you don't let go of my yarn, young lady, here,
Well, Charlotte, could you use concrete blocks for your beds?
I could. Yeah.
Those are cheap.
Are they?
Less than $2 a block.
Yeah.
I bought a whole pallet of them here a while back for work.
What's nice, some people plant in them but for here we can't use them because of the reflective heat.
Right.
I meant just for the border.
But yeah, for the border.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I've seen people even plant inside the
Mhm.
block around
Yeah.
the edge, plus have all that interior space.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I like the cap, like you can put on the
I
block.
do too, because then you can sit down.
Yeah, you can sit down. Yeah.
And
And
I
it
like
can
my
replace
bed to be
you
a good
guys.
18 inches tall.
You have to go.
You leaving us,
Marcel, are you leaving us, my dear?
We gotta go. We've got a 6-hour road trip tomorrow.
Oh wow.
Okay,
So,
my dear. I hope you enjoy it.
Yeah.
Yeah, and me too. We've never been there before, so this is gonna be exciting.
Well, we'll be expecting a full
but
report when you get back.
If I can go live, like if I know we don't have Wi-Fi in the cabin we rented, but if I can get signal, I'll try to go live.
Oh, that'll be fun.
That'd be
Yeah,
cool.
do that.
I'll try.
Yeah.
I'd kind of like to see the waterfall.
Jill, it's good to see you. Yeah, for real. Oh, for real, I'm going to be taking videos that I will share.
Awesome.
All right, guys. Well, love y'all.
Love
All right,
you too,
we'll see
honey.
you, Marcel.
Bye-bye.
It was nice to be up
Bye-bye.
on a
Bye.
live with you, Marcel. Bye. Take care.
Bye-bye.
Safe
Mwah.
travel.
Sweet Thumb's got the right
Yes,
idea.
Good to see you.
Yeah, he does.
Well, congratulations on your monetization and happy birthday.
Thank you. Thank you so much. She's so sweet.
Oh, look, Dwayne's still hanging in with us. Thank you, Dwayne. Thank
Well,
you.
Charlotte, I didn't think about turnips and mustard
Yeah.
greens and stuff like that. That's probably something we can put in now.
Yeah, you can put mustard greens in now, and you'll have them till March of next year. Just take, cut
What do you
and
think-
come again kind of
Yeah.
thing.
What do you think about turnips and beets and stuff like that?
I love beets. I've never been able to grow a beet. I've been trying for 10 years. I can get the prettiest beet greens you ever seen in your life, but it will not bulb up for me.
Is that a lack of hold on. Bone meal?
I have no idea.
Bone meal is what helps things bulb up.
Okay, well,
Soil,
now I know.
bone meal.
What's that, phosphorus?
I don't know. You're
I
asking
think it is.
you're asking the big question now.
Wait.
It's just bones.
Yeah,
it's,
phosphorus.
it's bones. Yeah.
Well, yeah.
We have
plant-
plenty of it,
So
supposedly.
plant your root vegetables where the bodies are buried.
Yeah, there you go. That's right. Yeah. Whatever you're taking out that's eating your vegetables and burying, just plant your bulbs on top.
All those poor chickens that the cat got a hold of.
I have to look and see because right now it's still super gross and hot, and we're finally getting our rains. We weren't getting it.
Yeah, it's gross and hot here, and it has rained.
More than just phosphorus, it's calcium and phosphorus.
Oh, calcium and phosphorus. Okay.
And we have plenty of both in our soil, but we have trouble with bulbing up too with certain things. But I think
I didn't plant.
it's so wet.
I didn't plant anything edible this year.
No, just inedible. Just the
Everything
flower.
just burned up last year. I just got kind of discouraged.
Right.
Yeah,
And we've
Yeah,
had
that's-
so much rain here, it would have probably rotted.
yeah.
Right.
And that's usually us, is it rots or it mildews
let-
over
let me-
down there.
Let me backtrack. I've got one little patch of rosemary and a little patch of basil that's doing
Okay.
all right.
Yeah, heat loving. They're
Well,
heat
I've got rosemary, and it's thriving. It's like a hedge in my
nice.
backyard. In fact, I can sell it to the restaurant that my daughter works at because I've got
Wow.
pieces of it. But that's really all I grew was rosemary and tomatoes this spring, and it was so foreign to me not to have a garden.
Mm.
It was crazy because I've never, I mean, in 15 years, I've never not had a garden.
Mhm.
So yeah, I missed it. I missed it a lot.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
okay, so green onions and mustard greens, and then
Yeah,
maybe
And
beets, maybe
I
beets.
want to grow some carrots, but I'm just not sure that. I hate the beginning process of starting carrots because
Mm,
here, it's so dry. Well, not no more. In the spring we go through a real dry season,
right.
so planting carrots in the spring here is futile.
Yeah.
You
They have the
shouldn't
same
do
way.
it.
I mean, you can water in the morning before you go to work. By the time you get home, everything's dried up again.
Everything's dried out. Yeah,
Mhm. I
And-
saw Laura from Hedgehog's Homestead put boards on hers.
that's what I did last time, and it works. It
Okay.
really works.
Yeah.
I had more carrots the last time I grew them than I knew what to do with.
I can't really speak because I've only grown carrots like this big when I first started gardening, and then I quit. Like I gardened like what was it, 10 or over, like over 10 years ago,
Mhm.
and
Mhm.
I didn't know much about zones or anything,
Yeah.
Yeah, and
Well-
I also didn't know, time wise, like you got to leave them longer. I just saw that they were starting to get a little bit orange at the top, and I got excited.
Yeah. Yeah.
Hold up,
I
Well,
bet
and
they
the
were
crazy
good.
thing
I
is,
they were
Most-
delicious.
most of the things that I like to eat are in the fall garden anyway.
Yeah,
I'm not a huge fan of eggplants I do like peppers, but that's more of a fall garden thing for me too.
right.
I never have good luck with peppers until August. And then from August to the first freeze, I get peppers out the wazoo. If I plant them in April. I didn't plant any this year, so I don't know how that would go. But I'm thinking about going to the farm store down the street and getting some starter plants. I might do some more tomatoes. Might get some peppers. But I really want a lot of leafy greens this year. I'm thinking about growing some romaine lettuce.
What was that? What kind of?
Romaine.
Oh, yeah, they're cut and come again too. Diva does romaine, and they get a lot of Caesar salads. That's what she does it specifically for. Is for
Yeah,
Caesar.
we love it here. So I'm trying to think of things that we eat on the regular.
Right.
So
Well, I think I'm going to make a real strong effort to get things in earlier this year.
Mm,
good idea.
Get my stuff started in the winter in the greenhouse.
Mhm.
I know what I end up doing is I wait until I see the plants
Mm,
at the
mhm.
nurseries,
mhm.
Can't do
and then
that.
it's too late.
Yeah,
Yep.
it is.
It's really too late because it
Right.
just gets so stinking hot
Right.
so quick here.
Well, and here I have said squash is out of the question unless it's a machata type squash. I
I
can't
could
grow
start
summer
seeds
squash.
in November and December
See,
Yeah.
here.
our August planting is so weird. We go into eggplant, okra, peppers,
Yeah.
squashes, and tomatoes for a fall
Yeah.
garden. And everybody is like done and over with that because that's their
early spring.
it's their early
Yeah.
spring. So yeah, that messed me up when I was watching other gardeners online,
Mm-hmm.
and I was like, yeah, everything just died or got eaten by things.
Are you zone 10 or 11?
I am 10B. I am
Okay.
pretty sure we are 11A by now.
Yeah.
I think
yeah.
potatoes would work, Alex.
Potatoes, I could probably grow those all year, except
Yeah.
when it freezes.
We could do sweet potatoes all year.
I love me some
Part-
sweet potatoes.
And part of my issue here, where I'm at,
Mhm.
is we do a lot to encourage. I mean, it's pretty much organic.
Right.
We do a lot to encourage the birds
Right.
and that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
And
Bees.
they're the ones sitting on the fence, looking at their watches, waiting on my tomatoes to be
You
ready.
darn right they
Yeah.
are.
So I got to kind of
Right.
pick and choose. It's like I was telling Charlotte last week.
Yeah.
I've got a lot of coleus because I really like it, the big
Mhm, it's
leaf
pretty.
stuff.
Yeah.
Well, it's bolting and going to seed and the flowers. Now the butterflies and the bees and everything love that kind of stuff.
Right.
Yeah, they do.
But I know I need to cut it to get the plant where I want it to be. So I'm torn between, because you get the good bugs they're eating the bad bugs
Right.
because I can't spray
Right.
Yeah.
But
because
you
I
got
got
ponds.
my fish pond out back, so I can't spray
Oh,
or do anything like that.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So, I got to stay organic
Yep.
and compete. I got to compete with the
Oh, yeah,
wildlife.
girl,
The
you can see his
beekeepers
koi
are
pond.
the beekeepers are in that same situation. That's
Yeah.
J3 was saying that. Like he grows enough to where it's like the offering to nature and then
Mhm.
Right.
enough for himself.
Hope there's enough
Mhm.
left over.
Right. Right. I always wonder though too, other than, they see the tomatoes blush, but I sometimes wonder too if the birds go after our tomatoes because the worms are going after the tomatoes and
That's a possibility.
they're seeing the worms because
Yeah.
I waited so long for this one, to get ready so I could pick it off the plant. And it was like my last tomato of the season, my only one because I was given the plant. They were moving. Sure enough, it had an army worm in it. By the time I went out to pick it, I was
Yeah.
Oh, see,
Now, see,
army
like I had a
worms are
neighbor.
my arch nemesis.
so.
I had a
Ooh.
neighbor
I
come
hate
over one day, and she knocked on my door, and she was all flustered. Now, this woman, she would spend a couple $100 a month at Home Depot every month
Oh,
Oh,
with
wow.
chemicals
Oh,
and stuff.
yeah, not good.
And she come over, and she'd been on the internet looking. She says, "Do you know how to get rid of white flies?"
Mhm.
And my answer was, "Stop killing what eats them."
Yeah,
yeah.
That's the only way you're going to get rid of them.
right, right.
So you have to kind of let nature
have to have
have
the
its
plant.
way on some of this stuff, and
Yeah, you have to have the plants too.
I
for
don't use any
those.
spray. Well, that's not true.
there's a balance you've got to have there. I mean, you're
Right.
not going to have ladybugs and the praying mantises and all that kind of stuff in your garden
You're spraying.
if you're killing
you're
everything
spraying
that
it,
they eat.
Right.
Mhm.
My husband is actually in the lawn care and pest control industry and has been since
Yeah.
we got married. And as soon as I took over the backyard with my garden, I was like, nothing is being sprayed back here. We're done. You've got the front lawn as your calling
Yeah,
card.
yeah.
Back here, you cannot spray anymore. It was amazing. After a couple of years, we started seeing like the spiders come back and the crab spiders that I hadn't seen since I was little were
Yeah.
in my
Oh,
garden.
wow.
Yeah, like those kind of things, like Grumpus is saying. I even want to plant the plants that are for the, enemies of the bad bugs
Right.
Yeah, yeah.
and get that set up because
Now I got to tell you, once I put my pond in, decided I had to go organic.
Mhm.
That first 2 summers, it looked like somebody took a blowtorch back there and burned
Right.
up everything. I mean, I was just
Imagine.
overrun,
Right.
and it
Same.
was so hard not to get the sprayer out. But by the third summer, I noticed I had a lot more birds coming around, a lot more butterflies.
Yep.
Praying mantises were showing up. The lizards, the little green lizards, Carol.
Yeah.
Mhm.
They were not the iguanas,
Right.
Right.
but
The
the
little
little
one.
green lizards
The
were
little
showing
bug.
up.
I love those.
And everything balanced out by the end of that third summer. But it was
Yeah.
a mess. It was
Well,
a
that's
burned
just,
up,
I
nasty
think that's
mess.
what happened too with my 10-year ago. And
Yeah.
my dad laughed at me because he was alive at the time because I said I wanted to go organic because he's like, just throw some 7 on it. And I'm like,
Right.
Daddy, no, I'm trying to go organic. And he just laughed because probably was the only one in the neighborhood trying to go organic. And also
Right.
Right.
time, I didn't realize my husband was still doing like weed and feed in the backyard and doing some spraying
Mhm.
here and there. And all the good bugs were not there.
Right.
To
Right.
help support that. But I just remember my dad laughing and being like, yeah, good luck. And
Yeah. Well, I mean, I went organic because of the pond.
yeah. No,
But
you
it's
have to be.
and I pass up the organic stuff at the store because of the price.
Right.
But trying to keep that natural balance
Yeah.
is now that it's run its course and settled down, I'm kind of proud of how it all worked out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And as far as fertilizer, I rarely fertilize anything.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I'll take a 5-gallon bucket and skim off the filter, the fish
Mhm.
filters,
Yeah, the pond water is great for that.
and all that sludge off the bottom of the
Oh, heck yeah.
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 I'll put that out and work it in the soil in the springs, and it does really, really well.
This is what
but it's
This is
not
the
so hot
green.
it's going to burn anything.
this is a green lizard that was on our.
Oh, look,
There you go, little geckos.
No,
that's an
a
iguana.
baby iguana that
No
my daughter
kidding.
saw last night. Yeah,
You could tell with his striped tail.
the darn striped tail. And you know,
Yeah.
she's
Okay.
my daughter's such a sweet little thing. But
So
I'm
do
telling
you guys do you have a problem with them where you're at, Carol?
yeah, I have passion vine that they are coming down out of the trees that I wanted the passion vine to go up and create fruit and just kind of, drop down and have
Well,
passion fruit.
I gotta ask you as a
Ate it.
cook. I gotta ask you as a cook, how do they taste?
I have not done that yet, and I am not there yet. I have to find it maybe in a taco, and nobody tells me, and they tell me after. Because when I was little and we first had iguanas, and one of my snacks was yogurt, my imagination after seeing a squished lizard was lizard guts. Like I would think of lizard guts while I'm eating yogurt, and I would have to
Oh,
put it down.
no.
I would have to put it down. And so, yeah.
Because I'm
Eating
pretty
one,
sure
eating
I'm pretty
one.
sure if I was in your area, that would probably be a staple for me.
Yeah.
From your Lone Star in a New York minute.
Well,
I can see a low and slow iguana on my pit.
the deer meat for dinner that you
Yes.
watched
I
him?
watch
Yeah.
him a lot.
Did you see him do the iguana?
Yes,
With
I
the
did.
wrapped in bacon. And I was just saying, actually, that story on tonight is like the only thing that was more terrifying than the idea of eating the iguana was how it looked after it was smoked and everything was cooked, because it looked like it tried to escape because
Well,
it raised up.
I think if you wanted people to enjoy it, you'd probably need to cut it up a little bit before you cooked it.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
It's
Yeah,
going to have to look like
that
chicken
was
to get
so
anybody to try it.
intimidating. Yeah, that was just no. That was too intimidating. Yeah, part it out or something and make it
Yeah.
look like little, like kind of like what they did with frog legs with kids. Like,
Yeah,
just make it look like it's a little mini chicken leg. or something.
exactly.
Didn't know any better. Now the idea of eating them, I'm like, nope. I've seen that texture. I'm a very big like.
I
will
would
eat
have to try it.
everything, but slimy textures, I'm not good with. Like,
That's why I don't like yellow squash, because it's slimy.
yeah, I can get slimy.
And mushrooms are slimy.
Yeah, I like mushrooms though,
I like the
I
squash
like-
and the mushrooms.
and I do like squash, but I think it's the whole amphibian lizard thing.
Oh, yeah. Like gator. I
Yeah.
like gator, though. I mean,
I
if
do
it's
too.
cooked right. If it's
Gator,
cooked right.
yeah, gator skin is a little bit different and not as slimy lizardy looking or amphibian looking. But yeah, I've had the gator bites like down at the Everglades Park.
Okay.
There you go, sweet thumb.
There
Like
you go.
you said, seeing the iguanas on the grill, I'll take a plate. I wouldn't mind trying.
You're brave, sweet thumb.
He said, he grew amaranth.
Yeah, I have the
I-
Love Lies Bleeding that I want to grow. I
He grew some about 2 summers ago, and I loved that stuff. It was so pretty.
Mhm.
And I had like a salmon colored version of it.
Yeah.
I got it from Baker Creek.
Mhm.
And man, I wish I had planted an entire bed of it.
Mhm.
I only planted it in a small fabric raised bed.
Yeah.
It was probably a 50-gallon one.
Okay.
And, but it was so beautiful. The way the wind blows it, it's so, gosh, I love that stuff.
Yeah. Did you eat the greens off of it?
No.
Yeah, a lot of people eat.
It was more like a flower in my yard, but
Yeah. And the birds love it.
yeah, oh yeah, they sure do. And it kept them off my tomatoes.
Oh, there you go. There's
There
a
you
catch.
go, sweet
Yeah.
thumb. So, Carol, could you
A
eat some
sausage.
iguana sausage?
Yeah, like I said, if you don't tell me, then I'll try it, and then if I like it, then you
Yeah,
can.
might have to mix that up with a little pork butt, put a little fat in it.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
I could.
grind it
I
up
do
real good.
wonder what the texture is like of the meat. Like I don't.
Well, it's
Like
probably
one-
just like chicken or something like that. It's not going to be slimy unless somebody didn't know what they were doing.
Well, yeah,
Right.
no. I wonder if it's like fish or if it's like chicken. Like, is it flaky or is it like that, like chicken?
I'm gonna say probably chickeny because there's
Yeah.
a lot of muscle in there.
Yeah.
Okay.
And
And it's what they eat.
yeah, they just eat bugs.
Yeah, I
They
think
eat
I think the
greens,
texture
they
would
eat
be
my garden.
more like a dark meat on a chicken.
They're
Oh, you think it would be dark meat?
Well, I think the
Probably.
texture would be
Oh,
more like dark meat on a
yeah,
chicken.
yeah.
curious.
Gotcha.
What is it?
My imagination tells me they would be very lean.
Yeah, mine too.
So just like deer sausage, they mix it with pork.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
So little iguana and pork sausage, I think that would be just. There's no way I wouldn't try it if I had the opportunity.
So, Sweet Thumb, when you eat those leaves, you need to let me know how they are.
Okay.
Because I love collard greens, I love mustard greens, I love cabbage and kale and most of the green stuff. I love it.
Yeah.
But now, one thing I haven't tried is potato leaves or sweet potato leaves, sweet potato vine.
Yeah, I've heard you have to really put like vinegar, like or an acid in there to combat the
Bitterness. Yeah, that's what I would think too.
It says when cooked, iguana meat can have an interesting texture and is usually not tough. It is a lean meat that's high in protein and has a mild flavor. Most of the meat is found on the legs, tail, and along the spine. And deboned iguana meat can be used in soup, stews, gumbos, etouffee. They don't mention tacos.
There you go.
Hey,
Chicken.
So Carol, in the olden days, they would call that manna.
Yeah, right. Well, tree chicken is what I had. It's funny.
Tree chicken. I like that.
I had that on a short, and that short took off. It was just.
I bet it did.
Somebody come get these tree chickens.
I like that.
And it's just blowing in the wind, the darn thing. He was big, too.
oh my. How big is the average one that you run across in nature?
Down here in our yards, I would say a 4-footer.
Okay.
A 4-footer. The only reason, too, near me, they don't get bigger is because I am in an area that has a mixture of different Latin American cultures, and they do eat them like that. It's free meat, just like Grumpus said, free meat.
Just like Muscovy ducks in Orange Park, Florida.
Yeah, isn't that interesting? They do kind of disappear more.
Yeah,
lately,
they do.
especially since times have gotten a little hard with inflation. I mean, there's less Muscovy ducks.
Well, my mother-in-law lived in a little town south of Jacksonville called Green Cove Springs, and that's where she grew up. And she told me that during the Depression, that's on the St. Johns River. And during the Depression, her father would go out to the river, and there was this little park, and all the Muscovy ducks would be there, and he'd come home with a whole string of them, and that's what they would eat during the Depression.
Oh, I'll be darned.
Yeah.
Now, last time I went back up to Indiana, up in Indianapolis,
Mm-hmm.
when I left there in '78, there was no Canadian geese around.
Oh, yeah.
But they are overrun with Canadian geese now. I mean, they're along the highway, along the interstates, in neighborhoods. They're running everywhere.
And they're nasty.
And I asked my brother-in-law about it, and he said, "Yeah, you can't kill them. It's against the law to kill them."
Yes, it is.
Wow.
It's true.
Why?
And I told him, I said, "I'll tell you what. If I lived up here, anything lands in my backyard is dinner."
Yeah.
But
that I got a funny story about Canadian geese. When I was a little girl in Jacksonville, my mother used to take me to a place called the Duck Pond, and they had the white geese, and those things. We would get popcorn. There was a bar there and a little concession thing, and my parents would get a cocktail or a beer or something, and they'd buy us a little bag of popcorn.
Yeah.
And of course, it was after church on Sunday. but I'd be all dressed up I remember it vividly, in my little Sunday dresses, walking around the park with my popcorn, and those geese would come after me.
Yes.
And try to steal my popcorn. Well, it petrified me, right?
Right. They bite.
Right.
Mean.
They are mean as fire. Well, when I got to Virginia when I was about 35, I started working at this mortgage company, and I was outside taking a break with some friends, and
Mm.
I saw some Canadian geese, and I said, "What kind of ducks are those?" The woman looked at me and said, "What planet are you from?" I said, "Florida."
Yeah, because we have things in our waterways that they don't
But they
come
don't.
here.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
And I said, "I've never seen a duck like that." She said, "It's not a duck, it's a goose." I said, "No, geese are white and they're mean as hell." She said, "Well, those are mean as hell too."
Yeah. Yeah.
That's right, Sweet Thumb.
Yes, they do.
Don't mess with them. When Florida gets a freeze and the iguanas start falling out of the tree,
Right.
makes me wonder if the clothes might be worth the tree.
There
You
you
never
go.
know, Sweet Thumb.
Problem is some of them are not dead, and you put it in your car and it heats up.
Then it heats up.
Back to life. Some
You better
people
get a
found-
box with a lock on it.
Right. Some people found that out like the hard way, but we haven't had freezes like that, Sweet Thumb, in the last
It's been a
couple of
few years. hasn't it?
Like, yeah, it's
Yeah.
been a few years.
Well,
I
I
would
think
say-
my adventurous palate comes from my grandma on my dad's side,
Mhm.
because they always lived back in the woods someplace and always had good food. We'd go after church and go visit them,
Mm,
but you never asked what you were eating,
right.
because my grandma would cook anything couldn't outrun her,
There you go.
and all of her meals were good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
My mom says that about her grandmother. Same thing.
What
And
I
she
would
was
love to have right now.
Groundhog.
No, I've been sitting here thinking about a big old pot of beans and rice with some ham hocks in it.
mm,
That sounds so good to me right now.
oh my goodness. I'd like just some fettuccine Alfredo with some Cajun shrimp. Nothing too complicated or wild, you know.
Look, I live in Cajun territory. Believe it or not, here in South Mississippi, a lot of the food influence is Cajun and Creole.
Yeah.
And you can't go anywhere without getting etouffee,
Right.
gumbo, and po' boys.
Okay.
And I hate it.
Yeah.
I absolutely despise it.
I do love Slap Your Mama though. That's one of
Yeah,
my
well, that's not bad.
favorites. Yeah, that's
Yeah,
Well,
some
now I
good
do
stuff.
love. I don't like crawfish either. So I kind of
Not-
moved to
yeah,
the wrong
not-
region.
Oh, I could eat my weight in crawfish.
Wesley can too, and so can my son.
Yeah.
I'd rather have snow crab than crawfish.
Oh, you and me both. Oh my, snow crab is amazing.
Mhm.
I'd tear up either one of them.
Or even the blue crabs you get up in Maryland. Oh my God.
Yeah, those
All
are
the
good, but
Chesapeake
after
Bay.
having snow crab, there's so much work.
They are a lot of work.
That's true.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's true.
Little pieces.
But yeah, I don't care for, but I will eat crawfish etouffee because that is freaking amazing.
I don't think I've ever had that.
Oh my goodness. It is so, and it's so easy to make if you can get crawfish in your grocery store.
Yeah, we have the frozen tails, I think.
Yeah.
sometimes.
Use those and look up a recipe because it's super simple to make.
I'll have to look up.
But
that.
now you can't have the rice, so you'd have to do some kind of little substitute.
Yeah, pretty soon. I've got a few days left of July, and then August I got to crack down. Dang it!
Yeah, yeah. Well, then go tomorrow.
I know, right? I know. But we just
So-
did get shrimp, so I'm probably gonna be doing the Alfredo and
That
it's
sounds
still
good.
gluten-free pasta, but still, I
Sounds
need
good.
to look it up because I don't remember what the etouffee is.
It's a cream sauce like Alfredo, sort of. It just doesn't have the Parmesan cheese in it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's almost a bechamel with
Oh my
Creole or seasoning in it.
I'd like to take some of those beignets. Actually, I just
Oh,
donuts, please.
oh,
Me,
now you're talking my language.
can't. Oh, all right. I'm gonna hold on.
About
to
wheat
this.
and beignets.
Yeah, I could definitely do some donuts.
And muffalettas. Dear
What's-
God in
Y'all
heaven.
making me starve, and I had a big
What's the
supper.
I know this is the word. We talked
Muffaletta
about food
is
really
a
late at night.
it's a sandwich. It has Italian roots, but
Okay.
it has salami and mortatello, like a bologna. It's
Mhm.
sort of,
Yeah.
and it has what else?
So ham, capicola,
Yes, capicola,
pepperoni.
and then there's an olive salad that they put on it.
Okay.
And oh my gosh, it is the most amazing sandwich. And the bread is huge. And
Mm.
it's like they put it on a loaf of bread, only it's it's almost bun shaped, but it's big and it's fresh and it's homemade and it's so delicious.
Mhm.
But I can't eat a lot of bread anymore.
Nope, me neither.
So there's that. I
Yeah,
can, but I pay for it later.
I've seen that Sweet Thumb too. I used to actually, before Wally World kind of went down, like with the cooler situation, because ours has had cooler issues.
Right.
I used to go and get, like, they would have that whole salmon.
Oh yeah.
And I would do like that with the, the potatoes and the green beans on the side. And I forget what Nick was
That
saying.
sounds yummy.
I think they call it like a,
No clue.
yeah, it was so good. But now I won't. I can't. I'm scared to bother with any of their coolers.
Yeah.
And get sick.
Yeah.
Not to mention just I don't know what they do with some of their stuff.
We get a lot of our seafood off the docks because I live I can walk to the beach from my house.
Nice.
And I mean I can't walk to the docks from my house, but well I could if we used to have a harbor here in the little town that I live in, but the last hurricane ate it. There were boats on the highway. It was crazy.
Wow.
But now the closest harbor for shrimping is in the next town over. So we go down there and get shrimp off the boat, fish off the boat, all kinds of stuff. And it's so stinking cheap. I mean, you get shrimp for $4 a pound, heads on.
Wow. Yeah, I've done, long time ago, I went shrimping in the moonlight. That was fun. But I mean, I was so disconnected from my food. I had no idea those little heads were so pokey. Little heads are so pokey.
They are. They'll poke the tar out of you.
Yep.
And we have one of the things I want my husband and my son to do this fall is to go flounder gigging.
Mm-hmm.
I haven't done that in ages. I love doing that.
Oh yeah, great.
I've never heard of it. You gig it? I thought you catch it like a regular fishing.
You can, but it's not normal. I mean, they kind of bury themselves in the sand up close to the shore. Right. So you just put a headlight on and you get a gig and you shuffle your feet. As soon as you see one, you gig it and bring it home.
Wow.
They'll come up in 4 or 5 inches of water.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Oh, okay.
You just sit there overnight.
Mm-hmm.
So you go at night, just like you would for bullfrogs or
frogs. Go at night with a big bright light, and they just kind of freeze. They don't move.
That's wild. See, here with all the things that have been happening with the sharks, I'd be afraid to get.
The only thing I'm really afraid of out there right now is jellyfish. Because I don't like oh gosh, that's just agony for me to get stung by jellyfish.
Yeah. Oh, I got stung by one. There wasn't even one nearby. I got it like a tentacle came off of one of those man-o-wars.
Oh yeah. Oh.
Yeah, I remember getting it, and it was like, what the frick?
Did you get sick from it?
No, it was only one, thankfully, and it barely got me, but it got me enough to where
you felt it, didn't you?
Yeah. I didn't know what it was at first.
Found a crazy easy salmon recipe, room temp salmon, cold pan, salt and pepper in the pan, skin side down, medium high heat, 3 minutes aside. Dear God, that sounds delicious. I got a piece of salmon in my freezer.
I like, I've had salmon before where you use the mayonnaise over it with the seasoning on top and you roast it. You bake it.
You know what I do? I make a teriyaki type sauce with mine.
I like teriyaki. Yeah, can't have it anymore.
Really more of a soy sauce / brown sugar sauce, but I call it,
Well, teriyaki is more like sweet soy sauce.
And then I just roll that whole fillet up in a piece of aluminum foil and stick it in the oven for a few minutes.
Yeah.
maybe 15 minutes.
10
And
to-
that is really, really good.
Yeah.
Really good. My kids love that stuff.
yeah. That's actually, it's funny. We have a place called the Murakami Museum down here,
Mhm.
and it's they make a really good teriyaki salmon with like just their sticky rice, and it's
Oh.
just so good. I don't know if they still do. It's been years since I've been there, but what's nice is the little cafe is you can overlook the whole beautiful park that they have, and they've got a lake and everything. It's actually where I guess the Yamato family had all their watermelon, like the farm. They
Yeah, yeah.
grow watermelons and stuff.
Oh, did you look up the Menorcans?
No, I
No.
forgot. I wrote it down too and shut
I
the
know you did.
Oh no, I wrote it here. Actually, there we go. Yeah.
It's an interesting story.
Besides time blindness, I just my
That's
memory
okay.
is awful. It's terrible. But
Um,
hopefully it'll get better because once my D levels go up, some of that is supposed to help with memory too.
Oh, okay. My daughter's on D and what else? Potassium
Oh,
right now. In addition to the meloxicam and the
Oh,
cortisone and all the other stuff she's dealing with.
is that
But-
autoimmune too?
We don't know. We have a rheumatology appointment in September,
Okay.
80 miles away.
Oh.
Yeah, it's crazy. All the ones here were full up and could not see her for at least a year.
Yeah, isn't that?
And
Yeah.
so,
Deal with Malachi just trying to set up a team, and it's like by the time you find your people, you get it set up, insurance changes, and
yeah,
then
or something happens, somebody quits, whatever. Yeah.
Oh yeah, his speech therapist during the big the parallelogram, moved to St. Augustine, and she was so sweet. She was such a sweet speech therapist. And then his OT preferred working with the kids like in the Easter Seals program, the babies.
Right, right.
So we lost her, and yeah, it's been hard to get anybody really. And they want you to come to them, and it's like, no, I want you to come here.
Yeah.
This is
with my
his environment, and this is what he needs to learn how to navigate right now.
right, right.
So,
When my son was in speech therapy, of course, he was 2.
mhm.
But they came to our house, and I love that.
Yeah,
I
they
love
do at that age.
Yeah.
After three is when.
That's right, because we were really fortunate. He was not delayed by very much, and it was just a speech delay. There was no other global
Good.
issues going on with him. It was just
Right.
talking. He was at 2 years old. When he turned 2, I knew there was a problem because he couldn't call me mama, and he couldn't say dada or daddy or nothing.
Yeah. So it was expressive. Was he understanding like what you were asking?
Yeah, oh yeah.
So
yeah.
receptive. Yeah,
I'd go tell him to find stuff. He'd bring it back to me. I mean, he knew what we were saying.
that's good.
But in fact, he started that in February of the year after he turned 2 in December.
Yeah.
And he had already caught up and superseded expectations for his age by August when they wanted to put him in Head Start, but they had to reevaluate him at that point to get him in.
Yeah.
And he had already blown past it.
Awesome.
So I was really grateful for that.
Yeah.
Really. But now I have, my 4-year-old grandson, he still is unintelligible.
Aw.
And
Yeah.
the crazy thing is you can tell that he is trying so hard.
So it's apraxia.
I don't know. We don't know.
Yeah.
He's been tested for autism twice
Right.
and has had 2 doctors. Well, basically they said, no, he doesn't have autism. The testing.
Mhm.
And then he's had 2 doctors, one who is an actual specialist in children with delays,
Yeah.
say, no, he's not autistic.
Mm.
I'm like, well, if he's not autistic, what the devil is it?
Right.
What is
Yeah.
causing him not to be able to communicate?
Did they do like? Have they seen an ENT?
Oh yeah, that was
All
the first
that?
thing. Yeah.
There's no submucosal cleft or anything going on.
Not that I'm aware of. If there was, I'm sure she would
It's
probably
a
know it.
very tiny cleft and often gets overlooked until adulthood. And when they vocalize, what they sound like is it's like stuck here in their throat, like the
Huh.
sounds. It can be
Just
just
talks
the
gibberish.
tiniest notch.
Oh.
Well, but he does talk gibberish, so he can move his mouth and
Well, he can move his mouth. He can scream like a trooper. He can.
And I had a grandson
Uh-huh.
that had to have speech therapy for a couple of years,
Mhm.
and I mean, he would try to talk, you just couldn't understand him.
That's the way Oliver is.
And what
Okay.
happened was, when he was a baby, he didn't suck his thumb.
Mm,
He would stick these two fingers down his mouth,
mm,
and sometimes the third one.
mm.
And everybody thought that was real cute while he was doing that. But what it done is it almost misformed his tongue to where it
Mhm.
was hard for him to speak. He couldn't
Yeah.
form the words
wow.
that kids
Yeah.
normally would learn.
Yeah. And sometimes
And
too,
he
a
was,
higher
I
palate will
want to
do
say
that.
he was probably 4 or 5 years old and finally had speech therapy, I think for a couple of years.
Mhm.
Huh.
And to this day, I mean, he's starting high school now, and he still has a little touch of that, almost like an accent
Mhm.
of
Okay.
residue from that.
Right. Some of that too can be submucosal cleft. They don't pick up on it, and what happens too is the muscles in the mouth don't form correctly on the roof of
Right.
the mouth, and they'll have a higher palate. And often this is just they're having muscle difficulty. It's not even
Yeah.
that is necessarily doing anything to the forming of the it's they're born with it that way, and they're trying to whatever the discomfort is that they're having, they're trying to like self-soothe.
Yeah, maybe something to that.
Yeah. Well, my son chews on every single thing, and he's got the submucosal cleft, and it was just by chance that the ENT did a super thorough job and said, well, let me just check something. And he stuck his finger back there and felt the notch. He's like, it is ever so slight, but he has a submucosal cleft.
You're darn.
And he has chronic like rhinitis. And for the longest time, we were going to the facial cranial specialists of Joe DiMaggio to have them decide whether he's going to end up, getting surgery for it or not. And they flip-flopped so much. So I said, you know what? It's obviously he's autistic. He's obviously been drug exposed. This is not just submucosal cleft we're dealing with. And I don't believe by getting in there and doing a surgery and doing all his muscles for such a small, thing is going to fix it all. It's
Right.
and he will remember that being done to him.
Oh yeah.
He has enough anxiety as it is. I don't.
Right.
So we actually, during the parallelogram, stopped going afterwards because it was just weird because they even agreed, the team did, but the one that didn't agree, and he's the one that flip-flopped, was of course the surgeon.
Of course.
Because that's what they do. They
Of
don't-
course.
they
Yeah.
don't operate. But yeah, I've had to do a lot of research on it, and there's a lot of people that their kids have it and they just don't know because it's so tiny.
Right.
It's such a tiny cleft. And but they end up like we had a kid that had it, and it's not just they sound like it's here, but they also sound kind of nasal
Easily too.
when they talk. We're still on the salmon recipe. I actually had salmon tonight. And now I'm so like, I think you were there, Charlotte, when I was talking about like, I'm not eating no raw fish anymore or
Yeah.
sardines. Like, after seeing those microscope YouTube channels,
I
I
love
watch 'em.
fish, but salmon is one of them I really don't care for.
Yeah.
My
That's
wife
cute.
loves
I
it.
remember you telling me
My
that.
wife loves it, but for some reason I just can't hardly choke it down.
is it
Huh.
just the texture of it?
I
or
think
the-
it's just oily and more fishy
too
than
fishy. Yeah. So you like what more of the Well, flounder's fishy. Do you fry your flounder?
I can't put any reasoning to it. No, I mean I'll eat flounder,
Mhm.
trout. You know, I love
Oh,
trout.
no.
Yeah.
Rainbow
Salmon is about the only fish that I really don't care for, and I
Not a
really
big
can't
fan.
explain why.
Yeah, that's actually common. A lot of people have difficulty with salmon.
It's one of my favorites.
Mine
I love
But
grouper.
I'll eat mackerel, and it's
love
almost
that.
as oily and
That's super
and
oily.
nasty.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
So I don't know what
Salmon
it is
has
about
that-
salmon.
Distinct flavor to it. It is a very distinct flavor
Yeah.
that mackerel does not have,
Right.
or any of the other fish, in my opinion. I just think it's a entity in itself. You know,
Just something
Fresh
doesn't
mackerel.
register with me.
Fresh
Right.
mackerel's delicious though.
And I've tried it, and you know
So good.
I'm always one of these guys say don't hate something on your first try,
right?
because somebody may not have known how to cook it.
Yeah.
Or they might have just messed it up. Totally.
But I've had some salmon. I've tasted salmon because my
Mhm.
wife usually orders it. And
Right.
some really nice places that should know how to cook it if anybody else.
Right.
Exactly.
And
Right.
it just doesn't appeal to me.
Doesn't. What part of the salmon that I like the best is actually the like towards the tail where they cut it real thin and it
Yeah.
crisps up on the bottom and it's just thinner cut. That's like my favorite part. But I've also had it like with steaks, and yeah, it gets to be too much sometimes if it's a thicker cut of salmon.
Oh yeah.
I agree.
I can take it in small doses.
Right. Yeah, that's us too. We actually were, my husband has a pastor that works alongside of him. Really doesn't need to work the job, but he does it anyway. And his church has, I can't think of the name of it. It's like, it's not a feed the hungry, but they bring in truckloads of food and you just don't know kind of what you're going to get. And he told my husband, he's like, come on up if you need something. And we got a whole bunch of what they call salmon. Well, I don't know what kind of salmon it is. Did not taste like salmon to me. But Theron's eating it. So I will have the salmon that I recognize while he's having the salmon that I don't recognize.
Keep it from going to waste anyhow. huh?
Yes, because it still was a blessing, and I
Oh
don't,
yeah. Yeah.
But yeah, it's been a blessing to have that because a little bit of extra helps right now with
Yes,
being
it does.
based on his income because I don't work. But
Right.
you just that I'm still trying to figure out what that fish was. It does kind of look like salmon.
Yeah.
It just tastes so different. It's kind of like I wonder if it's pink salmon. You know how you see that like
There's
It could
different
be a
types.
variety.
Yeah.
like a different variety.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah. Mm-mm.
Well, I even like sashimi. And
Do it.
oh,
I like my sushi fried.
I like my sushi cooked, especially after the wormies. Mm-mm. Nope.
well, there's enough hydrochloric acid in your guts that those.
Yeah.
Yeah, they say that, but what if they like get stuck on the way down and go in somewhere? No.
That's where you have to chase it with a highball.
That's
Yeah,
right.
little
right.
tequila, little tequila. Just-
Vodka. Yeah.
Yeah.
Some Patron.
Little disinfectant after your meal.
Yeah.
There you go.
They say that that's how ginger actually got started. Was that it was supposed to be an anti.
Parasitic.
Mm-hmm,
Oh, darn, I didn't know that.
mm-hmm. Yep.
Huh.
I love that stuff. I'll eat that with my sushi, but I
Oh,
do
yeah.
sushi cooked. I'll do the little bit of wasabi and some of that and throw it back.
Yeah. Man, y'all are throwing cravings on me.
I know me. I know. Now
I was
want-
thinking, I told you last week, Charlotte, I had some lamb chop. Man, them came out excellent.
Mm.
You know what? I'm a little jealous because the ones I had sucked.
I've got I think 4 of them already cooked, vacuum sealed.
They make dry ice that you can sell it at
I'm
Walmart.
about ready to go drop them in some hot water in a little bit.
I bet.
How do you get rid of that finish of some of the lamb chops? So they have that kind of gamey sometimes finish
Well,
on the
uh,
palate.
you can get rid of a lot of it by making sure you trim, that outer fat.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
I trim mine down where they're pretty lean. I'll leave maybe a 16th inch of that fat left
Yeah.
But
that
do you
I know is going to render down.
pre-marinate or anything your lamb? Do you pre-marinate it?
What did I do
marinade?
this time? I did not pre-marinate it. I put some Dijon mustard on it,
Mm-hmm.
and then I made up a mixture of breadcrumbs and seasonings and things like that, and then patted it on it real good,
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yum.
and then put it on the. I did these in the gas grill.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay.
I love
I put them
letting-
in a skillet.
Mm-hmm.
I preheated my skillet.
Yeah.
Well, let me back up. I put them in a hot skillet on the grill
Mm-hmm.
and seared them.
Nice.
Just a real nice sear.
Mhm.
Pulled them off and let them cool off.
Oh.
They didn't want to overcook them.
Okay.
So as they were cooling off, I made my coating
Mm-hmm.
and then put some Dijon mustard on them, put my coating on it, put them back in the skillet, put them out on the gas grill, and let them finish up that way.
Okay. So when you seared it, did it just have like what, salt and pepper on it? And
A little salt and pepper was all I put on it.
yeah.
And
Okay.
I seared it in avocado oil.
Nice. Okay.
That way I have a really screaming hot pan and low smoke point on my oil. It didn't burn.
Yeah.
But they came out excellent.
Yeah. I've just always had that weird aftertaste
Yeah.
with
Mhm.
lamb. And
A lot
I
of it
love the
depends
way
on where it comes from.
Okay.
You can buy Australian lamb.
Hmm.
You can buy New Zealand lamb. There's domestic lamb.
I buy Publix.
The
Miss Publix so much.
it should say on the package
buy it
where
from
it came
the land.
from.
The land of Publix.
These were Australian lamb,
Oh, okay.
Okay.
but they had no gaminess to them at all. But I think a
Okay.
lot of it is cutting most of the fat off.
All right.
You know, the ones I had that week,
I'll have to look.
they were not gamey at all either.
Yeah.
They were just tough. And I was so whoever cooked them just did it wrong.
Hmm.
Well, I seared. I don't know if you heard me or not. I seared them first,
Yeah.
and then pulled them off to cool, and I pulled them at 110,
Oh, okay. Okay.
and then covered them in foil, and they finished out probably around 118, 119, something like that.
Okay.
So that may be a little more rare than some people like it, but they
I
could.
would probably
yeah,
want
you-
mine at about 125 to 130.
That's what I was going to say. 125, 130 is a good, closer to medium.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, Dwayne, it's just at the very end. It's like an aftertaste. I can't explain it. And other
I
people,
like that taste that you're
Well, I
talking.
mean, it might just be the lamb taste itself.
It might
Yeah.
be.
Might be. I want to like it because I like it when it first goes in my mouth. The first couple.
Oh, I had
chews.
lamb tonight.
Yeah.
I had a lamb shank tonight that was excellent.
Mm.
Did you make it yourself or did you?
No,
eat it out
no, we
somewhere?
were on the other side of town and trying to decide to get something to eat. And my wife said, she could go, because she generally doesn't like the Mediterranean, Middle Eastern type things like I
Yeah.
do.
Yeah.
And she said, I would be willing to go to a Greek place if they had baklava.
Mhm. There you go.
So
That's
I jumped
the good
on the
stuff.
phone, Greek restaurant near me, and this thing popped up. And I'd seen the restaurant, but I hadn't been there before.
Yeah.
And they had lamb chops and lamb shanks.
Mm.
Oh.
So
I would
I
get a
had the
gyro.
shanks, and they were excellent.
I'd be like, "Can I have a gyro?
The shank.
Greek salad and a gyro, please."
Isn't
not-
the shank the part of the upper thigh where they cut it into?
Like the forearm.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Does that
Yeah.
taste the same as the chops, or is there a different flavor?
It's, well, just due to the way it's processed. it's going to be a little bit stringier
Mm.
Okay.
Oh well, it
Okay.
was their own lamb.
because
I
it's
bet
the
it was
it's the
good.
whole it's the whole part of that arm.
Yeah.
Right. Right.
But these were braised. They were just I cut them with a fork. I didn't have to use a knife on it at all.
Like border
Okay.
farm.
Hey,
I
Border
held the bone with my fingers and just pulled the meat off with the fork.
Mm.
Oh man.
And they had cooked them in a garlic olive oil,
Ooh.
and then they had a roasted tomato type thing on the side to put on it. But it was really, really, really good.
It sounds delish.
Right.
And then
I
Vicky got her
love Greek
baklava.
food. Love me some Greek food.
I do too.
Of course, my family's originally Greek, so
Oh,
my dad's side.
okay.
I mean, I never knew anything about that.
Yeah.
I never eaten Greek food before I became an adult and an old lady, but I just love it, and I just assumed that it was genetic.
Maybe.
But no, my own father didn't know anything about his Greek heritage either. We always thought it was Spanish because our last name is Spanish. But then I found out that it didn't originate as a Spanish name. It's Acosta.
Oh, okay.
But it originated as Costa, Kosta.
That's funny because that's the Italians I used to work for.
Yeah,
That was their last name.
and my family got to Florida during the time of the British owned Florida
Okay.
in the 1700s.
Oh, wow.
And they only owned it for 20 years. So, but there was such a strong Spanish influence in St. Augustine because they stayed in New Smyrna for about 9 years, and then they escaped their indentured captivity. And they went up to St. Augustine, and the governor of St. Augustine gave them an area of town to settle in. Okay.
Mhm.
So they changed it to Acosta to fit in with the Spanish culture in St. Augustine.
Oh, okay. I'm trying. Hold on, I'm trying to look something up. What just happened? Hold on. I was watching this special and I can't remember where they were. And their lamb would feed on a hillside, and I think it would actually eat like fresh herbs off the hillside, and the ocean mist would come in.
Might have been New Zealand.
It wasn't though. It was like,
Ireland?
no, it's not one of those well known. It was like Eastern European,
Oh.
and then they would roast it over the fire, and they would be like this. They would say like,
Yeah.
it's like how Jesus would have had it, like
Right.
the,
Yeah.
the way that we make it, like
Right.
very simple, but it, like you said, it was what the lamb was eating that made the meat so good.
But
Well, I'm a firm believer in. I mean, no matter what the animal is, it's the processing. People know how to process the meat right.
Right.
Mhm.
I
Mhm.
think is a big, big, big factor in whether or not that meat's going to be any good or not.
Oh yeah, yeah.
True.
But
True.
I
Just like
think
that ribeye I
I've always
bought the
cut the
other
fat
day.
off the lamb.
Yeah, it possibly was a Balkan state. Yeah.
Yeah, it could have been. Hmm. That ribeye I bought the other day.
Yeah, how'd that come out?
Yummy, yummy.
Chili bumps just thinking about it.
Good. Huh?
grief. Good grief. Well, I hide them.
You hide them? Is that what
I
I do?
do. I do.
You have to hide them behind the Brussels sprouts in the freezer.
Too funny. So nobody
Because
makes
if I don't, look, I usually cook them late at night when I'm really hungry
it right.
because
Your son had them in the microwave.
Oh goodness, no.
for the last 3 times I've cooked one for myself, and they're big. I mean, they're like this big and they're like this thick.
Yeah.
And every time I've cooked one,
And
little man comes out hey, would you share some of that with me?
Oh,
Of course, the mom's always giving away the last slice of pie. Sure,
right,
son, I'll share it with you.
right. So, what are you offering up, dear son? Would you like to
Right.
clean the kitchen?
You're
and
gonna
maybe-
you're gonna weed my garden.
That's right. You should make a optional list of if you want a bite of my steak. Here are all the things that you could just check off a few of these, and then you may have some of them.
And this is what they call the barter system.
That's right.
Charlotte, did I tell you I lost my prime rib with the hurricane?
Oh, no.
Did I tell you that last week?
No,
The only
you were
food
too embarrassed to tell me, weren't you?
the only food casualty I had over this hurricane was I had a 3-bone rib roast,
Yeah.
and I didn't freeze it because I picked it up on a Thursday. I didn't freeze it because I was going to cook it on the weekend,
Mm.
and then the hurricane hit. And with all the drama and the survival mode and generators and all that, I forgot about that roast.
Aw.
Even though I kept the
Terrible.
refrigerators cold,
Yeah.
it just sat there too long.
Right.
Yeah, you
Sat there
couldn't.
almost 2 weeks in the package.
Oh, gee.
Oh.
I got ready to cook that thing and hit that plastic open. I thought, oh,
Oh, no.
you know that smell.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, that isn't the
told-
right way to age meat.
I told the wife, I said I could have handled losing the roof easier than I could handle
Easier
losing
than
a
this
piece of meat.
Right.
rib roast.
Well, I have
You
to go. I just saw the time, and my husband will be up in very soon and wondering why I'm still on the computer.
Oh, okay. Well, thank you for coming and
Hey,
hanging
I
out with us,
enjoyed
Carol.
it. You guys are great. You guys are great.
Thank you.
Thanks for having me.
Take care, hon. Bye bye.
All right.
You're
have a
welcome
good night.
anytime. Good talking to you,
Aw,
Carol.
thanks, guys.
Yeah.
Bye.
I can't believe that is blasphemy. That
Oh,
thing.
I'm sorry, it broke my heart. 'Cause
I know it did.
And the thing is, I'd been talking for like 3 or 4 days. I need
Yeah.
to cook that meat. I need to cook that meat.
and it
You
just
coming straight home from work because I want to cook that meat, and I just
Right.
put it off and put it off and put it off.
I would have done.
And the funny thing is, well, it's not funny, but the story is, I'd gone to the grocery store,
Yeah.
to buy a chuck roast,
Okay.
because I wanted to do a pot roast in the crock pot
Okay.
during the week. I had the chuck roast in my cart, and I walked down the line a little farther, and they had the prime rib, the same price, on a special, just the same price.
Oh my.
But the one they had was a little scrawny thing. There's only one left there, so I went up to the counter and I said, "Could you cut me maybe a 3 or 4 bone roast?" He said, "We got some in the cooler." I said, "You got one in the cooler, and it looks like an orphan. It just
Yeah.
doesn't." So he cut me one and brought it back out, and that's how I ended up with it.
Oh my.
And then I let it go to waste.
I'm so sorry. Oh. See, and our grocery I go to the Walmart usually.
Uh-huh.
They don't carry rib roasts as a normal item. You can't hardly ever get it there unless it's Easter, Christmas,
Yeah.
sometimes Thanksgiving.
Well, see, that's when the sales hit. Now, H-E-B has them year round. You
Hmm.
just can't afford them. Or I
Right,
can't afford. I
exactly.
can't afford them.
Right.
I
can't
refuse to
either.
pay $16, $17 a pound for anything.
Sweet Thumb said, I think wasting meat like that might be illegal.
I think I felt like I should have been arrested.
I know,
I felt like I
Oh.
needed punishment.
right? Oh my gosh.
But yeah,
now-
I usually between Christmas and New Year's, they usually have the rib roast on sale,
Okay.
and that's the time I usually buy a whole roast,
Right.
and then I'll cut up steaks for the summer.
Yeah. I have a fund in my envelopes that's for meat, basically. It's a pantry fund. I call it pantry, but it's really for meat. And that's one of the things I've got over $220 saved up so far.
Yeah.
And as soon as them sales hit at Christmas time, I'm going and I'm stocking up on rib roasts.
Well, the only reason I ended up with the lamb chop, that rack of lamb,
Mm-hmm.
was because I was at Costco, and they were $13.99 a pound. HEB has had them at $25.99 a pound for the last 2 years,
Right.
maybe 3.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
I told the wife, I said, I know you don't like these, but this is what I'm having this week.
Right.
And in
Yeah.
fact, I went back 2 nights later to pick something else up we'd forgot to get, and I picked up another one and put it in the freezer because
Good for you.
that was a killer price.
Heck yeah, it is. Because here they're ridiculously expensive. I mean, you get 2 little racks. I don't know how much that is per pound, but you know, at Sam's Club they have the 2 racks in a package, and it was $40 some.
Yeah.
And that's what it normal. I mean, I used to get it for 25, and to me that was acceptable. 40 is not.
No.
So
Yeah,
I
20
haven't had any in a long time. And the only reason I got that the other night, you know, a couple weeks ago, was because my daughter works there and she got it half off.
Yeah.
So that was a $40 plate we got for $20.
Yeah. Well, you can't beat it.
Right.
And since I'm the only one that eats this thing, I cut it in half and had one of them for the
Oh
meal.
yeah.
And, you know, I had enough sides to fill me up,
Of course.
and then I put the rest of them in the chamber vac, cooked. So all I got to do is warm them up. I come home after work and drop those in some boiling water, or maybe not even let the water boil. I don't want it that hot.
Let me
But-
tell you what Poppy did last week. You know, I told you we were doing that brisket on the smoking it on the grill.
And how'd that do?
Well, that's what I wanted to ask you about. It tasted fine,
Uh-huh.
but it dried out a little bit.
Okay.
And it wasn't to the point where we couldn't eat it. I mean, it was edible and it was cuttable. You know, you could cut it with the fork and all. I mean, the knife. But then he smoked a small tenderloin
Okay.
the next day. And that was a little too dry. And I'm wondering, do you think maybe he overcooked it? Or do you think that he did
definitely
something?
overcooked it.
Really? Okay.
So how long did the brisket cook?
6 or 7 hours.
Okay. Do you have a meat
Now, I will
thermometer?
say this. There were a couple of times when the dinglings let the fire get out of control. I went out there, it was 300 degrees.
I was getting ready to say, it sounds to me like you cooked it too hot.
Okay.
Do you have a meat thermometer that
We
he
do.
uses?
Mm-hmm. We do.
So, you know, even if his fire got hot, if you probed your meat, and once it hit about 160, 165,
It's done.
wrap it up in some foil so it doesn't lose any more moisture.
Okay. Okay.
In fact, if you're doing it and you think you're running too hot, then put a little moisture in that packet when you wrap it up.
Okay.
You know, spritz it. You know, if usually I'm spritzing the meat.
Well, they did that. They took
And-
it out there. I mean, every 45 minutes or 30 minutes, they were going out there and spritzing it.
And
And
once it hits that temperature,
Mm-hmm.
take it right between. This is what I do.
Mhm.
I probe it between the flat and the point. You know, the thickest
Okay.
part
Where
to
it
get
overlaps like
to get an average.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and I usually do it at 160. Once it hit
Okay.
160, it's got
Right.
as much smoke on it as I'm going to get anyway.
Okay.
Go ahead and wrap it in some foil, a double layer of foil.
Okay.
If you got a little bit of spritz left, just empty it in that foil and wrap it
Right.
up real tight, and let it finish cooking.
Okay.
And then
What
You know, you're
temperature
gonna end
is
up-
finished?
you're going to end up going to probably anywhere from, depending on the meat, 195 to 205, something like
Okay.
that. And, you know, you take your thermometer, and at that point you're just checking for tender.
Right.
Doesn't matter what the temperature is, just check it for temp, and that's probably why it dried out, because it was too hot and didn't cook long enough.
Okay. Okay.
That's
Oh.
what I feel like from what you're telling me. And the same way with the tenderloin. You know, run that tenderloin up, that little pork tenderloin, stab it right in the middle as deep as you can get it. And once it hits about one, for me, I pull them at about 130.
Okay. Okay.
Wrap it in foil, and then it'll finish cooking out about 140, 135,
Oh.
140.
I
It'll
think
continue to
he
cook.
finished it off at 160 or 165.
Way too far. That's way
Okay.
too hot.
Okay. Okay. That makes a lot of sense then.
Now years ago, they recommended pork be cooked to 165, just like
Oh,
chicken.
okay.
But in the last 10 years or so, they've backed off of that. And
Right,
They
right.
suggest 140, 145. I think 145 is what they recommend.
Okay. Okay.
But I still eat my pork in the 130, 135 range. If I do pork chops or anything, that's what I do.
Well, if it sits, when you let your meat rest, the temperature increases a little bit.
That's why I pull it early.
So yeah, that makes sense. I'll be right back. Give
Sure.
me 1 second. Oh goodness gracious alive.
Ian, how you doing tonight? Rotisserie mini oven.
Mm.
Okay, so Ian, a mini oven. How many is that? What can you cook on it?
Bought myself a rotisserie.
So anyway, yeah, it sounds like you may have had, what do you use, charcoal and lumps?
Yes, charcoal and chunks of wood.
Yeah, maybe go less charcoal next time.
I think that's what we're gonna do because I told him the other day. I said, "Hey, why don't we smoke some of that chicken we've got up there in the freezer?" And he said, "Well, I don't have any charcoal." I said, "You got wood. Wood should work just fine."
I mean, get a little smoke on it, and if you pull it, and you think it finished out a little, if you cut into it and it looks a little pinker than what you want, wrap
Put
it
it on
back
the
up in
skillet
foil,
on the stove.
throw it in the oven, throw it in a cast iron skillet for a few minutes.
Because once you get the smoke on it, you're not taking that flavor out.
You could slice it up and flash, flash it in a skillet on both sides and take that pink off.
Right. Oh,
Yeah,
here's
the
another
brisket.
thing.
The brisket you got to cook a little longer than what he had on there.
Oh, okay. So it didn't cook long enough.
I think it was too hot. It dried it out, but it didn't get a chance to cook long enough to break down the
because it
fibers.
was not fall apart tender.
It didn't break down the fibers in the
Right.
meat. It didn't get a
Okay,
chance because you
okay.
didn't cook it long enough.
Well, one thing they did was they fiddle farted around and didn't get the stinking smoker going until like 11 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, not enough.
And at 7 o'clock, I guess, it was 7 o'clock. And he's like, I got to take that. I said, it ain't done yet.
You
Well,
can probe it until if it's done or not.
oh,
I mean, you can cook a brisket. A lot of people cook briskets and never wrap them.
oh, okay. Okay.
See, wrapping them in foil, they call that the Texas cheat. because you've already got all the smoke. It can only take so much smoke. It can
Right.
only penetrate so far.
Right.
So once you get your smoke on it, wrap it up. That'll keep it from drying, and it'll really increase the temperature in there and push it on down to finish out.
Right.
But,
Right.
a lot of places will cook them, 12, 14 hours.
That's what I
And
thought.
and then let them rest for another 6 or 8 hours
Oh, wow. Okay.
at your restaurants.
Okay.
I see Ian came in here.
Rest. Then again, 12, 16 hours, that's your whole day of cooking. So it needs to
Exactly.
rest overnight.
If I'm doing a brisket and I want to eat it that day, I'm going to start my pit about 3 o'clock in the morning.
In the morning.
And I'm gonna try to get my meat on by 4.
Okay. Well, and
Yeah,
that's another thing I told him. I said, first of all, you put that brisket on before you got your fire under control. And he did.
Yeah.
The fire was still too hot before he even put it on there.
Yeah.
It had not settled down, and just, it wasn't smoldering. It was trying to flare up and catch the wood on fire and all that stuff. I said, your fire's out of control. You shouldn't do it right yet.
Yeah.
And he said, well, if I don't, we ain't never going to eat it. I said, go ahead, ruin the brisket.
I mean, if I was doing a brisket and I didn't start until 11, 12 o'clock, I'm going to be polling that dude about 10, 11 o'clock.
10, 11 o'clock at night. Yeah.
That night for tomorrow's eating.
Right. This is another thing Violet brought home for us.
That looks good.
Ooh, yeah, it does, doesn't it? I want to taste
Now, does
it.
she still get her monthly surprise
Oh, yes,
box?
she does. Yes, she does. In fact, we tasted it. I think the weekend before she left to go on vacation, or the day before, whatever it was. And it was pretty good one this time. It was from England. It was from the UK.
Now, is it all sweet stuff or?
No. It's usually about half and half. Half of
Okay.
it's sweet stuff, and then half of it is like chips and other types of
That
chippy
sounds fun.
snack. It is a lot of fun. It's called Universal Yum. And some of it is yum, and some of it is disgusting.
Well, you never know till you try it.
You don't know till you try. And she makes every one of us try everything. Only she doesn't make me try gummies because I don't care for them, and they make me kind of.
Yeah, I don't care for them at all.
I don't like them at all.
Grandkids love them, but I don't care for them.
And she said, Mom, since you hate gummies so much, I'm not going to make you eat a gummy.
It's like eating a candle.
Ugh. Just look.
Don't like it.
Let's see. I like the texture. It's a soft, chewy cookie. It's a lot of sugar, not much chocolate. No, I don't care for these. But no,
Is that something that would be better with coffee?
probably.
Yeah.
Dipped in coffee.
Yeah, yeah.
Mhm. Definitely. Now those ginger snaps she brought, ooh, that was fire. That was delicious. But I am a fan of ginger snaps. In fact, if I do say so myself, I probably make the best Christmas ginger snaps around. That's my favorite thing to make. I do not like doughy ginger snaps. Like, I don't like, they need to be snappy.
Yeah.
If they're not snappy, they're not snaps, they're cookies. Ooh. Now that was not a good, that wasn't good at all. That would be much better dipped in coffee.
Yeah. Some things need to be paired.
Right. Ian said 6:30 p.m. there.
Is he in
Silver-
Australia? I can't remember.
Yes, I believe so. Oh yeah, definitely in Australia. It's 13 hours difference.
Okay.
Um,
And this is winter time for them, right?
just having a coffee. Man, that sounds good. I am looking forward to when it cools off.
Queensland. Okay.
I don't think I have ever looked forward to fall as much as I. And our fall starts in what, November?
I just want some dry.
Well, that would be nice too, but I want it to cool off so I can.
mean,
do
I
that.
haven't even gone out and cleaned up my mess from the hurricane yet.
Right.
It's just so wet. I ordered a new cover for the deck today.
Good.
I've got plans to build my own. But since I've lost this other one, I need something temporary.
Sure. Yeah.
So
Well,
I
do
found
you use it a lot?
Pardon me?
You use that deck a lot?
Oh yeah, I live on the deck.
Okay.
I mean, even when it's hot, my wife would tell you that outside's my favorite room of the house. So, that's where the pits are. I do my cooking out there. That's where I
Right.
do my videos. So anyway, I went online at Lowe's, and I was looking at some of their covers, and they're pretty pricey.
Yes, they are.
I found it's an 11 by 13 cedar cover with a metal roof. It was $1,700. They had them marked down till the end of July to $862.
Oh,
There you go. So I went to get it today, and I went ahead and opened up a pro card.
okay.
I've got a regular Lowe's card
Mm-hmm.
that I don't even use. In
Right.
fact, we looked it up, and it had been closed because I hadn't used it in 3 years.
Oh my gosh.
So I opened up a pro card,
Yeah.
and that gave me $100 off
What?
for the first use of my card. So now I'm down to $762,
Dude.
and then I used my work tax exempt number, so I didn't pay no tax. So I ended up getting this thing
For like
right at
$650.
right at $700.
Oh, okay.
And I was telling Vicky, I said, I was originally looking for just one of these metal tailgater covers.
Right. Mm-hmm.
And the only thing I could find worth putting up was $299.
Right.
So I jumped on this thing. I got to get my mess. I'm working this clock now, so I got to get this mess cleaned up before this thing
So you
comes
can
in.
get your new cover up. That's going to be so nice, though.
But
And
it'll be
it's cedar,
good
so
for
it'll last.
it'll be good for a couple seasons.
You think that's it?
Well, I had hoped to build my new one this year.
Oh, I see.
And I probably could. I've got the funds. I've been saving, so I've got the funds to do it. But I may, if I can get another season or two under my belt, then I can go ahead and draw up my plans and have somebody else come in and build it for me.
Yeah, that'll be nice.
Because I wanted to do it myself so I can get it the way I want it.
Uh-huh.
But I think if I draw up the plans, and my wife, she's in an engineering firm, so I can send the plans into them. They can make sure everything's up to code.
Yeah, mm-hmm.
Because I got to make this thing hurricane proof. But I was real proud of my score. Real proud of my score today.
Yeah.
Because it'd be a little bit bigger than what I had.
Yeah. 11 by 13, that's a good size.
I had an 11 by 11.
Okay.
But it it was one of these metal things. Like I said, it was like a tailgating, something
Right.
you'd take to the park for a temporary setup.
Uh-huh.
Well, the top had rotted through and ripped so many times. I had 3 layers of tarp on top of it.
Oh my gosh.
I told Vicky, I said, I don't know if the wind took it down or if the weight of those tarps finally collapsed those skinny little legs.
Oh, that's funny. Wesley and I have been thinking about, because we need to replace our garden beds,
Uh-huh.
we have been thinking about reconfiguring the backyard.
Yeah.
Murphy is really, really, really wanting us to get a pool
Yeah.
above ground, nothing big,
Mhm.
but it needs to be deep enough that he can enjoy it. So
Right.
it's going to have to be about a 52-inch pool,
Okay.
tall.
Yeah.
That's what, 4.5 feet?
Yeah.
And I don't want it any more than about 15 feet around, because that's really all the space I have. But I told Wesley, he says, where would we put it? I said, we'll put it where the garden is, and then take the garden beds and line them up around,
Right.
and it would be a perfect setup. Because then we could just weed eat within the garden perimeter and then mow all around it,
I mean, you could put in your normal, landscaping, and you can plan in that. It doesn't have to be a
Sure.
rectangle.
Right. Mm-hmm. So I'm considering that, and I think I'm just going to put the fish pond up on we've got concrete pavers as a patio out here,
Uh-huh.
and it's not covered or anything. I don't know if I want my fish pond there. if I do, I'm going to have to build a cover for it.
Well, make
because,
sure you don't get any roof runoff.
oh yeah. No,
That'd kill
there
him.
wouldn't
That'd
be
kill him
any.
in a heartbeat. That all
Yeah,
that
there
tar
wouldn't
and
be.
asphalt.
Right. All that chemical. Oh gosh. No, I would probably put it at the very edge. Well,
Uh-huh.
in fact, there's not. I have a little covered patio, covered porch that goes down onto the patio,
Okay.
but the other portion of it sticks out, and there's a garden bed that gets a flower bed that gets the runoff. And so if I put it down there on that end, it would never get any runoff.
That'd be good. Yeah.
And I was thinking about getting, just a little bit of patio furniture and stuff for us to sit out.
Yeah.
I think it would be nice.
I've told my neighbors. They say, well, how can you be out there all the time? I said, look, I go out there in the morning and have my coffee.
Right.
It may be on a Saturday morning. It may be 9 o'clock, and it's already 85.
Right.
But I got a fan running. I'm enjoying my coffee. As the day heats up, yeah, you notice it's hot.
Yeah.
But if I'm not running in and out of the house all the time,
Mm-hmm.
it doesn't feel as stifling as it does when you
Exactly.
walk out. You've been in a house all day and you walk out back at 3 in the
Right.
afternoon and say, wow, how can you stand this? Well,
Yeah.
I've been standing it all day because there's no contrast.
Right. And not only that, but if you get too hot, you can just walk around in your pond for a little bit.
I've been caught in the pond.
I'm sure you have.
My neighbor came over one day. She caught me in there. I was all reared back with a beer, all leaned back in that thing like that. And she says, "Ew!" She says, "I can't believe you're down there with all them fish." And I said, "Well, you went skiing on Lake Conroe last weekend." I said, "At least I know
Don't you
what's
think
looking."
there's fish in there?
I said, "At least I know what's looking at me."
That's right.
So the next day, I saw her husband, and he's the one been trying to get her to go skiing and stuff. He said, "Man, don't never tell her nothing like that."
Don't tell her that.
I said, "I'll never get her in the water again."
That's great. That is great.
Yeah, I am not. I'm not opposed to cooling off,
Right.
sharing that bathtub with them fish.
I wouldn't be either. The water's clean.
And
You know.
for years, I had an outdoor shower
Mm-hmm.
at the end of the house. I just a shower head and some PVC pipe where I'd work out in the yard all the time. And I'd go out there and just cool off real good.
Right. That
And,
is my dream, is to have an outdoor shower.
All it was a piece of PVC pipe and a shower head and a valve at the bottom.
Well, I want
I
one
stuck a
that
garden
I can.
hose on the end of it and go out and rinse off, cool off.
Well, I want one hooked up to the hot water and the cold water.
No, this was cold only.
And I want it to be a shower that I can use anytime I want to, to really bathe, not just to cool off.
No, this was just to wash the grime off when I was out working in the yard.
Yeah. I have this picture in my mind of this beautiful little area that's got a privacy fence around it, and it's got a little garden with some flowering vines in it, and a rock bed with maybe some kind of teak wood on top, like a platform.
Oh, you want to go all Swedish on me.
Yeah. I think that sounds so amazing. And I tell you, if we ever get a place at my dad's property, that's the first thing that's going to happen, is I'm getting my outdoor shower.
Well, I've been toying. We took it off when that siding went up on the house. I told him, I said, don't put it back up. I didn't want him drilling in my new siding. But I may pick a outside corner on the greenhouse and stick that dude
Oh,
up there
that's
again.
a good
'Cause
idea. Yeah.
It was really nice to be able to go over there and just cool off. And
Heck yeah. And clean off before you go in the
I'd get out there and get sweating so bad I'd have white salt patches all over me and just trying to just rinse that stuff off,
Yeah, yeah. Ian said he'd love to have an in-ground pool. Well, I would too, but I'm not going to get one of those. That's a little more above my budget than I
Well,
will.
depending on how you filter that new swimming pool, Charlotte, you could put the fish in there. You don't have to put chlorine in it.
I can go swim with the well, that's true. No, I'm not doing that. I'll just
Okay,
have a
well,
pond.
just-
I'll have
it
a
was
pond
just a
and a
thought.
pool. Actually, what I want to do is get a salt water.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because I think that's a lot more gentle on your skin, and it's
It
easier.
could be. I've never swam in one.
Oh well, they're really nice. I mean, you can't really tell that you're swimming in salt water
I mean, the
unless
water's
you get a
softer, isn't
mouthful
it?
of it. Yeah, kind of like that.
Yeah.
And it's so much better for your skin, and also they're not as difficult to keep the chemicals because you don't have chemicals. You got salt, and
Yeah.
osmosis or something. I don't know. Yeah, outdoor shower, Dwayne. That's my nirvana right there. For
Yeah,
real.
fine.
Maybe even a tub.
I had a cold water shower out there, and it was great in the summertime.
Hmm. Oh, that'd be great for Wesley too, because he gets nasty out there.
Well, I mean,
And it comes in the house.
in when it's hot like that, it's my normal attire would be just some
Pair of shorts.
swim shorts and a smile.
Yeah, that's Poppy.
No shirt, all that kind of stuff. And I'd get out there and get to playing in the dirt and get all dusty, or if I was
Mhm.
back here working with the saws and stuff, the sawdust is sticking to you, and
Yeah,
so yeah, it was nice to be able to rinse off and cool off.
I think next summer I want to do a whole rehaul next spring, a whole rehaul on the backyard. But I can't mess with my chicken coop because actually my chicken coop is quite functional, and it's big enough, and the chickens are happy. But
Yeah, I'm pretty much locked in with what I have.
my rabbit died.
Oh no.
Yeah, it was kind of a bummer. I mean, all I used it for was poop to throw in the garden.
Did you see it coming, or had you
No, it just all of a sudden one day it was dead.
That's what they do, yeah.
Yeah, and he didn't act sick or nothing. But I mean, it is what it is. Nothing I can do about it.
No.
So I got the remainder of his waste bagged up, and I'm gonna just use it sparingly.
Yeah.
I'm hoping I can find somebody who has rabbits that I can maybe do a little bartering with and get their
Okay.
refuse.
Okay.
Because I'm telling you what, that since I got those rabbits, he's the last one standing. The garden has done so much better since I've used that in the beds. It's kind of crazy to me. I got to get some tea. Hang on. Oh, goodness. I can hear it. It just can't be seen. I think that I have done all the crocheting I'm going to do tonight because my fingers are a little sore. But I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 rows completed.
Wow.
Now, because I only need about 20 on each piece.
One thing I did do way back in the beginning, I'm glad I did, is I laid out a master plan for the backyard.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Because I've got a postage stamp for backyard. It's small.
Me too.
And my plan was it was in thirds. I was going to have a greenhouse on a third, my pond on a third, and a deck with a cover on the third.
Okay.
So the deck needs replaced and a cover put up. But other than that, I've got everything else in. So all the flower beds are in. I've pretty much got it to where all I got to do is, if and when I retire, is just putter.
Yeah.
That's all I wanted to do, was just be able to putter around if I felt like it.
Sure. That's kind of how mine's more of a 2/3 and 1/3 plan. because all of the building and structures, I want them at the very back
Okay.
because that soaks up the sound from the ratty neighbors back there. And so we have a shed that needs to be replaced. And I think we've decided to go on ahead and buy this place because we're here.
Yeah.
We're living. We don't have any other options right
You can always
now.
sell it later if you need to.
Exactly. And it's not hard to sell a house in this town. They go really fast because the school district is one of the best in the state. So there's that. But I want all the buildings in the back. I want the pool at the back door. Well, it's about, say, 9 feet from the back door. And then the garden all the way around it in a square. And then on the sides, I don't care what happens. I'd like to plant some roses over here. I've got two. I've got one called Tangerine Skies. It is a beautiful climbing rose bush. But I've got it in a pot, a great big barrel type. And it's just not thriving there. And I think if I put it in the ground, it'll do a lot better. Grumpus, do my yard next. There were bad wildfire. Wait a minute. I got to back up. Bad wildfires too, because it was. Oh yeah, over in Australia. But anyhow, and over here, of course, Poppy's going to keep his boat. You know what I want to do? I want to burn that boat to the ground
Oh,
and
no.
buy him an actual boat. That's what I want to do. So I think I might do that. Oh, in Canada. Oh, okay. Wow, really? I didn't go back far enough, apparently, Dwayne. I'm sorry. I didn't know there were fires in Canada. Of course, with the politics going on here, who can keep up with what's going on everywhere else?
Ain't that the truth?
It's just one thing after the next here.
Well, Charlotte, I'm going to make a 10-100. I'll be right back.
Okay. A 10-100. So, are those fires still raging, Dwayne, or did they have them under control? Look here, I'm gonna lose all my followers. I just got real quiet all of a sudden, didn't I? I can't believe there's 6 people in here. Thank y'all. Thank you, 6 people, for hanging out with me this evening, because I don't usually have 6 people at the very end, and I appreciate y'all. Dwayne, we certainly are in fire season here too. It's too dry. Yeah. Shoot, the U.S. has had bad wildfires too. This year, many wildfires are still raging. Part of it. Oh no, that's heartbreaking. Dwayne, that's terrible. You know, that was always, I would never move out west here in the States. Normally fires on the eastern side of the U.S. are they're not rare, but they don't burn down acres and acres and acres, hundreds of acres of land, thousands, like they do out west. Out west, that wind just carries them everywhere, and states burn down. Here, it doesn't do that. And that has always been something that I have feared and never moved out west that's one of the reasons, the earthquakes and the fires. And I saw a story one year where the mudslides came through some town, and it just destroyed a place and carried people out of their homes, and they're drowning in this mud. And I thought, the heck with that. No, sirree, Bob, I'll stay right down here in Mississippi. I'll battle a hurricane any day before I deal with that mess. Thank you, Ian. That's very kind. I hope you have a wonderful week too. I certainly do. Um, who's Anna Fonzie? Rudy? I don't know who that is.
Is Ian leaving?
Oh, I don't know. I didn't see him say he was. But oh, it's the species of trees that do it too. I wasn't aware of that. But now I did hear that Sequoia National Forest got caught on fire a few years back, and it's in bad shape. I mean, can you imagine how long it takes those giant redwood trees to reproduce and replenish themselves?
And they'd probably never get that big again.
Well, if the planet lasts long enough, it probably will, but I don't think we'll see it in our lifetime or my children's.
No, because we'll all have to be gone for the planet to be able to recover.
That's true. That's true. You know, somebody, I've often thought this way, but somebody mentioned to me not long ago that we were killing the planet. And I said that we're going to destroy the planet.
Yeah.
That was the words. We're going to destroy the planet. I said, this planet has been here billions and billions of years. She has gotten rid of many, many species
Yeah.
before us. Do you really think she's going to let us destroy her? Or do you think she'll destroy us first?
I mean,
got a feeling-
your argument would be, look at the pictures of Chernobyl now. It's coming back.
It is. It certainly is. And there might be some mutants in there, but it's
Well,
back.
they may be some three-legged people walking around, but the point is that the Earth will eventually claim it back.
It will heal itself. Yes. And I believe that with everything I've got. If it's pine trees, that's easy kindling. Pine beetles affect them too, killed many off, so they burn easily. Oh. Well, you know, we've got pine trees down here in Mississippi where I live, but it's also a much wetter climate here. So I think that's the biggest difference is, you know, there's so much humidity in the air that I don't think that wildfires really can take off like they do out west. What do you think, Grumpus?
Probably not. I mean, what you're saying, I agree with.
Thank you. I mean,
We,
look, I don't know if I'm right or not. I think
It's
there's
a lot drier in that area.
Yeah, and the wind blows so crazy across those mountains, and
Because we constantly have moisture coming off the Gulf. It doesn't have to be a hurricane or a tropical storm or anything. Just the normal air patterns is sweeping across the Gulf and bringing all that high humidity. I mean, it's not uncommon to be 70, 80 degrees humidity or percent humidity here.
Or 88%,
And
or
we get-
92%.
You know, yeah, it gets stifling, but you know, we're used to it. But that's where we're at.
Right, right.
But that does, I think, bring a little bit of protection into some of
I think so too.
the greenery.
Well, and not only that, but we get rainstorms. I mean, especially in the summertime. What the? Oh, hello, kitty, kitty.
There's
Hey,
my buddy.
Smoky, Smoky girl.
Finally woke up.
She says, "Daddy, it's time to go to bed." See, you're a really great cat dad.
Yeah.
Can you believe we have 6 people in here? At least that's what my StreamYard's telling me.
Let me hit refresh here, see what happens.
Maybe I should do that. Is
I'm still showing 6.
it? Look at there. We're trending tonight.
I can't believe anybody wants to hear the nonsense I'm rattling.
I know, right? Because God knows
So I'm gonna have to break out my cooker, Charlotte. I lost the cover. I've got a pellet smoker.
Hey,
Did I tell you this already?
no.
I've got a pellet smoker in the box.
Oh, yes, you did.
I've had sitting on my deck this is the 3rd summer, maybe the 4th summer. I can't remember. because I was going to do a video unboxing it and all that kind of stuff. Well,
Sure.
it's gotten the box has got wet now,
Oh
so
no.
so I think I'm going to have to break that thing out.
Well, have you ever used a pellet smoker before?
Nope, nope.
You know what? My
It was a deal. It was one of those deals that
Yeah.
I couldn't pass up.
Let me
I,
ask you a
I got
question.
it for free, basically.
What?
My I went up to Dallas to see my brother,
Okay.
and I went up on a Friday night. So Saturday we're looking for stuff to do, and he said, "Well, I got to go meet a guy. If you want to come with me, I
Mm-hmm.
got to go meet a guy at 11 o'clock or whatever." And I said, "Sure." So we're on our way over there,
Right.
and it turns out this is a guy at his church. This guy knows a guy who is friends with this other guy's brother who knows a guy. One of them type deals. And
Yeah.
he's in the know with Lowe's. And he finds out about all the seasonal. I mean, Lowe's will knock things down on, they'll knock the price down, they'll have a sale on it, they'll knock the price down again.
Yeah.
But after it gets so far into the season, it turns into an item, these need to leave the store. Period. So he'll go in there and he'll make an offer. He's
Oh,
found
he'll
out
wheel and deal with them.
he's found out what the items are,
Right. Right.
and he'll go in and make a deal to get them out of the store.
Okay.
So my brother was saying, well, he's got a deal on some pellet smokers, and we're going to go get some of them.
All
And I
right.
said, well, how many are you going to get? He said, probably a pallet or two. He said,
Oh
would you be,
my.
and we got to talking on the price and everything. He said, would you be interested in one? I said, no, I'd be interested in 3 of them. So my brother bought 18. I bought 3, and his buddy, I think he bought like maybe 20 or so.
Okay.
And we ended up getting them for $125 a piece.
So you sold 2 of them.
So I sold 2 of them and got mine for free. So it's been sitting in the box all this time because I was going to replace my gas grill when it burns up.
My goodness.
Because my brother's got a pellet smoker, and he said, well, it'll heat up almost as fast as his gas grill would.
Okay.
And I said, well, if that's the case, I may try that out because
Mm-hmm.
I love a gas grill just for the convenience.
Convenience. Right.
I
Right.
come
Right.
home at night, fire that thing up, go in, get the meat out of the refrigerator, and by the time I walk back outside, 8-9 minutes later, it's hot and
It's
ready
ready.
to go.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So my plan was to replace the gas grill with the pellet smoker.
Okay.
Well, 2 gas grills later, I've still got this thing in the box. But now that it's gotten wet, I think I need to open it up.
You
Make sure
probably should.
nothing rust.
Yeah.
I'm hoping it works.
Right. Right. So I'm a little confused because can you use the pellet smoker as a grill?
Oh yeah,
Okay. Okay.
yeah. It's just a different source of heat than a gas grill
Right.
or a charcoal grill, except it burns.
Pellets. Wood
It
pellets.
burns pellets. In fact, just maybe 5 months ago, 6 months ago,
Uh-huh.
I was at Lowe's and they had Royal Oak has pellets,
Okay.
and they've also made a pellet out of charcoal dust. So
Oh.
it's a charcoal pellet,
Oh.
and they had about a half a pallet of those. Well, no, I take that back. Yeah, about a half a pallet of those, marked down pretty cheap, and I kept watching them, and it ended up getting down to about, I think there was 6 bags, because I'm in there all the time. So I flagged somebody down. I says, what do you take if I just buy all 6 of those bags and get that pallet out of the way for you? So he came back and I got 6 bags for $2.50 a bag. They should have been $19 a bag. And I
That's
said, well, I'll tell you
amazing.
what, you've got 3 bags back there that are torn open.
Yeah,
You know, if
I'll take
if
them
the
off your
price was
hands.
right, I'll take those, but I'm not giving you $2.50 a bag because some of them's got the pellets missing.
Right,
He
right,
said,
right.
would you give me $1 a bag? I said,
Oh
sure.
my gosh.
So I'm sitting on all these pellets. and this smoker
And you're
is
not
still in the
using
box.
them.
So I'm hoping that stuff didn't get wet.
Yeah.
I'm
Yeah.
sure I've lost a bag or two of charcoal
Well, yeah.
because I had 1, 2, 3, 4. I had 8 bags of charcoal sitting out there.
Oh, wow.
Now they're the 2 bags in plastic.
Oh, okay. Okay.
So-
Well, they should be all right.
I'm hoping they didn't get wet.
Right. They should
But
be
I was
fine.
telling Vicky today, I said, I guess I'm going to have to break that pellet smoker out. And
I'm curious to see if you like it or not. One of the questions I was going to ask you too is that Wesley says, I think I'm going to buy myself a real smoker.
okay.
All right, because I'm all about that. But just in case he doesn't, well, what kind would you recommend for that's easy for a beginner that's not overly expensive?
Uh,
And when I say overly expensive, I think my budget might top out at about $250.
See, I don't think you're going to buy a pellet smoker that cheap.
No. Or any smoker.
No, I mean a pellet smoker is an outdoor oven to me.
Yeah.
You put your fuel source in it.
Mm-hmm.
It's got a thermostat. It's electric. You turn it on. It lights
Electric?
the pellets. Well, yeah, because it lights the pellets, and then it automatically feeds the pellets in as necessary to hold the
Okay.
temperature.
Yeah. Okay.
So it's like an outdoor oven.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not saying they're no good. I like the process of the cook.
Yes.
So that takes all the fun out of it for me.
For you, right.
But people swear by them.
And I'm not talking about just a pellet smoker. I'm talking about any smoker.
Okay. Do you have academies over there?
Yeah.
Let's see what Academy has. Academy.
Oh, I see them tennis shoes went down in price too.
Okay.
My son wants this pair of tennis shoes that just popped up. And they went from $71 a pair to $67 a pair. That's a good deal there.
Let's
They're
see.
Nike Air Max something. The smoker.
Okay, they got some smokers. See, the old countries are not too bad.
Okay.
But that's $500.
Oh, Jesus. Really?
Let's see.
Well, if I buy a wood smoker or a charcoal smoker, does that mean I can't use one or the other isn't a smoker just a big box?
Pretty much.
So you can use anything in it. Okay.
I start my offset with charcoal
Okay.
and to get the
Oh.
coal beds going, and I put wood on top of it.
Here's a Pit Boss wood pellet grill is that a grill? That's got an offset box for $3.99. $8.99. Oh God. I
Where do
did
you
not
see that
realize
at?
it was so expensive.
Yeah,
It's a
$3.99. Yeah, see, that's a
Pit Boss.
that's what I have is a little Pit Boss.
Oh, okay.
So that's $400. That's
I guess if that's what they are.
Pit Boss that's a decent name.
Is it? Okay.
I
That's
wouldn't be
not all
afraid
I've
of that one. But if you watch Home Depot and Lowe's and Academy, but
Okay.
mostly Home Depot and Lowe's,
Mhm.
they're going to be wanting space for Christmas trees here in another month.
That is true. That is true.
And
And
this stuff's going to be starting to go on sale.
it's the
I mean,
seasonal stuff, and we're at the end of summer almost.
The best time to buy them, in my opinion, is Father's Day weekend.
Okay.
Generally, 4th of July weekend,
Okay.
because those are, or a Memorial Day weekend.
Okay.
Memorial Day weekend is generally considered, that's the official
The
barbecue
season.
season starting.
Right.
Father's Day.
Memorial Day is May. I'm thinking Labor Day. I'm sorry.
But, in another month or two, they're going to be trying to clear this stuff out. If you just kind of watch your prices, they'll go on sale.
Okay. Sure.
But yeah, anyway, I think I'm going to have to break mine out. I didn't want to bring it out on the channel yet because
Yeah.
I feel like people watch my channel because of the smoker I'm using.
I'm sorry.
That's what my channel is, that smoker. It's not me.
Right.
They could care less what I'm doing. They want to see what the equipment will do so they can decide if they want one or not.
Mm-hmm.
But I just thought it was kind of funny. That it's not funny the box got wet, but it's going to force me into dragging
It
that thing
forces
out.
you into using it. Yeah. Yeah. Here's one called a char griller. And that's what my grill is out there. And it's a pretty good grill.
And that's at Academy also?
No, it's at Home Depot.
Oh,
And
okay.
that's where I got the grill from too. It's $2.99.
I mean,
it's
that's a good
offset.
starter. I mean,
And it's
as
an
long as
offset smoker.
if he wants to dabble into the real world of smoking, then yeah, you're gonna want to offset.
Okay. Okay. Not a kettle or anything like that.
Kettles, people use the kettles and that kind of stuff, but these are people already know how to cook the stuff
Oh, okay.
other ways, and they've converted over and know the science behind trying to do it on kettle. I mean, there's people do brisket competitions on Weber kettles.
Okay. Okay. Wow. I don't like the look of the kettle for one thing. I like the look of the offset better. Oh, here's a digital charcoal smoker in gray, $352, Masterbuilt.
Masterbuilt, yep, that's a brand that's out there. That's not a strange brand.
Okay. It's not a like.
Masterbuilt, Pit Boss. Some of that there. I mean, they're just common brand names.
Well, and that's
They're
really
not Cadillacs,
right.
but they're not so cheap they're going to fall apart before you can get them to house.
Okay. The reason, well, that's kind of what I'm asking because I'm not going to spend $2,000 on a smoker for him. I'm just not doing it.
I mean, okay, I'm looking at Home Depot. They got a little Royal Gourmet for $109.
Royal Gourmet.
Well, that's too small.
Oh, okay.
He's not going to be able to contain. He's not going to be able to manage the fire in that little tiny
That tiny box.
box. I can tell you from experience, he's not going to have a pleasant experience with that.
Okay. How big should we?
Well, I mean, you want it big enough to hold a brisket.
Sure.
And the next thing he's going to want to do is chickens and pork butts. Right?
Yeah, definitely.
Okay, so you got to make sure you look at them and look at your height
Mm-hmm.
from the grill surface to the height of the lid.
Of the lid, right.
Because if he's wanting to do like a beer can chicken, where you stand the chicken up, you got to make sure you got
gotta have
room
enough
to put
lid
the chicken,
space.
enough head room.
Okay.
Same way if you decide to do a turkey, make sure there's enough room for the turkey to fit.
Right. Yeah, I think he would enjoy that. I really do. Woo! Masterbuilt's proud of that Gravity series.
Yes, they are.
I'm like, whoa. Digital Wi-Fi charcoal grill. Why do I need Wi-Fi in my grill?
Charcoal grill, I don't know why you would want one.
No, I don't need that. We're just simple people over here, Grumpus.
Let's see here. We got one here at 356.
Yeah.
That's probably not a bad size.
I see it. Five Villa. Is that the?
Never heard of it.
No, I hadn't either.
Never heard of it.
Cute though. I see what you mean though by the size. That little char grill, I don't know if it would be big enough.
Mm. But that, I mean, that's one of the key things you want to look at. Number one, make sure your food will fit.
Right.
And then depending on your budget, you start looking at things like metal thickness,
Yeah.
fit and finish, things like that.
Well, maybe I should just save a little more money then and get something a little nicer.
And you can also check like for around here, we've got like a neighborhood sell site.
Oh yeah, or the Facebook Marketplace and stuff like that.
Facebook Marketplace is a perfect example. You might find
Moving
somebody
sale.
that's upgraded.
Right.
Now they've got something that's still good, but now it's the wife says it has to leave because it's taking up too much space in the backyard. So there's always that.
Maybe I'll look that direction too, because
you might be able to find some deals. Like I said, nothing wrong with them other than that, the guy decided his turkey wouldn't fit from last Thanksgiving, and he bought something bigger, and now he's got two and don't need two.
I'm not sure that, I don't know. Have you ever had a smoked turkey?
Oh yeah,
And they're good?
I got video on it. Yeah.
Oh, okay. That's right. You do.
Yeah.
You do. I remember watching that.
Yeah, I like the smoked turkeys.
Yeah.
I've
My
done them
son-in-law.
for family members.
Smoked family members.
Yeah. Sometimes I want to.
I
But
get
no,
it.
I think one year I did like 4 turkeys.
Oh, wow.
I did 2 for me, 1 for my sister, and 1 for a neighbor.
Well, you know what I could do is I could go get a whole bunch of meat specials and smoke up a whole bunch of meat and do like Terry does. He'll do not plates, but he does plates
Yeah.
of food that he sells. But shoot, I could just sell a whole rib roast or a whole whatever and sell it for a whole bunch of money.
Put that boy of yours at the end of the driveway like a lemonade stand.
Right.
Sell sandwiches.
Have the smoker up there so they can smell it coming down the street.
There you go.
Heck yeah. Heck yeah, buddy. And they'll be what's that smell? Oh my God, they're selling them.
Yeah.
Yep. Heck yeah, buddy. That'd be his
Yeah.
job next
Just
year.
keep an eye open something like that for Wesley to get started because then he'll figure out what he wants.
Right.
Right now he doesn't know what he wants.
That's right. He doesn't. He does not. And that's okay. I just don't want to waste a whole lot of money for him figuring it out.
Well, all right. Well, since you said that, I mean, I've been doing this since. Let's see. I moved to Texas in '78, so I got my first smoker in '79,
Okay.
and I've been buying pits probably every 3 or 4 years because I burn them up,
But right.
and now we start talking how many decades.
So now it's an
And
expensive
that's why
hobby
I ended up with that big monstrosity I got
Mm-hmm.
because I had already paid for it through the years,
Through the years.
but I still didn't have it.
Right.
So
Right.
I bit the bullet, buy once, cry once,
Right.
and I figured, okay, I'm going to get this dude, and it will outlast me. It's big enough. I don't know what's going to happen in my life down the road, but it's big enough if I need something that size, and if it isn't, I can still cook a single chicken on it if I want to.
That's right. That's right. Give me 1 minute.
Sure. That's right, Dwayne. We've got the piney woods and we've got desert at the west, so whatever you like, you can probably find it in Texas somewheres. Whatever climate you like or environment you like.
You know what? I'm looking at some Lone Star grills, and
You ain't gonna find no bargains.
no, I see that. Maybe I should just start him out with a good one right off the get-go.
Well, I mean, if he uses it, I think his money well spent.
Well, if he don't, I will.
Because I tell people all the time, they said, "What do you do?" I said, "I fire that, if weather permitting, I fire that thing up 2 to 3 times a month."
Okay.
So I mean, I use it a lot. It's so hot in the summertime. I don't want to heat up.
I want to heat up the kitchen.
I can do a whole meal. I can do a whole meal on outdoors, even a smoker. It doesn't have to be a gas grill. I've done cornbread. I've done cookies. I've done all kinds of stuff on my smoker.
Yeah, yeah.
Because the one I got is so big and versatile that I can find the temperature I want anywhere along it.
Okay, okay. Huh.
But that's the one I have. I will say that's the easiest smoker I've ever used.
No kidding. Which edition do you have? With the offset or the?
I've got the offset. Are you on?
I'm on their website.
All right, let me show you what I got.
Well, LoneStarGrills.com, and I'm under the smokers section. Oh dear God, that's huge. 24 by 48.
Okay, on their main page,
Mm-hmm.
I'm on the offset smokers.
Oh, okay. Hang on. Let me go back to their main page. Okay. Custom.
You find it?
No, mine don't say offset.
Just go to Lone Star Grill's homepage. Find it?
Okay, let me click it again. Oh, okay. I got it.
This is
I got
where I'm at.
Sorry, I wasn't. There's 2 things there. I was just looking for one.
Okay,
It says offset and vertical. See,
Yep, click that one.
I got it. Okay.
And if you scroll down,
Mhm.
I got I've got the 24 by 40.
Okay.
Okay, two layers down. I got the 24 by 40.
Mm-hmm.
And then I added the 24 by 24 by 36 square box on the left side. See down below it?
Oh,
see the 24
yeah.
see the 24 by 48?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
That's what I
Okay.
have.
What is the square box for?
It's a vertical smoker, so you can slide. You can use that side also for something cooler.
What?
So I started with the 24 by 40
Okay.
and then added that cabinet to the left side of it.
Does it have to be up there on it? I mean,
The smoke, the
Oh, yeah,
heat
'cause the
comes
smoke
from the
is coming
firebox
through.
across the horizontal
mm-hmm.
through the
Mhm.
vertical and out the stacks.
So did you have? So Okay. Okay. So you bought it all together.
I bought it all. I ordered that.
Gotcha.
I ordered it. That's how I
Right.
ordered it.
That is cool beans right there.
So, I mean, I can do on the vertical side.
Mm-hmm.
I can get 3 slabs of ribs on one of the grates.
Okay. Okay. Wow.
There's 1, 2, 3. There's
4
3.
grates?
There's 4 grates. So I can
I'm looking
I
at
can
it.
do a dozen slabs on that square part, and I can probably do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I can probably do 10 or 12 on the horizontal.
Holy Toledo.
So that's 2 dozen. That's 2 dozen ribs, slabs of ribs. If I wanted to cater,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I can do probably. Let's see, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. I can probably do anywhere from 18 to 24 pork butts at one time if I wanted to.
Dear Lord.
And probably 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 10. I can probably do 10 or 12 briskets at one time if I wanted to.
Right. Right. Grumpus, I'm thinking that I would never need that much space.
I don't need that, Charlotte.
Right. Right.
See now you're getting into man-woman territory.
I hear you. I hear you.
Need never had anything to do with it.
That's hilarious.
But like the base price, like this 20 by 42,
Mm-hmm.
the $2,400.
Yeah.
Those have gotten really good reviews.
Okay. Is 20 inches tall enough?
I would prefer what I have as a 24 by
Right.
40.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
But lots of people have these 20 by 42s, and that's all they'll ever need. So you just have to decide.
I would have to save for a bit to do that, but that thing would last forever, wouldn't it?
Pretty much, if you take care of.
Yeah.
I mean, I've got mine. You don't want to look at how I take care of mine because mine's just sitting out there. It's not covered, sitting in the sun, sitting in the rain. Like I said, I have built a lot of hellaciously big fires
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
just to see what it would do.
Right.
So I blistered paint. I've got some rust. I've got, I use it.
Yeah.
I tell people all the time, it's a tool. To me, it's a
Right.
cooking tool. It's not a monument.
Right. I get that.
It's no different. It's no different than a woodworker having a wood shop in their garage. Some people have a shop and they build things.
Mhm.
Other people build shops.
Right.
You go in there. There's not a piece of sawdust on the floor. There's
Right.
no dust on the. They just
On the-
build shops.
On the tools, nothing.
So the same way. That's how I look at my cookers. That's a cooking tool.
Well,
If
sure.
I just want something to look at, I'd just hang a picture on the wall.
Right. Of a smoker.
Yeah. So I mean, you're looking top of the line Cadillac smokers here if you're on Lone Star Grills.
Okay. Huh. He sure would get a kick out of that, though.
And you order them any way you want them. You can get them just like you got here, like on mine. If you see that one, it's got he's got 2 gauges on it now. It used to come with just 1 gauge,
Oh, I see.
so I ordered extra gauges.
I see. Why would you order extra gauges?
So I can get a more even temperature across.
Oh, okay.
So I've got a gauge on each end,
Uh-huh.
and I got one in the middle at the top.
Okay.
Because your temperature at the top is going to be hotter than the ones on the
Then
sides.
yeah.
And then
And then there's a gauge on your box too, right?
then the end on not on the box, but there's one next to the box. So that
No,
that air
I
is
meant
going to
your
be
vertical.
hotter.
Okay.
On the vertical, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, see, I put 2 gauges on the vertical.
Oh, okay. 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 That makes sense because heat rises.
Yeah. I mean, I added a few things. I put the counterweight on mine on the lid. Well, it's in my videos if you see it. It's a big
Okay.
counterweight, so you can open the lid. That lid's heavy.
Yeah, I bet it is.
So, and when I ordered it, I was thinking, okay, I'm going to all this expense. I don't know what's going to happen to me when I get older. Will I even
Right.
be able to open that lid?
Right.
So I had the counterweight put on it, thinking, number one, it'd help now.
Uh-huh.
But if I need to lighten that door up later, I can hang more weight on the counterweight that I have now.
Yeah. Okay.
I mean, I could put a bolt on each end of that counterweight and just stick, dumbbell weights on it
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
and adjust it to where you could just open it with a finger.
That would be. Oh,
You
yeah.
know, I could adjust it so the wife could open it.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, right now it's just fine the way it is.
Right.
But it gave me the option later to do some modifications to it if
Mm-hmm.
I needed to.
Okay.
But yeah, nobody would fault you for buying a Lone Star grill. But I think there's some cheaper routes you could take if he's wanting to learn something,
Yeah.
learn the process.
Maybe I should get him something for him to learn on and then get him. Like
Oh,
make it a 2-step process.
That's where I would go right back to Academy
Okay. Okay. Okay.
and look at one of those. Look this up again.
With it. Because that'll give me more time to save money for him too.
Like I said, you got this Old Country right here, this Pecos.
Yeah.
That's a good smoker.
Okay.
Uh,
Old
I've seen a lot of people cooking on those on YouTube.
I don't know if mine had that. Hang on one second. Let me look.
It's a $500 one, $4.99.
Well,
There it is
I
right
did not
there.
realize that they were that expensive, but if that's what they are, that's what I'll do. You know,
I mean, you start getting into $200 range and stuff.
they're
It's like
crap, aren't they?
like trying to cook with a soda can. It's not
Okay.
gonna last.
Okay.
You might get 2 summers out of it if you're lucky.
Right. So, Old Country barbecue pits, over and under smoker.
I'm looking at the one on the
$5.99.
left. I'm looking at this one right here. See the screen?
Let me move you. Wait a minute. Let me
Okay.
lay it out. Hang on. Oh shoot. It's not working. I got to increase you a little bit.
I can zoom in if I need to.
There. Okay. Okay.
Okay.
Okay.
So I
The
went
first one?
I went to their main page and put barbecue pit.
Right.
And if you come to the second one down, this one right here,
Okay. We have a different layout. Oh, here we go. Pecos.
Yeah.
Pecos.
yeah, Old Country
$4.99.
Barbecue Pits,
Okay.
Pecos,
Yeah.
$4.99. Now that's got some decent metal to it.
Okay.
I've been in the store. I have looked at this one.
Okay. I like the wheels and the
Big wheel, yeah.
and the way it's braced, the legs and the thing
Yeah.
underneath. Do you use that little bar underneath that for anything like pans or whatever?
You could,
Will it
yeah. You
fit?
could, I mean, sure, you could lay something down there if you wanted
Okay.
to, some firewood or something
Mm-hmm.
like that.
Mm-hmm.
But you
Yeah,
got that
this-
one, and then you got the Wrangler,
Wrangler. Okay.
which is another $100.
Okay.
But if you go to the
Uh-huh.
store, you can look at them.
Right. I think I might do that tomorrow. Oh, I see it. Mm-hmm. Ooh, that's nice too. That's got a bigger box too, I think.
Yeah, it looks like it. Well, it could just be the way they
It
took the
could be
photo.
the photo. Yeah.
But
Oh,
I've looked at the old country. They've got some decent metal. It's not soda pop thin.
right. Well, and that's what mine is. Mine is kind of soda pop thin, and
Yeah.
a lot of the smoke escapes in all the gaps.
Yeah.
So it really,
Now
we're not
these
doing the best we could do.
these here, I mean, you could put a cover over them
Yeah,
and get a lot more life out of it.
right. Well, it would have to live outside underneath our. My shed has about a 6-foot overhang.
Oh, okay.
And
Well,
so
then
we
you're good.
Yeah, we put stuff out there.
See, I tried to cover mine when I 1st
Mhm.
got it a
Mhm.
couple of times. It's so long and tall.
Oh
it
yeah,
It was just a pain in the rear for me to try to keep that thing covered.
Right.
I decided it wasn't worth it.
this is. What is the hot plate? Is that the cooking surface
What are you talking about?
on this
$4.99 one?
Wrangler? Well, I'm looking at the Wrangler, but I'm trying to find
Okay.
the size of the upper grate. Okay, main grate, 17 by 26, 17.75.
Well, that hot plate. See that little square? See that little flat spot on top of the firebox?
Oh yeah.
That's what they're calling the hot plate.
Okay, so what does that do? Just keep things warm, or you can actually?
Yeah, you could put. You could probably put a coffee pot up there. You could put something you've taken off of the pit. And you want to keep it warm. You could put it over there probably.
Okay.
Most people just use it and they'll put their firewood on top of it and preheat the wood. So
Oh, okay.
as soon as you put it in, it lights up
catches.
real fast.
Right. Oh, that's a great idea.
But you could put a skillet, you know,
Uh-huh.
cast iron skillet up there if you want to cook up some onions and
Or eggs.
peppers or something for some fajitas or hamburgers or whatever.
Those aren't real portable, are they? I was gonna say I can take that camping.
It's got wheels.
It does have wheels. And then the firebox is 17 by 13.75. The main grate is 17 by 26, so it's 17 tall, 26 wide.
No,
Right.
it's going to be 17 deep,
Oh, deep,
front to back,
and then 26 long,
26 sideways.
sideways. Yeah. Upper grate is 8. Oh, okay. A little bit, half the size. I'm trying to find how tall it is, but it says
Well, okay, so
55. It ain't
what's the
55.
diameter? What's the diameter?
Diameter is 24.
24. So
Mm-hmm.
your middle grate's going to cut that in half, so you got 12
Okay.
inches.
So that would be
Because the top grate is removable.
Mhm.
So you can take the top grate out. That gives you a full 12 inches.
right. Oh, that's not too bad.
That's
I
what I
mean-
got. Mine's a 24.
Okay. Yeah, I think that might work. Either
But I mean,
yeah,
that's a reasonable price for what you're getting.
for what I'm getting. Okay.
He should. I mean, if you keep that under a roof or covered up, that
I get 2 or 3 years out of it.
you should get 10 out of it. 10, 15 years out of that.
Oh, really? Okay.
I mean, the enemy of these things is rust.
Rust. And down here where we live, it
And
gets a lot of it.
anytime you heat something up,
Mm-hmm.
that paint's only going to expand and shrink so many times before it starts peeling.
Right.
So if
You
if
get
he's
exposed
diligent about
metal.
going out and keeping it wiped down and touching up any rough
Actually-
spots or whatever, I mean, he could easily get 10, 15 years out of that, I would think.
When he was in the military, that was one of his jobs was corrosion control.
Well, there you go.
So he knows how to do corrosion control on an airplane. He can sure do it on
Yeah.
a grill, can't he?
Got something to occupy his OCD.
Mm-hmm. Wow. Yeah, I think that's a good one. I think you're right. And that's a lot more reasonable. And if he gets good at it, I'll splurge and buy him a Cadillac. But
And
until then,
I'll
he
tell you
can-
what, Charlotte, just when you get a chance, go on YouTube
Mhm.
and just put in Old Country Wrangler
Okay.
and
Okay.
check out a couple of guys cooking on it and see what they think of them.
Okay.
And then you'll have to
And I can
treat
check
those
the other one
reviews.
too.
You treat those reviews just like the Olympics. You
Okay.
throw out the high one, you throw out the low one, and see what the average people say
Yeah.
about it.
Yeah.
Because somebody's going to give it a bad review because it's not red.
Because it's not red. Or if they burnt their finger on it when they were grilling.
My uncontrollable child burnt themselves on it. So.
Oh, darn. Maybe you should have threw him in. You know?
So anyway, I would not be afraid to buy one of these.
Okay. Well, thank you for the recommendations because I was clueless.
Although I've never had one. I've never cooked on one. I have looked at them.
Yeah, I gotcha. I will look at some reviews and, 10% off your Academy Sports and Outdoor credit card purchase. Do I want $44 off to go into debt? No. Maybe they'll give us a military discount. We'll get 10% off that way.
There you go.
Oh, believe me, Wesley always shows his military ID no matter where we go. It's kind of funny to me. They have limited stock. Pick up today. Just do the cart just in case. Oh, he would be so tickled if I did that. And not even wait till Christmas.
Could you keep a secret till Christmas?
No, shoot, no, I couldn't. I'd have it. I'd have my daughter go pick it up and say, "Bring it right straight to the house. I want it set up by the time he gets off."
Have that thing hot by the time he gets home.
Heck yeah, buddy. Heck yeah. You got some cooking to do, Salty.
So there you go, middle ground. You don't have to spend $1,000, but I don't think
That's
$200 is going to cut it.
Right, I get you. Well, and I think those are both the little one and the Picos and the Wrangler are both reasonably priced.
Yeah, I didn't look at them side by side to see what the difference was.
Right. But I'm gonna go take a look at them tomorrow because we've got to go up to Academy anyway
There you
to
go.
pick up my son's shoes. Well, we're going
Okay.
there and we're going to the mall. I don't want to go to the mall. I'd rather
630
stick
square inch.
needles in my eyes than go to the mall. Oh, I can take you off of single.
11 gauge.
Yeah, look at there. On the ding-a-ling.
Okay, so the Wrangler has 920 square inches cooking surface.
What does that mean? Wait a minute. What did the other one have?
And then the Pecos has 630.
Oh, that's considerably smaller, isn't it?
Yeah.
My phone's right there. Never mind.
And I can confidently say the bigger the pit, the easier it is to manage the fire.
Okay. That's good to know.
It's kind of like if you've had aquariums.
Mhm.
Bigger aquariums are easier to manage than the small
Definitely.
ones.
Definitely.
So the bigger pits, it gives you more room to adjust the fire and move your meat around.
Right.
If you end up with one end's too hot, you can always move it.
Okay. Well, and the thing I like about the pit with the offset is the fire's nowhere near the meat. I mean,
Right.
it's not underneath it. So when the grease drips down and it sparks up, right now you've got a grill. With the offset, the fire is in the box. It's not going
Right.
to be anywhere near the meat.
Because you're cooking with the hot smoke.
Right, right. So I like that. Yeah, I probably should have done this a long time ago and just didn't. So it's time, I think. I think it's time. And that's not a bad looking smoker either.
Nope, it looks legit.
I like the barrel shapes. Always have.
Yeah, I wanted the reason I added the vertical on mine
Right.
was because I wanted to slide out shelves. It was a square box. I wanted to slide out shelves.
Okay.
I got a friend of mine who makes pits, but his vertical is round.
Oh,
So the only way to get the grates out is you have to pick them up and
and
turn
pull them out.
and pull
Right.
them out. Which,
Yeah.
if you got meat on them, that's not what you want.
Exactly. Oh, yeah. So rectangle makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There, I'm back to normal. Okay. But like I said earlier, I can spend your money all day, Charlotte. Give me an opening, man. I'll jump in there.
Jump right on in. I like to spend other people's money too.
It's just money.
Exactly. We'll make more. I need the. Is it the Pecos that I need, or the? No, it's the other one. Wrangler.
The Wrangler's the bigger one.
Wrangler. Yeah, that's the one I need. So it's
It's $100
$5.50.
difference, but you get it like another third the size cooking surface.
Right. Right. Yeah, that's what I need. Okay.
Like I said, I've done cookies. I did a cherry pie once.
I remember that one.
I've done
You did that cornbread
I've done
too.
cornbread a lot.
Yeah.
So once it's heated up, I mean, I do all my cooking outside. I don't let anything hold me back.
Well, and there ain't nothing wrong with putting a pot up there on it and cooking something in the pot. You know, like
Exactly.
green beans or potatoes or whatever.
Exactly. I've cooked barbecue sauce, all kinds of stuff on my hot plate.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Mine's laid out different than that one, but it'll do the same thing. I mean, put a cast iron skillet on there. You can't hurt it.
Right. Right. Oh yeah, I like that idea a lot. A lot. I've been wanting to buy one for a while, but I just couldn't see the sense in it because Wesley he didn't seem super interested in it
Yeah.
until I bought that brisket. And man, he was fired up to go out there and cook that brisket.
You ready to go?
Oh yeah. And and him and Murphy, they were in this kitchen just chefing it up, you know.
Yeah.
And I'm like, what is going on here? Then the next day, well, let's cook that tenderloin. Okay. Oh, okay.
Well, there's a liquor store here. There's a chain called Specs. I don't know if you got them over there by you or not.
Mm-mm.
But one of their bigger stores, not too far from me, they got all the liquor and stuff like that, but they've also got like restaurant supply stuff
Oh,
in one of the back corners.
Mhm.
Well, I got a griddle. This thing is probably maybe 19 inches
oh wow.
and maybe 12 inches deep. 1/8 inch steel with the handles. And I set that right out there on my grill and make smash burgers and stuff with it. Just like
Oh, yeah.
that's
Good.
why
During the hurricane, you could make breakfast and
that's
for
why I don't
15
have
people.
that's why I don't have a Blackstone or anything like that, because I've got a flat piece
Yeah,
of metal. Where Wesley works, he may be able to find a big piece of plate
Probably.
and weld a couple handles on it and do the same thing.
Heck yeah. Oh my God.
Maybe make it fit the firebox. When you raise the firebox up, raise that lid up, make something to set right down there over
Huh.
use that as a hot plate. So,
Huh.
like I said, I cook everything.
This sounds fun.
I do not want to heat up my house. It just doesn't make sense.
Yeah,
Warming up the kitchen and spending all that money on AC trying to cool it back off.
right. Right.
If I'm gonna cook one thing outside, I'm cooking everything outside.
Well, and realistically, you could do a chicken, a pork butt, and something else, and cook dinner for a whole week in
Absolutely.
one cook.
Like I said, I fire mine up 2-3 times a month, and it's not unusual for me to cook on a Saturday or Sunday for the
Mhm.
whole week and a half.
Yeah, that sounds very appealing to me because that keeps me from having to do it.
And sometimes, like on a tenderloin or something,
Mm-hmm.
if I'm cooking that for later in the week, I'll smoke it up for to 100 degrees, 110 degrees,
Mm-hmm.
and pull it off half done. Let it cool down, and then when I get ready for it, maybe even throw it in the freezer. When I get ready for it and thaw it out, finish cooking it, and all you got to do is warm it up at that point. But
Right.
you've already got
You've
the
already-
flavor of the smoke on it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Or especially tenderloins. I like to slice those up into medallions
I do too.
and cook them up in some brown gravy, just like a Salisbury steak.
Yes.
And you don't overcook it that way.
That's right. That's right. I love to do medallions. I do all of them that way, just about.
Yeah.
Um,
and my wife loves Salisbury steak, so we do that.
Oh,
couple of
does
times
she?
A month. Yeah.
Wesley made something very similar to a Salisbury steak not long ago, and I really enjoyed that. I normally do not care for it, but all he did was made hamburger patties and made some gravy with it. He seasoned them,
Yep.
but he just made the hamburger patties, fried them, and made gravy, and it was delicious.
That's pretty much all it is.
Yeah, well,
I think the Salisbury part is the mushrooms.
Oh, I see. Hey, Kira, how are you? It's good to see you this morning.
Is that? Oh, it's
Mhm.
a 4:45.
We're
I
about to
think
get
you-
morning crowd.
I think you broke the record. You win.
I'm not worthy. You know what? I took a nap earlier in the day. I didn't wake up till about 7:30, and
yeah?
that's why I'm on overdrive. This is like the middle of my day, and I've got to stop that because Murphy starts school Monday, and so tomorrow I'm probably gonna have to take some sleeping assistance so that I can get up Monday morning with him. And honestly, he doesn't need me to get up with him anymore, but I like to just
Yeah,
to see
okay.
him off and tell him to have a good day, and
That's understandable.
and to remind him to take his medicine because he has medicine he has to take every morning. And if I don't remind him, 9 times out of 10, he'll forget.
Hmm.
So there's that. But yeah, it's going to be a struggle Monday for me and for him probably too, because all during band camp, he would go to band camp all day. This is crazy on top of what I'm about to say, but he did 1 week and 2 days of band camp, Monday through Friday, and then Monday and Tuesday. The boy has come home looking like a little Cuban.
You crisped up real nice, huh?
He did. And it's so funny because, Violet's a little redhead and she gets a little bit of tan,
Right.
but not a lot, and she doesn't go in the sun very much. But even during band camp, she would come home, she'd have pink all over her face.
Uh-huh.
Even after applying 40 layers of sunscreen, she'd
Mhm.
have pink shoulders and then they'd start to peeling and then she'd do it all over again. And he came home by Tuesday afternoon this week, and I looked at him and I said, "Who are you? Why are you turning colors on me?"
See, I get pretty dark.
Yeah, I do too when I'm
And in fact, In fact, I was on. Oh, this has been a couple of years ago.
Yeah.
I think I was on one of Carla's lives,
Uh-huh.
and we were talking about lighting or something like that. And one of the guys in the on the panel, he said, "Yeah," I said, "Grumpus always looks so orange. It's his lighting." Carla said, "It's called a tan. You need to go outside."
Go touch some grass. That's
yeah,
funny.
My whole family on my dad he was kind of dark because Indian run on his side of the family.
Oh, I see.
So us kids, I mean, being little, we always looked like a bunch of little brown babies running around the front yard because we just
Well, now
never
I
had a
don't
shirt
tan.
on and we'd just cook.
I get tanned, and I can get a good tan on me.
Yeah.
But I don't go in the sun very much. If I go in the garden, it's early morning or late in the evening. I don't like to get sun on me. I'm doing good. I keep odd hours sometimes also. Well, you fit right in around here, Kara.
Come to the right place.
That's right. But what I was trying to explain to you before I got on the tanning kick is that whole week and 2 days that he was at band camp, he was there from 8 o'clock in the morning till 6:30 in the evening.
Oh wow!
And they worked their tails off, So he would come home, eat, and go straight to bed. And he would sleep all night long.
Oh, I'll bet.
And he will do that when school starts Monday. They'll have their first after-school band practice, and that'll go until football season's over, November sometime. And he will sleep really good until football season's over.
Okay.
And when they stop doing those after-school practices, he'll have his insomnia will kick up again, and he won't sleep. So,
Right.
and a lot of his problem is he likes to play the game till 3 in the morning.
Right, and that's not staying active really.
No. So I really like it when school starts and he's more active, and and that's one reason I was so glad that he got the job.
Yeah.
Was because, and now he can't go anymore, and I'm a little disappointed, but
Yeah,
I
but he
figured
needs to bleed off some energy.
he does. And another thing, he tried to get the weightlifting class for his elective, and they put him in Spanish instead. So I'm going to call up there Monday and see about getting his schedule adjusted so he can
Okay.
have. One of the reasons they won't give the band kids PE is because band counts as a PE credit
Oh, okay.
because there's so much physical
So it's like
activity.
a double class then almost.
Right.
Okay.
But as far as I'm concerned, if he wants PE as an elective, he can have it because he don't need Spanish,
No.
And he has a hard enough time passing the regular classes. He needs easy electives.
I hear you preaching to the choir.
And it's not because he's not smart enough. It's because he don't care.
It's preaching to the choir.
So there's that. And I didn't care. When I was in high school, I never cracked a book. I never did one piece of homework.
I looked at high school like a job.
Mm-hmm.
I show up in the morning. I do whatever I can get done until it's time to go home,
And then it's done.
and I was done.
Mm-hmm.
And then my sister come along, and she carried every damn book home every night. So she'd be coming down the road. She got all
Arms
of her books
full.
under one arm.
Yeah.
I come whistling down. I found a couple pop bottles. I'm happy.
You can go to the store and get some coconut candy
Report
bar.
card day comes around. My dad's looking at the report card. He's looking at me and say, "I never see you bring a book home. How come your sister has homework every night? You never bring a book home." Well, my grades reflected that, so I can see his bewilderment. But I looked at it as a job. I didn't see my dad bring his work home with him.
Right. I hated school, and
I did too.
I learned more after high school than I ever learned in high school. But well, and that's another thing. That's one reason I love the internet. Because all that information that I always wanted to know, I can read about on the internet, And I could go the rest of my life and never learn everything I want to know.
In 15 minutes, you can find what it took them a whole semester to get to.
Yeah. It's crazy. So
I mean, I wasn't a dumb kid.
right.
My smartness test reflected I wasn't an imbecile. But I was more bored than anything else.
Right.
And boredom brings on laziness.
Yes, it does.
And bad attitude. And like I tell everybody, I was just a knucklehead. If I'd have put a little bit of effort into it, I could have aced everything. But the stuff my grades reflected it.
Yeah.
The classes I liked,
you did really well.
Always were B pluses or A's. The other ones, D's, D minus, or F's.
Yeah.
And there was hardly any middle ground there.
Right.
You could tell what I liked and what I didn't.
If I enjoyed a class, it was A's. If I didn't,
my poor old English teacher had this guy for 3 semesters in a row.
God.
See,
and here they don't do summer school. They do something called credit recovery.
Oh my goodness.
And
call it what it is. You ruin your summer.
No, it's after school. So if you don't pass a class the first 9 weeks, they will allow you to go to school after school for an hour and a half for like 8 weeks, 2 days a week.
Okay.
And what happens is you don't get the grade you earned. They will give you a passing grade. So a 64 here is a D. A 63 is an F. So they'll give you a 64 for that class. And I'm like, why would I waste my time to get a D when I wasted my time to get the F?
Well, see, the way I looked at it, a D for me was the same as somebody else's A. We got to the same place. And you wasted a lot more time than I did.
But I spent my year during high school. Again, I never picked up a book. I never did a piece of homework, but I could pass every single test, usually with an A or a B. I didn't study at home, but I paid attention in the class while I was there, and I could pass the test.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, my son is not like that. And I think it's because he's not paying attention in class. He's just goofing off and drawing pictures and stuff. Because he likes to draw. He's a very good drawer. Man, he's doing. But look, it's almost 5 o'clock. By the time I finish this speech, it will be. Yeah. And I need to go to bed.
You got the record at 7 hours if you can hang in there 3 more minutes.
All right, fine. I slept in every class and still passed every test. Never did any homework. See, that was Sweet Thumb.
Yeah.
I don't know why they put us through this schooling. Why don't they just give us jobs when we're 10?
I mean, I would sit there in class and know the answer. And nobody else in class is raising their hand, and I'm thinking, how can you guys not get this?
Right.
But I didn't raise my hand either because I didn't want to be there. It's just
Y'all been beast mode. We've been beasting it tonight.
I mean, like algebra. Algebra was to me at the time. To me, was so stupid. I told him I didn't want algebra. I didn't want it.
Why is the alphabet in my math?
General math was fine with me because it was. I thought it'd be easier. So I sat there through 2 semesters of algebra, failed them both.
Right.
I knew the answers. To me, it was like reading a book. I mean, it all made sense.
Really?
But I told them I wasn't going to take algebra, and by God, I wasn't going to take algebra. And I failed 2 semesters of it, and they put me in general math. Of course, I aced that because that's where I wanted to be.
Right.
But my job for the last 18 years or so has been spreadsheets. Not just filling them in, making them.
Making them.
It's all algebra.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's easy for me. And sometimes I'll stop and I think, you knucklehead, why didn't you just go ahead and why did you make it so difficult on yourself? Because that was 2 more semesters I had to make up. It seemed like a waste of time, but it didn't seem like a waste of time for me to take them twice. But yeah, I mean, I do that all the time. People read what stuff that I write. And I'll tell them, I say, I flunked through English as much as I possibly could and still got graduated. They say, well, but everything's, you must have paid attention.
Oh, yeah.
I said, well, I'm not
Because your
saying
punctuation is pristine.
I didn't know this stuff. I'm not saying that.
And that's the thing.
Just because you know what a dangling participle is doesn't mean that that's going to get you a job someplace.
Well, it doesn't mean that you got to show off and tell everybody.
I was laser focused on getting a job, getting out of school and getting a job. And the stuff that I felt like, right or wrong, the stuff I felt like was not going to help me get work, to me was a waste of time. Right.
That makes sense to me. To me, it does.
But, a lot of things make sense when you're 16, 17 years old.
True. Show my work. The answer is right. So what?
Right. Exactly right.
They don't make them show their work anymore. Well, hello there. I'm Decio.
That's a new guy
It's
for
a
me.
new name. Thank you for joining us this morning. Please hit the like button. What was I going to say? Shoot, I lost my total train of thought. Good grief. Thank you so much. Thank you. Shout back out to you, indeed. Look, I've got like 17 views in the last hour. What is going on, Grumpus? Why are we becoming so popular?
I don't know, because
I don't either.
I'm sure not contributing much.
Yes, you are. What are you talking about? From the Philippines.
All right.
That's a long ways away. That's even farther than Australia, I think.
I don't think I've seen anybody in here from the Philippines.
I don't think so either. Wow.
It's a shame we're leaving.
I know, right? Okay, 7:01. I'm out.
If I don't go to sleep pretty soon, I'm going to miss my nap.
You're going to miss your nap. It was the food talk, Sweet Thumb. I agree. It was definitely the food talk. Now I'm motivated to defrost that ribeye.
Now I'm hungry.
Grumpus, thank you for hanging out with me tonight. Thank you to everybody in the chat that's hung in with us. And we will see you next weekend on Grumpus's channel, Grumpus on Fire. Grumpus, drop your link before we end, okay?
Oh, gosh. Okay.
Come on. Anybody who hasn't seen Grumpus's channel, please go over there and take a peek. He really needs some feedback.
Help a brother out.
So help a brother out and tell him to get busy making some videos, okay?
Let me find my stuff.
But we'll be live probably around 11 o'clock next Saturday night on his channel.
Pretty much, yeah.
Yeah. Is that correct, Grumpus? Don't tell me if I'm overstepping here.
All right, there's my link to Grumpus on Fire.
Yeah, everybody go check out Grumpus's channel and check out each other's channels too. Okay.
I'll give you that too if you want to just scan it in.
Yeah, you can scan that and it'll take you right to it.
Well, Charlotte, thanks for having me on.
Thank you, Grumpus. You take care, and I'll see you next week.
Been fun. We'll see everybody in the chat next week.
That's right. Good night.
Y'all take care.